These events could not be allowed to transpire, as they were set to occur. The explosion of Earth would cause tragic consequences for Earth, Tara, and numerous other star systems. The lost souls of Tara, whom the Guardians had so painstakingly nurtured and protected for the past 550 million years, would once again be fragmented and left with no evolutionary blueprint to follow. The Rigelian and Fushi Zetas working with the Dracos would not listen to reason, and the Dracos would not release their claims on Earth. Confrontational force between the Guardians and the Draco Zeta resistance, during Earth's most vulnerable period, would destroy the planetary balances of Earth. So the Guardians had to turn to high spiritual technology in order to shift the course of events as they were evolving on Earth. In 1984, Guardian groups from Harmonic Universe 1, Harmonic Universe 2, and Harmonic Universe 3 joined together to create the Bridge Zone Project. The basic idea behind the Bridge Zone Project involves shifting Earth completely out of Harmonic Universe 1 time cycle, an event that would not occur naturally until the second morphogenetic wave of the second ascension cycle, during the natural Dorea Deshi in 4230 AD. Since the Guardians could not move the Draco Zeta resistance out of the way of Earth's intended evolution, they would instead move Earth out of the way of the Draco Zeta resistance. The Guardians would construct an artificial time continuum between the third and fourth dimensions, into which Earth could pass in 2017. This constituted orchestrating a forced Dorea Deshi, 2,213 years ahead of its natural schedule. In order for the Draco Zeta resistance frequency fence to work in 2003 through 2004 AD, they had to transmit very specific EM pulses at very specific angles through the Earth's grid. The Zetas had worked since 1943 to decipher the appropriate calculations to use for the projections of their EM pulses. If the Merkaba fields of Earth were rapidly accelerated, which would constitute a planetary leap in time cycles from the Harmonic Universe 1/D3 cycle to Bridge Zone D3.5 cycle of the inner Earth, between D3 and D4, the Zetas Dracos calculations would be useless. The Earth's grid speed would be increased to a level that the frequency fence EM pulses could not reach. The Dracos Zeta resistance would not have enough time to decipher new calculations, and once Earth was stabilized in the Bridge Zone D3.5 time continuum and under full Guardian protection, the Dracos Zetas could not successfully launch an infiltration. Furthermore, if Earth was successfully shifted, and its frequency raised sufficiently, the Dracos Zetas would lose control of their frequency fence and their human captives in the D4 cycle. For humanity to shift into the Bridge Zone with Earth, the populations would have to fully assemble their DNA to the 4.5 strand level, and a minimum of 8% would have to assemble the 5th DNA strand. Along with this, 144,000 individuals would need to fully assemble the 6th strand, embody their entire soul matrix, and begin to assemble the 7th through 12th strands. This acceleration of the human genetic imprint would release the D4 Zeta seal from all of the human races, present and future, and would allow Earth's grid speed to raise high enough to remain in the Bridge Zone. Following the shift to the Bridge Zone, Earth would leap ahead 2,213 years by skipping the second half of its D3 cycle, then move backward in time 1,106.5 years within the Bridge Zone cycle. After completing 1,106.5 years in the Bridge Zone, Earth would leap ahead another 1,106.5 years by skipping the first half of its first D4 cycle. Earth would then pass into the first D4 cycle at the half cycle point and continue its path of natural evolution through the D4 time cycles. This movement of 2,213 years ahead, 1,106.5 years back, and 1,106.5 years ahead in time represents a cumulative leap of 2,213 years in evolution space-time progression. The Draco Zeta frequency fence would end up in the dimensional frequency bands below the Bridge Zone frequency bands in which the Earth was positioned, and thus Earth's grid would be unaffected. However, once Earth was above the frequency fence, It could not be re-entered into the dimensional bands below the fence. The Merkaba fields of Earth would reseal in 2017, locking Earth into the bridge zone time continuum. If the Guardians were going to force an early Doré Adeshi, by moving both the overtone/electrical fields and the base tone/magnetic fields of Earth into the bridge zone time continuum cycle during the 2017 half cycle point, the move would have to be permanent. Bridge zone mechanics. The idea of shifting a planetary body from one time continuum to another may seem quite outrageous to a civilization that does not yet have a working comprehension of multidimensional physics. We assure you that such a procedure is most definitely real and valid in terms of the structural energy dynamics of the time matrix. This procedure is not used frequently, for it is a complex and delicate process requiring direct intervention from the higher harmonic universes of Harmonic Universe 3 through Harmonic Universe 5. For the most part, planets and civilizations are allowed to evolve along the course of their own development, following their own choices, and meeting with the consequences of those choices. But occasionally a planet and its people get into trouble that has far-reaching consequences for numerous planetary systems, and in these cases intervention in the course of evolution is permitted. Earth is presently in such a state of potential crisis, and unbeknownst to most of its populations. Time cycle mechanics and evolution. Time cycle mechanics. In order to understand the dynamics involved in such a time continuum shift, it is helpful to realize that the structure and illusion of linear time is created through the pulsation rate of particles and their relationship to that of other particles. Each of the 6 4,426 year smaller cycles within one 26,556 year harmonic time cycle represents one time continuum. A 26,556 year harmonic time cycle, through which a planet evolves through the three-dimensional bands of one harmonic universe, is called a Uego. A planet passes through each of the 6 smaller time continua as it progresses upward through the three-dimensional scale within its harmonic universe. Each dimensional band contains 2 time continua of 4,426 years each, so each dimension represents a time track of 8,852 years. Of the 6 time continua in a 26,556 year Uego cycle, 4 time continua represent forward-moving tracks of time called Pardo, and 2 represent counter-rotating tracks of time called Riego, in which the planet passes through the parallel universe. A Pardo is 17,704 years, 4 time continua of 4,426 years each. A Riego is 8,852 years, 2 time continua of 4,426 years each, spent in the parallel universe. Each Uego contains 1 Pardo and 1 Riego. A planet's progression through one time continua creates a 45-degree shift in the angular rotation of particle spin, or 1/8 of a full 360-degree rotation of particles. Thus, one continuum represents one dimensional octave. 1 octave equals a 4,426 year track of time. One dimension contains 2 time continua, or 2 octaves. A planet's progression through one dimension creates a 90-degree shift, 2 shifts of 45 degrees, in the angular rotation of particle spin, or 1/4 of a full 360 rotation. Thus, one dimension represents one harmonic quadrant. One quadrant equals a 8,852 year track of time. 3 dimensions, 3 quadrants, or 6 octaves time continua represents one harmonic universe. One harmonic universe equals a 26,556 year track of time. As a planet progresses through the first 2 Pardo octaves, the angular rotation of particle spin shifts 90 degrees from its original position. As the planet completes the final 2 Pardo octaves, Returning from the parallel universe, the angular rotation of particle spin again shifts 90 degrees. Through the progression of 3 dimensions, or quadrants, the angular rotation of particle spin has a cumulative shift of 90 degrees. Plus 90 degrees, negative 90 degrees, plus 90 degrees equals a plus 90 degree shift. So in one harmonic universe, the angular rotation of particle spin undergoes 1/4 of a full 360 degree rotation. When passing from one Uego cycle to the next, the angular rotation of particle spin shifts 45 degrees. Between harmonic universe 1 and harmonic universe 2, the 45 degree shift is a 45 degree reverse angular rotation of particle spin. Earth enters harmonic universe 2 with its particles at a 45 degree angular rotation from their original position upon entering harmonic universe 1. Plus 90 degrees, negative 45 degrees equals a plus 45 degree shift. In progression from one harmonic universe to the next, the angular rotation of particle spin moves forward by 1/4, then backward 1/8 of a full 360 degree rotation. It is through the multidimensional relationships between angles of particle and antiparticle spin that multiple reality fields can take place in the same space, while remaining invisible to each other. As a planet evolves through this process, the rate of particle pulsation, and thus the speed at which time moves, progressively increases, while the density of matter particles progressively decreases. This is the process of planetary evolution through the 15-dimensional scale. A planet moves from one dimensional frequency band to the next, and from one time continuum to the next, by magnetically drawing into its morphogenetic field particles from the unified field of energy for each dimension. When a planet has pulled in all the frequency patterns from one dimension into its morphogenetic field, it then moves upward into the next dimensional field to complete the same process. As a planet pulls in particles and patterns of frequency from the unified fields, its morphogenetic field progressively expands to include those frequency patterns, and the pulsation rate of its particles progressively increases. For each dimensional band, there is a corresponding specific rate of particle pulsation and also a specific angular rotation of particle spin. In one harmonic universe, a planet simultaneously has 3 levels of energetic identity, one in each of the 3-dimensional fields of that harmonic universe. The 3 levels of a planet's identity function together to give you the illusion of Earth's matter solidity. The particle content of each level of Earth's body pulsates at a rhythm characteristic to the dimension in which each portion of the body is stationed, and particles spin on an angular rotation that is characteristic to the respective dimension. The planet exists within each of the 6 time continua simultaneously, as each of the 3 levels of the planet's body pulls in energy from its respective dimensional band through the synchronization of particle pulsation speed and angular rotation spin within each of the 6 time continua. A planet evolves out of one harmonic universe and into the next as each level of its 3-dimensional body simultaneously completes pulling the frequency patterns of its respective dimension into the planet's morphogenetic field. These processes give the consciousness of perceiving the 3rd dimension the illusion of passing through linear time. In actuality, time is not linear, but simultaneous. Time exists as a unified field of particles pulsating at various rhythms and spinning on various angles of rotation, through which the illusions of manifest space and linear time appear to individual identities, as they bring segments of the unified field of particle substance into view by moving their consciousness through portions of the unified field. Time does not move. Consciousness moves itself through the unified field of the time matrix. Incarnational identities, the time cycles, DNA, and planetary evolution. The evolution of life forms upon the planet also takes place simultaneously, and at any given time, activity takes place within each of the 6 time continua. As the planet evolves, so does the consciousness stationed upon that planet. Reincarnational identities represents portions of a person's soul awareness that are simultaneously stationed and evolving upon a version of the planet within each of the 6 time-continuous cycles of the Voyagers cycle. Usually, a soul Harmonic Universe 2 identity manifests into 12 simultaneous incarnations, 2 in each of the 6 time cycles in one harmonic universe. In each pair of incarnates, one is male and the other is female. This relationship is referred to as twin flames, but does not necessarily imply a romantic soulmate involvement. The Oversoul, the Harmonic Universe 3 identity, creates 12 soul identities in Harmonic Universe 2, each of which creates 12 incarnates within the 6 time cycles of Harmonic Universe 1. Thus, each person is part of an incarnational family of 144 incarnates residing within the 6 Harmonic Universe time cycles. Each of the 144 incarnates carries part of the 12-strand DNA pattern within the genetic code. As the 144 incarnates simultaneously evolve with the planet through the 6 time cycles, the 12-strand DNA imprint is progressively built up in the genetic code. DNA evolves and human consciousness expands as identity evolves with the planet through the Voyagers cycles in each harmonic universe. The perceptions of your present races are focused within the middle range of the 3rd dimension, the 6th and last time continua of Harmonic Universe 1, and you perceive the reality of these dimensional bands from a station of consciousness 1-dimensional band above. When you perceive the activity that is simultaneously taking place in the lower dimensional time continua and the lower levels of Earth's body, that activity appears to you as having taken place in the past. Perception of the other members of your soul family identity, who are stationed in time continua below your own, will appear to you as the past life incarnational memory, even though these lifetimes are occurring simultaneously within their own space-time coordinate. Identities stationed in the time continua / octaves and dimension / quadrants ahead of your own, which in your case would be those in Harmonic Universe 2 time cycles of Tara, will appear as future life incarnational memory. As you assemble DNA strands, perception of both past and future incarnations becomes progressively more available to your present conscious awareness. Earth evolves through the Harmonic Universe 1 time cycles, expanding its morphogenetic field and raising the pulsation rhythm of its particle content, until Earth evolves into Harmonic Universe 2 time cycles to become Tara. As you move through Harmonic Universe 1 time cycles with Earth, assembling your DNA and expanding your consciousness, you evolve into the Harmonic Universe 2 time cycles to become your soul self identity. To the soul self, the 12 immediate Harmonic Universe 1 incarnates that are in its incarnational family are recognized as living subpersonality fragments of its own identity, whose reality simultaneously takes place within the dimensional bands contained within the soul self's DNA. The DNA represents electromagnetically encoded, digital data imprints of the other living portions of your identity, which are stationed within other time continua. Through the DNA, the experiential reality of other time incarnates is implanted into the body's cells to create a living cellular memory of your simultaneous participation within other fields of time. The DNA operates as a window in time through which your consciousness can perceive and participate in activity taking place in the other time continua. As you assemble your DNA, you expand the particles of your body and awareness into higher dimensional time cycles, and progressively open the windows through time into other space-time coordinates within other time cycles. Through DNA assembly, the cellular memory, which is subconsciously stored within the cellular body consciousness, progressively opens into conscious perceptual recognition. In your current time continuum, you technically have 1/2 cycle remaining within your 3rd dimensional time cycle. Earth's morphogenetic field has pulled in only half of the frequency patterns of the 3rd dimension. There is a direct correlation between how many frequency patterns the Earth has pulled into its morphogenetic field and the type of consciousness and biology that will appear on the Earth at that stage of evolution. We call the amount of frequency Earth has pulled into its morphogenetic field from the dimensional unified fields its accretion level. Earth is presently at the 2.5 accretion level. Earth has pulled into its morphogenetic field all of the D1 and D2 frequency patterns and half of the frequency patterns of D3. Earth would normally pass into Harmonic Universe 2 time cycles at accretion level 3. Normally the 3 accretion level of Earth would not be reached until 4230 AD. The lifeforms on the planet at the 2.5 accretion level will have a consciousness that falls near the 3.5 range. Consciousness will perceive as solid matter and external reality the levels of Earth's body that is one full dimension/quadrant below the accretion level of the consciousness. Present human consciousness has an average accretion level of 3 to 3.5, which means that the energy patterns and activities taking place within the low to middle frequency bands of D3 between the 2 to 2.5 accretion level within the 5th time continuum appears as solid matter in external forms and events. Present external earthly reality represents the energy patterns of Earth's body in the unified field in the low to middle frequency bands of D3 in the 5th time continuum at accretion levels 2 through 2.5. In order to perceive the 2 through 2.5 accretion level of Earth as solid, consciousness must be stationed within the low to middle D4 frequency bands at an accretion level of 3 to 3.5, the 7th time continuum. When perceiving your own physical body, the external objects and activity around it, you are seeing the particle content of your personal morphogenetic field, Earth's morphogenetic field, and the unified field, as they exist within the low to middle frequency bands of D3 and the pulsation rhythm of the 5th time continuum at the 2 to 2.5 accretion level. You perceive these frequency bands as solid while the particle contents of your consciousness is stationed within the low to middle frequency bands of D4 and the pulsation rhythms of the 7th time cycle at a 3 to 3.5 accretion level. You will perceive the frequency bands of middle to upper D3 and the pulsation rhythms of the 6th time cycle at the 2.5 to 3 accretion level as the inner space, the activity taking place inside your head and body, and the atmosphere surrounding your body and the Earth that gives you the perception of space between objects. The illusion of three-dimensional perception is created through this triad of particle pulsation speeds. The pulsation speed/rhythm of particles is created as energy substance flows between fields of particles having different angular rotations of particle spin in relation to each other. The three-dimensional human consciousness and the three-dimensional body of the Earth consciousness are made up of particles that pulsate at 3 different rhythms, and which exist at 3 different positions of angular rotation. These particle fields make up 3 levels of Merkaba fields within and through which physically apparent manifestation occurs. There is a 90-degree shift in angular rotation of particle spin between the 3 Merkaba fields, between the 3 levels of human consciousness, and between the 3 levels of Earth's particle body. The 3 levels of the personal body in the Earth's body represents 3 different time continua, the octaves, through which frequency bands from the dimensional unified fields are pulled/accreted into the personal morphogenetic field and that of the Earth. These 3 particle pulsation rhythms are synchronized, and through this dance of particle spin and pulsation, personal consciousness evolves with the Earth upward through the time cycles of the 15-dimensional scale, progressively expanding and raising the level of accretion. The level of frequencies accreted into the personal morphogenetic field will determine the level of DNA strand assembly you possess. As you pull in more frequency bands from the dimensional unified fields, your accretion level rises, more DNA codes assemble and become operational within your DNA strands, and your consciousness and perceptual field expands. A consciousness with 3 to 3.5 accretion level has a DNA code with 3 to 3.5 strands assembled. The strand assembly and activation level of the DNA corresponds directly to the number of dimensional frequencies contained within the morphogenetic field of that consciousness. The number of dimensional frequencies contained within the personal morphogenetic field corresponds directly to what dimensional levels of the Earth's body and what time continua will be perceived as physically manifest reality to that consciousness. If your fourth DNA strand is fully assembled, you will have an accretion level of 4. Your consciousness will be stationed in the lower D5, and you will perceive thought forms and energy patterns existing within the lower D4 frequency bands as physically manifest, external events. These thought forms are the energy patterns left behind by you and the masses when your consciousness was stationed in the lower D4 when you were assembling the fourth DNA strand. Presently, most humans do not have more than the 3.5 accretion level, a low to middle fourth dimensional focus of consciousness. This level of consciousness corresponds to 3.5 strands of activated DNA, which only allows the consciousness to perceive thought patterns/energy patterns of objects and events from the low to middle frequency bands of D3 as physical reality. The frequency fields of D1 are below the range of D4 perception and appear as inner darkness. The lower frequency fields of D2 appear as past memories. The middle to upper frequencies of D3 appear as internal mental/perceptual events and thought forms, and as Earth's atmosphere and the space between objects from the D4 perception. The reality fields of middle to upper D4 and above are above the range of present human D4 perception and appear as inner and outer light in future memories. As human DNA builds, the higher dimensional reality fields come into manifest view, and the lower dimensional reality fields fall out of perceptual range. As a dimensional field begins to come into view, it first appears as inner thought patterns that begin inner mental pictures made of light. The quality known as imagination is, in reality, the consciousness bringing into its mental view higher dimensional thought forms. The images, perceptions, and pondering of imagination represents higher dimensional thought forms made of energy substance that are placed into the higher dimensional fields by the present moment self. Imaginative perceptions may also be thought patterns of the higher dimensional, future self aspects of identity that just appear in inner perception as the present awareness brings the higher dimensional reality fields into its inner view. The quality known as past memory represents the consciousness bringing into its mental view thought forms and experiential imprints from the dimensional bands below its focus of attention. These represent thought forms of past identity aspects, presently focused in the lower time continua or within lower frequencies of the present time continuum. Dreams represent portions of thoughts and experience that is taking place in both the higher/future and lower/past dimensional field/time continua, entering into the present moment station of awareness. The low to middle D4 frequency bands, in which human consciousness is presently stationed, represents the now moment stream of consciousness, which is always the point of personal creative power. Thoughts held in the present moment focus of conscious attention will be left as imprints of energetic substance within the frequency bands in which those thoughts were held. Once the focus of attention has moved beyond those thoughts and onto the next, the thought imprints left behind become morphogenetic fields, as the moment focus of attention moves forward into the next set of frequency bands. The process of moving forward through time is the process of progressively accreting sound frequencies into your personal morphogenetic field. As you pass your consciousness through a now moment point, it internalizes all contained within the manifest moment as a minute, digital electro program made of frequency. The process of internalizing that moment in time expands your morphogenetic field, which creates a subtle acceleration in the pulsation rhythm of the particles of which your body and consciousness are composed. This acceleration of pulsation rhythm perceptually and energetically moves you as consciousness forward into the next set of frequency bands. The frequency bands of the previous moment internalize and fall from your view, as the set of frequency bands directly above them become your next now moment of conscious focus. Movement through time is frequency accretion. The manifest illusion you perceive before your eyes is, in reality, a unified field of frequency, composed of energy particle substance in the form of digital, electrotonal thought patterns. Everything and person outside of yourself, including your body and the contents of your conscious mind at that moment, exists as energy imprints within the unified field of that now moment. If you can teach yourself to perceive each moment of your external reality as a dreamscape that is manifesting through your consciousness, you will get closer to consciously sensing the stream of consciousness through which your external reality manifests directly through you. Just as your internal dreams seem to take place within your consciousness while you participate with them, your external reality is also a dreamscape, manufactured by your consciousness, through which energy particles are shaped into thought forms that will later become manifest. You are walking within the confines of a mass dream, and the sooner you can grasp that concept, the sooner you will be able to assert creative control over the form your personal part of that mass dream will take. Every time you think a thought, you are leaving a morphogenetic imprint within the frequency bands in which your consciousness was stationed. You will run into that thought pattern, in combination with others from collective consciousness, as a manifestation in physical reality. Morphogenetic fields are the form-holding patterns through which matter forms and events manifest. When a morphogenetic field is created, it begins to draw frequency patterns into itself, expanding, accreting, and fleshing itself out into matter. Have you ever considered where thoughts go once your attention has left them? Part of what appears to you as manifest reality now, from your deforestation of attention, represents your thought forms, and those of the collective masses, that were left behind as morphogenetic fields when your conscious focus of attention was stationed in the dimensions below your present focus. Part of what you see before your eyes represents the living thought forms of your past selves, from this incarnation and those previous, and those of the masses. Your thoughts become morphogenetic fields within the morphogenetic field of the Earth, planted within the frequency bands in which your consciousness is presently stationed, left within your present time cycle to be rediscovered as manifest objects and events once your consciousness has evolved beyond them. Another part of what you perceive before your eyes represents the collective thought forms of your future selves, whose focus of attention is stationed in space-time coordinates ahead of those in which your present consciousness is focused. Thought forms expand, backward and forward in time, up and down the dimensional scale, from the position in which the thought form was created. Your present manifest illusion is composed of the thought forms of your past and future selves, and the thought forms you presently hold. A thought form placed in one dimension will align the energy substance of all the dimensions below it, into a version of that pattern. The thought sets a morphogenetic field in each of the dimensions below. The thought will also group with like thoughts from the future, the higher dimensional frequency bands, and sets a morphogenetic imprint of itself in all the dimensions above. Thus the thought expands backwards and forwards in time. Every thought you think now combines with like thoughts of past and future selves to give you the manifest illusion you presently perceive. Like thought and action attract and remanifest like thought and action. Your past thoughts and deeds will show themselves in your present reality, but you have the absolute power to change them by using your present focus of attention to create new thoughts and redesign those that are undesirable, whether they are coming from the past, present, or future. Thought patterns from your past selves, which are composed of more dense and slower pulsating particles, manifest within the cellular structure of your body. This is frequently referred to as your karmic imprint or karmic debt. These thought patterns of past selves will remain in your body and replicate themselves in the present and future until the slower pulsating particles of those thought patterns are raised in speed and released from the frequency patterns of which the body is composed. You have the power in your present moment to change any thought pattern from your personal past, present, or future, and in doing so you will change the contours of your present reality. You can become karma immune once you learn to master this power, for you will train your consciousness to move backward and forward in time, to recreate undesired events and redesign more desirable outcomes. The slow way to release slower pulsating thought patterns and their manifest discomforts from your life is to wait until the events manifest in external reality, or as conditions of disease within the body. Then you take action in the present to create a present solution, and that solution expands backward and forward in time to create some degree of resolution of the pattern in the past and future. This is the usual path of walking through your karma, or walking through the cumulative thought patterns of your past, present, and future selves. The fast way to change your karmic imprint is to catch those slower pulsating thought patterns before they move into manifestation. This is easier said than done, but it is not exceedingly difficult to do once you have trained your consciousness to manipulate energy in certain ways. Thought patterns from the past and future become part of the particle makeup of your consciousness, bioenergetic field, body, DNA, and external reality field. They become stored in the DNA as minute crystallizations of energy, which inhibit the natural process of DNA strand assembly. The crystallized thought patterns stored in your DNA and cellular imprint will continue to manifest within your body and before your eyes, until you learn to find and release them while they are still within the cellular memory imprint of your body. This is easy to do with practice. To release your crystallized thought patterns from your DNA and cellular memory imprint, please refer to Field Exercise 1 on page 495 and practice it now. Through exercises of this nature, you are learning to consciously modulate the pulsation rhythm of the particles of which your consciousness is composed, training your present moment consciousness to move up and down the multidimensional scale. You are training your consciousness to time travel, forward and backward in time, so you may begin to directly affect the collective thought patterns of portions of your identity stationed in other space-time coordinates. You are beginning to train yourself to control the manifestation of external events by mastering the inner energetic dynamics through which those events manifest. We have given you this exercise because it is one of the fastest and most effective ways to clear the karmic imprint of slower pulsating crystallized thought patterns from the body cells and DNA. This is extremely important to do if you plan to accelerate the assembly and activation of your DNA strands. As you begin to work with the ultra-high frequency energies from the higher chakra centers, which we will teach you to do in the subsequent books, these energies will begin to rapidly release slower pulsating thought form crystallizations from the body cells and DNA. As this occurs, the karmic imprint or event manifestation program contained within the thought form crystallizations will begin to manifest itself in personal, external events and within the physical body form. If the human mind and body is not prepared to synthesize the frequencies of energy released from the thought form, one can become extremely ill in physical terms, or the mental and emotional bodies can become severely unbalanced. The outer events of one's life content and relationships can also turn to chaos during rapid cellular activations, as multiple karmic dramas begin to manifest themselves at every turn. When you participate in accelerated DNA evolution, you are rapidly shifting and elevating the frequency patterns of which your body and consciousness are composed. This rapid shift in frequency can appear as utter chaos in terms of external conditions and events. Though the ultimate outcome of these cellular activations is a restructuring of your body, consciousness, and life drama into a higher level of peace, harmony, health, and order, the process of getting there rapidly can be very treacherous indeed. When using exercises such as the one provided, you are learning to take control of this process so it does not take control of you. The point at which you break up the thought form crystallization and its energy releases is the point that the karmic imprint would normally begin to manifest into the body and external events. DNA activations alone will get you to this point. However, in the exercise you then take that released energy, transmute it through D5 and D8 frequency patterns, the sun image, and project it directly into the DNA. Merging the energy of the karmic imprint with the D8 frequencies serves to raise its energies to the highest levels of harmony and order. That ordered energy is then placed directly into the DNA, where it can blend unobtrusively with the imprints of the operational strands. It will stimulate further assembly and activation of DNA strands, but in an orderly fashion that does not cause excessive disruption in your bioenergetic fields, and which will not throw your life into chaos. In cellular activations, the energy will release at the frequency level in which the thought form crystallization existed, sending a rush of photonic energy through the body at that frequency level. The energy will then indiscriminately alter the existing order of energies in that area, a condition which will manifest as chaotic energies moving through the bioenergetic field, body, and consciousness, then into manifestation. This exercise controls the release of energy and directs it into harmonious order. Learning to direct mental energies and those energies released from thought form crystallizations will become a needed survival skill in the near future, whether or not one is on the path of ascension or interested in spiritual activities. The Earth is entering an ascension cycle acceleration period. Its grid will be infused with ultra-high frequency D5 through D9 energies via process of stellar activations. The stellar activations will occur as Earth's Merkaba fields align directly with the Merkaba fields of 6 stellar spirals, as parts of Earth's natural precession through its 26,556-year Uego time cycle. Everyone on the planet will begin to have cellular activations directly through the Earth's grid, due to the coming stellar spiral alignments and the planetary stellar activations these alignments will create. The human bioenergetic field is directly connected to that of the Earth, and when the energy infusions of the stellar activations begin running through the Earth's grid, progressively accelerating between now and 2017, the human body will also receive these energy infusions. These energy infusions will cause a rapid release of the crystallized thought patterns stored in the cells and will trigger a rapid DNA activation, assembly, and expansion of consciousness. The thought form crystallizations held within the body, unbeknownst to the conscious personality, will begin to release their energies as the pulsation rhythm of the particles of Earth's body progressively increase between now and 2017. Your DNA and cellular memory will activate whether or not you are ready, and regardless of whether your body and mind have been prepared to synthesize these new frequencies of energy. The least prepared may find their entire life drama falling into shambles, the health of their physical and mental bodies rapidly deteriorating, and their emotions exploding into chaos. We are not joking nor exaggerating. Be prepared. Learn to direct these energies now, before they overwhelm you. Your survival and ability to remain centered and effective in handling external events will depend upon your development of these subtle energy directing skills. The exercise provided is a good place to begin. In 2012, very intense stellar activation energy infusions will begin, so we suggest that you begin preparing now, as these skills take a bit of time and practice to develop. We recommend that you clear as many of these hidden karmic imprints as possible before 2012, when they will begin to rapidly burst into physical manifestation. DNA initiations, consummations, and activations. Before we resume our discussion on the mechanics of the bridge zone, we would like to share with you a little secret about human DNA. Presently, your conscious awareness is stationed within the low to middle frequency bands of D4, and the reality fields you perceive as solid matter and external events are those of the low to middle frequency bands of D3. When you think a thought from your present station of focus in D4, such as "this is so and so now," or "I see such and such now," that thought, being a quantity of particle substance made of units of electromagnetic energy, automatically becomes part of the D4 unified field of energy. That thought also becomes coded as an energy imprint within the 4th DNA strand. When you are assembling DNA strands, you are pulling frequency patterns from the unified field into your personal morphogenetic field, one set of dimensional subfrequency bands at a time. These dimensional frequency patterns that are pulled into the morphogenetic field progressively manifest as new electromagnetic codes within the DNA strands, which means the DNA progressively expands or accretes as the morphogenetic field expands by pulling in more frequency patterns from the dimensional unified field. When you are assembling your 4th DNA strand, your consciousness will be stationed within the 4th dimension, and you will perceive the unified field of the dimension below in terms of matter solidity. It is the present focus of your consciousness that magnetically draws frequency patterns from the dimensional unified field into your personal morphogenetic field. Once your consciousness has moved into one subfrequency band, it pulls that frequency pattern into the morphogenetic field. The morphogenetic field manifests that frequency pattern into the corresponding DNA strand and shifts the consciousness to the next frequency band up. Whatever thoughts you held at one station of consciousness become programmed into the DNA strand that corresponds to that dimension in which that thought was held. A thought form created while the consciousness is focused in D4 becomes a manifest part of the 4th DNA strand and is centered into the cellular memory stored within subatomic particles of which the body cells are composed. Once the personal morphogenetic field has pulled in all of the 12 subfrequency bands in one dimension, the full DNA strand corresponding to that dimension is fully assembled and the consciousness is transferred into the first subfrequency bands of the next dimension up. We call the point of evolution when the full DNA strand is assembled the consummation, and the point when the consciousness transfers into the first subfrequency band of the next dimension up the initiation. With the consummation of the DNA strand and the initiation of the next strand, the contents of the consummated strand begin to progressively appear in physical manifestation for the consciousness, now focused in the dimension above. We call the point where the contents of a DNA strand begins to physically appear within the perceptual range of the conscious personality the activation of the strand. For example, when the consciousness has moved through the entire 12 frequency bands of D3 and thus assembled the 3rd DNA strand, the identity is considered to be at its 3rd consummation. The morphogenetic field and consciousness have consumed, or drawn into themselves, the frequency patterns of the 3rd dimension. At the 3rd consummation, the 4th initiation begins, as the station of consciousness transfers to the first D4 subfrequency bands and the D4 frequencies begin to enter the morphogenetic field and the DNA. As the first subfrequency band of D4 initiates into the morphogenetic field, the first subfrequency band in the D3 3rd DNA strand begins to activate, or holographically project its contents into the range of physical perception. Thus, the consummations, initiations, and activations of DNA go together and represent the point at which the focus of consciousness transfers from one dimension to another, and the collective thought forms from the dimension below begin to come into conscious perception as physically manifest form. As we have mentioned, consciousness will perceive as physical reality the energy patterns of the frequency bands that exist one full dimension below the station of awareness. The progressive DNA initiations of one-dimensional band create the progressive activations of or manifestation of the collective thought patterns contained within the DNA strand that corresponds to the dimension below. This process of progressive frequency infusion into the DNA and the DNA strand assembly it creates gives you the perceived illusion of passage through linear time. The new frequencies progressively increase the pulsation rhythm of the particles that compose your body and consciousness, moving your consciousness into the next set of dimensional subfrequency bands, while propelling the contents of one subfrequency band below into manifest perception. The manifest illusion of moments passing forward in time within a physical reality represents your consciousness perceiving the progressive activations of the last DNA strand you assembled. These progressive activations of the last DNA strand occur as your consciousness progressively initiates new subfrequency patterns from its present dimensional focus into the morphogenetic field. Time does not move forward. In fact, time does not move at all. The experience of progression through time is created as consciousness progressively draws into itself frequency patterns from the dimensional unified fields, which progressively expands the consciousness, morphogenetic field, and physical body. The particles of which the body and consciousness are composed pulsate progressively faster as higher frequencies are embodied in the morphogenetic field, DNA, and consciousness. The body matter grows progressively less dense, and the consciousness expands upward through the multidimensional unified field. We wanted you to know this little secret about the true nature of human DNA, and how the DNA is the literal vessel through which the illusionary experience of physical, external reality is manufactured. Knowing this, you may then realize that when you are shifting your consciousness and using the imagination to program desired thought forms into the past, present, or future, you are literally reprogramming the frequency patterns of your cellular content in the operational holographic program that will manifest into physical reality through the DNA. The holographic, thought-form program through which your external reality will manifest is literally stored as a multidimensional electromagnetic program within the subatomic particle structure of your cells, much like a computer stores data within its memory. The data serves as the literal conduit through which the holographic program will project the data from cellular memory into the physical manifestation, much as the computer's circuitry allows the electronic data stored in the memory to be projected onto the screen into forms recognizable to the human perception. Your external reality field is the screen upon which the thought forms that are stored within your cellular memory program will be displayed, and the DNA operates as the electromagnetic circuitry through which that memory comes into perceptual manifestation. To gain creative control over your manifest events, you must edit the cellular memory files, which means clear and transmute the lower pulsating particles from the body and auric field, upgrade the holographic thoughtform program, which means create new visualizations of desired past, present, and future events, living them in imagination as if they are happening right now, within the desired time period, and expand the DNA circuitry, which means consciously use the chakra system to accelerate DNA assembly in order to allow new, desired reality pictures to project into your world of manifest events. In the practice of conscious evolution, cellular clearing and DNA transmutation, this is precisely what is taking place. When you create future memory visualizations, you are putting specific manifestation instructions into the morphogenetic field of the DNA strands you have not yet assembled. You will encounter those reality pictures in manifest form once those DNA strands come into activation, through the initiation of your consciousness into the frequencies of the next dimension up. When you recreate past memories from your present focus, you are literally putting new reality pictures, in the form of electromagnetic impulses, into the DNA strands you have already built and activated. You can literally shift things in your present manifest experience by reprogramming the past memory impulses stored in your DNA. Add new past memories, and new events will manifest in your present. Create future memories now, and you can direct the path of your evolution from your present moment in time. When you release crystallized thought forms composed of slower pulsating particles from your present cellular structure, you are stopping those lower thought form patterns from activating in your DNA, through which they would otherwise project into physical manifestation. Your moment of power is always in the present, when you realize that your present focus of attention can alter and direct events in both past and future, and within the present. It takes practice to develop skill in conscious manifestation, and you must become familiar with the feel of your own inner focus of consciousness in the present in order to direct your power of manifestation. Prior to learning manifestation skills, you must learn demanifestation skills, learning how to remove undesirable morphogenetic thought form patterns from your active holographic program, which is stored within the cells and made operational through the DNA, is the first step in gaining mastery over the contents of your external reality field. By removing slower pulsating particles from your body systems, you make room for the addition of new morphogenetic thought form patterns composed of faster pulsating particles, which contain the electromagnetic imprint for more harmoniously ordered events. We are telling you of these things because the Guardian Alliance needs your help to ensure the success of the Bridge Zone project. We need you to take responsibility for consciously building your personal DNA, expanding your consciousness, clearing your cellular memory, and directing your thought forms to the Bridge Zone project. Time shift. Ascending and descending planets. The Bridge Zone. Shift to Agartha. Ascending and descending planets. The speed of evolution of a planet is directly connected to the rate of evolution of the life forms upon the planet. In the Bridge Zone project, we are going to shift Earth entirely out of its present D3 time cycle, which constitutes accelerating the pulsation rate of particles and shifting the angular rotation of particle spin by 22.5 degrees. In order to make this shift successfully, 8% of Earth's populations have to fully assemble the 5th DNA strand, 144,000 individuals must assemble the 6th DNA strand, and the remaining populations must rapidly reach an accretion level of 4.5, which is the assembly of all the 4th DNA strand and half of the 5th strand. Remember that consciousness will perceive as solid the dimensional frequency bands one dimension below its present station of focus. For the consciousness of humanity to experience the physicality of Earth at the 3.5 accretion level of the Bridge Zone, that consciousness must have a minimum of a 4.5 accretion, which comes with assembly of all the 4th DNA strand and half of the 5th strand. The human collective represents part of the Earth's matter body, and if the collective accretion level of human beings remains at its present 3 to 3.5 average, the accretion level and vibration rate of the Earth's grid will be held down. In the Bridge Zone time continuum, the Earth's accretion level will be raised from its current 2.5 to a 3.5 level of accretion. In order for the Earth's grid to reach this accelerated level of accretion in time to begin entering the Bridge Zone by 2012, most of the human populations must be able to reach no less than a 4.5 accretion level. If the majority of the populations cannot reach the 4.5 accretion level, the vibration rate on Earth will not reach 3.5 and the planet will not shift into the Bridge Zone time continuum. In terms of a planet shifting into another time continuum, what is really taking place is that pulsation rate of particles within 3 levels of the planet's body is being increased and the angular rotation of particle spin is being shifted. These adjustments constitute a shift of the planetary bodies into faster moving time cycles. The consciousness of those upon the planet must also make such a shift, and the particles of which the body and consciousness are composed will undergo the same acceleration of pulsation speed and change in angular rotation of particle spin. Normally, when a planet reaches its half point in its second ascension cycle, which constitutes the 2.5 accretion level, the electrical overtone particles of its D3 Merkaba fields would merge with their antiparticles, form a morphogenetic wave, and transfer into the next harmonic universe into the 6-dimensional frequency bands. Also included in this morphogenetic wave are the electrical overtone particles of the D1 and D2 Merkaba fields. The D2 overtone electrical particles transfer to D5 and the D1 electrical overtone particles transfer into D4. So normally, during the half-point morphogenetic wave, the clockwise rotating electrical Merkaba fields of D1, D2, and D3 open up and merge with the counterclockwise rotating magnetic Merkaba fields of D4, D5, and D6. During the 10-year period surrounding the half point, all of the electrical overtone particles that Earth had pulled in from dimensions 1, 2, and 3 and stored in the morphogenetic field are transmuted through their antiparticles and transferred into the morphogenetic field of Tara in Harmonic Universe 2. At the completion of the ascension cycle, 2,213 years later, the same process occurs with the magnetic base tone particles within Earth's morphogenetic field. The particles of Earth's counterclockwise rotating magnetic Merkaba fields of D1, D2, and D3 open and merge with the particles of Tara's electrical clockwise rotating Merkaba fields of D4, D5, and D6. Earth's morphogenetic field fully merges with that of Tara, and Earth leaves the time continua of Harmonic Universe 1 and shifts into the time continua of Harmonic Universe 2. Earth becomes Tara. During this process, the consciousness stationed within the 3 levels of Earth's body, the 6 time continua of Earth's Harmonic Universe 1 Uego cycle, also transmutes and transfers into the time cycles of Harmonic Universe 2. A planet's shift from the time cycles of one harmonic universe into the time cycles of the next harmonic universe usually takes place in 2 phases. The overtone particle base transfers at the half ascension cycle point, and the magnetic particle base shifts 2,213 years later at the end of the ascension cycle. The Bridge Zone project will accelerate this process. The 2 phases of Earth's particle conversion from Harmonic Universe 1 to Harmonic Universe 2 will take place at once, between 2012 and 2017. The artificial time continuum into which Earth will shift exists between the natural time cycles of the 3rd and 4th dimensions. In the natural procession of merging the grids of Earth and Tara, the Earth's grid progressively raises in speed, beginning 15 to 20 years before the half-cycle point. The pulsation rate of Earth's D1 particles raises to the rhythm of D4, Earth's D2 pulsation rate accelerates to the rhythm of D5, and Earth's D3 particles enter the D6 rhythm. For a period of 5 years before the half point, Earth's grid begins to intersect with that of Tara, as Earth's D1 particles shift into the pulsation rhythm of the D4 time continuum. Following the half point, scheduled for 2017 AD, Earth would naturally begin returning to the D3 to D1 pulsation rhythms of the Harmonic Universe 1 time cycle. The Draco Zeta Resistance plans to broadcast the EM pulses of their frequency fence through the pulsation rhythms of Harmonic Universe 1 dimensional frequency bands. The Bridge Zone project will allow the primary particle base of Earth to remain at the higher level of pulsation within the Bridge Zone time continuum, at the point Earth would normally begin to slow in pulsation rhythm and revert back into Harmonic Universe 1 time cycles. The Earth must begin its ascent into Harmonic Universe 2 particle pulsation rate now, its D1 particle base accelerating to the D4 rhythm in order for the entire grid, both electrical overtone and magnetic base tone particles, to shift into the D4 time cycle. Earth's morphogenetic field will temporarily reach a stable 4 accretion level, the accretion level of the D4 time cycle, by 2012. Acceleration of the particle pulsation rhythm of Earth's grid into the D4 rhythm is a normal part of the ascension cycle process. For the Bridge Zone project to succeed, this acceleration must be intense enough to raise both overtone and base tone particles into Harmonic Universe 2 rhythms, and must also be able to counterbalance the ultra-low frequency EM pulses of the frequency fence the Draco Zetas plan to use in 2004. If Earth does not make it into the pulsation rhythm of the D4 time cycles by 2012, full merger between the grids of Earth and Tara will not take place. The halls of Amenti will not open, and Earth will not be able to shift into the Bridge Zone cycle. In this case, the frequency fence transmissions of the Draco Zeta Resistance, should they be successful in orchestrating their 2003 experiment, will begin chain reaction Earth changes between 2012 and 2017, as the natural fusion process of particle and antiparticle within Earth's grid are disrupted. The frequency fence would cause the particle pulsation rhythms in certain portions of Earth's grid to drop rapidly in speed, while other portions of the particle base attempted to rise in speed. The fabric of Earth's particle base would begin to tear open and fragment. In areas of Earth's grid where this fragmentation occurred, land masses would begin to break apart. New fissures within the Earth's tectonic plates would emerge and plate shifting would result. This does not have to occur. The populations are fully capable of accelerating their genetic evolution by consciously building DNA through working with the higher chakra centers. If humanity successfully raises the pulsation rhythm of the particles that compose the physical, emotional, and mental bodies, the Earth's grid will proceed to accelerate its own pulsation rhythm into the D4 time cycle. Earth will reach a high enough pulsation rhythm by 2004 to shift out of the range of the frequency fence transmissions, and the Halls of Amenti plan will proceed on schedule. The Guardians are confident that humanity will be able to do its part now, in order to ensure its own survival. Earlier in our discussions we have mentioned the existence of the Inner Earth, Agartha, which is located in a frequency modulation zone between Earth and Earth's double in the parallel universe. Agartha represents part of Earth, and like Earth, Agartha has 3 levels of the planetary body. The Earth's 3 primary body levels exist within dimensions 1, 2, and 3. There is a relationship of particle pulsation speed between Earth and her parallel double. The particle pulsation speed of Earth's D2 equals antiparticle pulsation speed of parallel Earth D1. Earth's D3 particle pulsation speed equals that of parallel D2, etc. This speed of particle pulsation within each dimensional band in the antiparticle universe is faster than that of the corresponding dimension in the particle universe. The particle pulsation speeds of the dimensional bands in the particle universe run 1 dimension behind those of the dimensional bands in the antiparticle universe. The speeds of particle pulsation in the particle universe D2 would be the speed at which the antiparticles pulsate in D1 of the parallel universe. Earth's D2 particles are stationed within the same dimensional unified field as the D1 antiparticles of parallel Earth. Particle D2 equals antiparticle D1, particle D3 equals antiparticle D2, particle D4 equals antiparticle D3, etc. The frequency bands that make up the D2 particles of Earth are the same frequency bands that make up the D1 antiparticles of parallel Earth. Earth's D3 particles coexist with parallel Earth's D2 antiparticles. Parallel Earth's D2 antiparticles coexist with Earth's D3 particles, etc. When observing Earth's D3 landscape, which are the dimensional frequency bands that appear as solid to a consciousness stationed in D4 of the particle universe, one perceives the contours of D3 particle and D2 antiparticle Earth. It is important to realize this intimate relationship between the particle content of Earth and antiparticle Earth, if one is to understand the reality fields in which Agartha, the Inner Earth, takes place. In view of the above dimensional particle and antiparticle relationships, the 3 levels of Earth's planetary body and those of parallel Earth can be understood as follows. Earth's D2 elemental body equals antiparticle Earth's D1 iron core crystal. Earth's D3 mental body / atmosphere equals antiparticle Earth's D2 elemental body. Antiparticle Earth's D3 mental body / atmosphere equals Earth's D4 astral body, which is the D4 gold crystal Merkaba field of Tara, stationed within the center of Earth's sun. Agartha represents an Earth reality field that exists between the Earth and her parallel double. Earth's D1 iron core crystal is stationed within the first dimensional frequency bands of the particle universe, at 0 accretion level. Antiparticle Earth's D1 iron core crystal is stationed within the D2 frequency bands of the particle universe, Earth's elemental kingdom, at an accretion level of 1. Agartha's D1 iron core crystal can be viewed as being stationed halfway between Earth's D1 core crystal and the core crystal of parallel Earth at particle universe D2, which would represent a 0.5 accretion level in the D1 frequency bands. For Earth, parallel Earth, and Agartha, the elemental body is 1-dimensional band above the placement of the iron core crystal, and the mental / atmosphere is 1-dimensional band above the elemental body, or 2-dimensional bands above the iron core crystal. The particle base of Earth is in D1 of the particle universe at an accretion level of 0 to 1. The particle base of parallel Earth is in D2 of the particle universe at an accretion level of 1 to 2. The particle base of Agartha is half in D1 and half in D2 of the particle universe at an accretion level of 0.5 to 1.5. The elemental body of Earth is at particle universe D2, accretion level 1 to 2. The elemental body of parallel Earth is at particle universe D3, accretion level 2 to 3. The elemental body of Agartha is at particle universe half D2, half D3, accretion levels 1.5 to 2.5. The mental body / atmosphere of Earth is at particle universe D3, accretion levels 2 to 3. The atmosphere of antiparticle Earth is at particle universe D4, accretion levels 3 to 4. The atmosphere of Agartha is at particle universe half D3, half D4, accretion level 2.5 to 3.5. From the perspective of the fourth dimension, where human consciousness is presently stationed, the D1 iron core crystal of antiparticle Earth that is stationed within the overtone D2 frequency bands of the particle universe, and the D1 iron core crystal of the particle Earth that is stationed within the D1 frequency bands of the particle universe, perceptually merge and appear as the Sun. The Sun appears to be separated by many miles from Earth. From this perspective, what appears to be the physical body of Earth is actually the low to middle D3 frequency fields, the slower moving particles of Earth's mental body, the atmosphere on and surrounding Earth, and the middle to upper D3 frequency fields. The outer space existing beyond Earth's atmosphere represents a repulsion zone in the frequency fields of D4 through 15 that exist beyond the repulsion zone. From the fourth dimensional perspective, there appears to be a separation of many miles between Earth and the Sun because the natural repulsion zone between D3 and D4 creates the illusion of absence of light and expansion of space. This repulsion zone is created by the 45-degree shift of angular rotation of particle spin that occurs between one harmonic universe and the harmonic universe above. There are 5 primary repulsion zones within the 15-dimensional universe, which creates the illusion of vast distances between star systems existing within the 15 dimensions. Though Earth, the planets, and the galaxies appear to be separated in space by great distances, that distance is only a natural holographic illusion created by the refraction of energy waves through varying angular relationships between spinning particles. All that you perceive outside of yourselves, including Earth and what appears to lie beyond, in Earth's immediate solar system, actually exists at the center of Earth's Sun, at varying rates of particle pulsation and angular relationships of particle spin. Earth's Sun is likewise contained within a larger solar structure with other planetary bodies, which would appear to exist outside of that Sun from various stations of perception. The reality of the mechanics of energy is that dimensions 1 through 3, and all things contained within them, exist within the D4 Merkaba fields of Tara's gold core crystal, and that core crystal is stationed at the center of the Sun. The gold core crystal at the center of the Earth's Sun serves as an electromagnetic portal structure between Harmonic Universe 1 and Harmonic Universe 2. Though the universe appears to be spread out over great distances, in reality it all exists within the same space, at various dimensional frequency levels and particle spin relationships. We are telling you of these hidden reality mechanics, so you may begin to comprehend what will be taking place on Earth as your half-cycle period approaches and the Bridge Zone project goes into operation. We have said that Earth's accretion level will be shifted from its present 2.5 level to that of the 3.5 accretion. The present 2.5 accretion level is the measurement of the frequencies contained within Earth's morphogenetic field. Accretion level 2.5 is also the measurement of the beginning of Earth's atmospheric body, the part of which is closest to Earth's surface. Earth's atmospheric body represents the portions of the D3 unified field that have not yet been pulled into Earth's morphogenetic field, the particle fields of D3 that exist outside of Earth's morphogenetic field, and thus outside of Earth's physical body structure. Earth's atmosphere is composed of the upper frequency bands of D3, which represent the 2.5 to 3 accretion levels. Earth's atmosphere is thus said to be at 2.5 accretion level. At present, Earth's D2 elemental body is at 1.5 accretion level, and its D1 particle base is at a 0.5 accretion level. Agartha's atmosphere is at 3.5 accretion, its elemental body at 2.5. Thus, Agartha's elemental body is located within Earth's atmosphere at a different angular rotation of particle spin than that of Earth's particles, and so appear invisible. Agartha's particle base is at a 1.5 accretion, thus Agartha's particle base is located within Earth's elemental body. During the bridge zone transition, when Earth's atmosphere is shifted from 2.5 accretion to 3.5 accretion, it will be merged with the atmosphere of Agartha. Earth's elemental body will shift from a 1.5 accretion to a 2.5 accretion. Earth's elemental kingdom will merge with that of Agartha. Earth's particle base will shift from a 0.5 accretion to a 1.5 accretion. Earth's particle base will merge with Agartha's particle base. When Earth merges with Tara's grid in the D4 time cycle between 2012 and 2017, the Earth's morphogenetic field temporarily reaches a height of accretion level 4, then returns to its natural 2.5 accretion level following 2017. In the Bridge Zone project, Earth's morphogenetic content will peak at accretion level 4 when merging with Tara's grid between 2012 and 2017. Then instead of returning to its natural 2.5 accretion level / D3 time cycle after 2017, Earth will return to the 3.5 accretion level. The 3.5 accretion level represents the time cycle between D3 and D4, in which Agartha's reality takes place. In the usual process, Earth's particles would undergo a 45-degree shift in angular rotation of particle spin to enter the D4 cycle, then shift back 45 degrees to return to the D3 time cycle. In the bridge zone, Earth will undergo the 45-degree shift of angular rotation of particle spin to merge with Tara. Instead of shifting back 45 degrees to return to the D3 time cycle, Earth's particles will shift back only 22.5 degrees, placing Earth within the 3.5 accretion level, the time cycle between D3 and D4 merging with Earth and Agartha. Earth will become the inner Earth, Agartha, through the 2012-2017 transition. Humans who have assembled all of the 4th DNA strand and half of the 5th will perceive this transition as the emergence of new lands and structures on Earth, and the literal disappearance of some of the existing Earth structures. Humans who do not assemble these strands will perceive a different reality entirely. During this transition, the particles of Earth that are unable to fully shift into the faster pulsation rate, those that cannot reach an accretion level 3.5, will not make this shift into the bridge zone. The particles that do not shift will create a phantom Earth that will return to the D3 time cycle. The phantom Earth will no longer remain attached to the morphogenetic field of Earth and Tara. This condition is referred to as a planet being cut out of the grid. The planet is no longer attached to the evolutionary imprint contained within its morphogenetic field. A phantom planet is no longer capable of evolving out of the harmonic universe cycle in which it is placed. It is no longer considered an ascension planet. It is called a descending planet. Such a planet will continue to evolve within its harmonic universe time cycles, slowly expanding the energies held within its core, until its particle pulsation rhythms slow, its temperatures cool, and eventually it implodes to become a black hole. It can take billions of years for a descending planet to meet this destination. This does not occur quickly, and life can continue to evolve upon its surface for many years. In the case of Earth's coming changes, when the planet is shifted to the bridge zone, the portions of Earth's particles that do not make the shift will become a phantom Earth, a descending Earth. The phantom version of Earth will be cut off from the interdimensional time matrix grid, and the phantom Earth will return to the D3 time cycle following 2017. The entire Bridge Zone project was designed to keep Earth's primary particle base out of that D3 time cycle, because in that time continuum, the Draco Zeta resistance successfully employs the frequency fence and creates Earth's destruction in 2976 AD. This probable future for the D3 time cycle can be averted if the resistance-inspired 2003 experiment does not take place. In the Phantom Earth D3 time cycle, Earth changes occur, which debilitate a portion of human civilization, and the Zeta Dracos hybrids come to help put things back together, while placing the remaining populations under covert mind control through the use of the frequency fence and holographic insert technology. Humans who do not assemble DNA Strand 4 and half of Strand 5 will find themselves within this probability on the D3 Phantom Earth. They will not know they are being controlled, and they will not realize the Draco Zeta resistance manipulates and covertly directs world culture. They will not realize they are not free, and the souls of D3 Phantom Earth will consciously have no idea of the ultimate destiny of soul fragmentation towards which they will be headed. Most souls caught in this D3 incarnational cycle in 2017 will have to continue reincarnating within the D3 continuum until they slowly assemble the fourth and half of the fifth DNA strand, which will be exceedingly difficult to do while under the frequency fence control. Your future incarnational selves will be those humans faced with the 2976 cataclysm. Through the Bridge Zone project, the severity of this future can be lessened. If the Bridge Zone project is successful, the D4 time continuum, in which the Zetas now have their stronghold, will become free from the Draco Zeta's control, so the 2976 AD explosion of Earth will be avoided for the D3 Earth. The Resistance will still attempt to infiltrate and control D3 Earth, but their chances of success will be greatly reduced after losing control of the D4 continuum. Humans remaining in the D3 time cycle will not benefit from the genetic acceleration opportunity that is open to the Bridge Zone humans, as they will be cut off from the sphere of Amenti morphogenetic field, which will remain in Earth's core in the Bridge Zone. They will follow a different course of evolution on descending Earth. It is much more difficult for individual souls to ascend from such a planet, as their personal connection to the sphere of Amenti morphogenetic field, which allows them direct access to their higher dimensional identity, also becomes severed. The Bridge Zone project is an absolute necessity to ensure the survival of Earth, and it allows humans the opportunity to evolve beyond the reaches of Draco Zeta manipulation. If events unfold perfectly, all humans will shift to the Bridge Zone in 2017, and thus no one will fall under Draco Zeta dominion, but the chances of such high success are slim. It is presently essential that a critical mass of humans reach a 4.5 accretion level before 2012. If this does not occur, no one will make it to the Bridge Zone time continuum. The halls of Amenti will not fully open, and some degrees of Earth changes will take place between 2012 and 2017. Humans who are able to assemble the fifth DNA strand can be rescued by Guardian transports, but there will be little time for such an evacuation, and the majority of the population could not withstand transport travel to Agartha or Tara. If the Bridge Zone project is not successful, most of the human populations will be unable to escape Earth changes, covert Draco Zeta rule, and separation from their personal soul matrix. If the Bridge Zone project fails, Earth will meet its untimely demise in 2946 AD. Guardian host matrix transplants would have to be used to shift descendant planet souls into Agartha before 2976 destruction. This would constitute another massive Guardian rescue mission in the future, the prospects of which are not promising if humanity were under Resistance frequency fence control. The need for this rescue will be removed if present-day humans can accept responsibility for their personal evolution now, and assist the Guardians in making the Bridge Zone project a success. Your future is in your hands, and your races will live the consequences of your collective choices. Each individual has the power and the responsibility for choosing the path of personal destiny that will unfold. In choosing to ignore the reality of Earth's present multidimensional affairs, You will be subjugating your personal power to those hidden forces that would be delighted to control your destiny for you. If you are wise, you will not surrender your evolutionary survival so easily. You have all the help you need to succeed, but humanity must also do its part and become responsible for its personal evolution. Three tracks of time. Humanity facing three probable futures and three tracks of time. The technical information we have provided on the mechanics of the Bridge Zone project serves to illustrate some of the operations of multidimensional physics. We are quite aware that it will be centuries before earthly scientific communities can comprehend some of the dynamics of which we speak. We provided the information so those of the scientific persuasion might begin to realize the sophistication of true spiritual science, so they might be less prone to dismiss the importance of the information we have given. We suggest that one use the intuitive senses when trying to understand some of the more complicated concepts we have presented, as the intuitions are better equipped to translate this data into cognition than are the facilities of the logical analytical mind alone. To simplify the meaning of the Bridge Zone project, it can be viewed as the vessel through which three probable future paths of development open to the human population. Between the years 2012 and 2017, there will be three distinct time continua into which the human consciousness can pass to continue its evolutionary journey. These time continua represent three different tracks of time that different portions of humanity will follow. Time Track 1, Voyagers Ascension, D4 time cycle, 5532.5 year leap into the future. The first track of time opening to the human population in 2012, and the most desirable for those who can achieve it, constitutes catching the crest of the morphogenetic wave between 2012 through 2017 and ascending into the D5 time cycle of Tara, or into the higher dimensional fields of Gaia and the metal galactic core. We refer to the individuals who will complete bodily ascension as the Voyagers. To become a Voyager, one must fully assemble the 5th DNA strand no later than 2022. After 2022, this first time track is no longer an option. In this future, one would expect to experience subtle communications with a guardian group of either ET or metaterrestrial nature prior to the ascension period. Through this communication, one will be taught how to prepare for their personal ascension, and will be given times and locations as to when and where the physical event will take place. For individuals who are ascending but cannot fully transmute the body to do so, preparation for achieving ascension following natural death will be provided through subtle communications and spiritual work. Most ascending individuals will be required to engage in conscious cellular transmutation work, and will be guided through personal spiritual work to the appropriate methodology for their personal development. Individuals who will bodily ascend will at some point in their development experience direct physical or conscious etheric contact with a guardian group. At the designated time, they will be secretly brought to the location from which they will ascend. Some will be taken, via various portal routes, into the halls of Amenti. They will be led into the halls and assisted in transmuting their bodies into light, which constitutes raising the pulsation rhythm of particles in the body and consciousness. As light, they will pass their consciousness into the sphere of Amenti, and through the portals of the halls of Amenti, they will embody the frequencies of the blue flame staff of Amenti within their consciousness and morphogenetic field, and pass into Tara. Once transferred to Tara, such individuals will then have the pulsation rate of their consciousness slowed to D5 frequency, and they will find themselves remanifest in a less dense, more perfected version of their body. They will appear in one of several receiving stations on Tara, set up for this purpose, and will be met by greeters appointed by the priests of and Mu on Tara. The greeters will escort them to one of several residential learning centers, appropriate to the personal level of development, and they will be provided with all the necessities. Couples or groups who ascend together will be able to remain together if they so choose. For a time, the Voyagers will be offered classes through which they can acclimate to their new reality, and will then be offered communal residence or will be hosted by private Tauran families who will provide lodging, sustenance, and love. Memory of multi-dimensional experience will be fully returned, and the Voyagers will have the opportunity to commune with soul friends and family whom they had forgotten in earthly life. Voyagers will learn to integrate themselves as time travelers into a culture that exists about 5,532.5 years in the future of present-day Earth. This culture is built upon the principles of the Law of One, and love, brotherhood, freedom, health, spiritual at-one-ment, and joy are the foundations upon which this society is built. It is well worth the voyage for those who can achieve ascension. Some who are on the ascension time track will not have the full 5th strand of DNA assembled, but will be close to this 5 accretion level. They will be unable to pass directly through the halls of Amenti portals, so will instead be guided to transport locations on Earth where they will be brought upon interdimensional transit craft and prepared for a journey into space. Some of those on the transports will have their consciousness transferred into a clone body of their original body form. These clones were prepared in advance through Guardian abduction/visitation encounters. The Guardians use cloning only in cases of individuals who possess most of the necessary 5th strand DNA assembly. Guardian cloning is used for individuals who would have been able to ascend if they had not encountered genetic damage while on Earth. Cloning is used for near ascension level individuals who experience irreparable genetic damage due to intruder ET manipulation, birth defects, accidents, or illness suffered on Earth. Not all individuals taking the transport ascension route will have their consciousness transferred into a clone body. Most will simply have their bioenergetic fields adjusted to facilitate rapid 5th DNA strand building. Note: clones created by the Guardian ET groups are expressly for the purpose of facilitating human ascensions. These are not to be confused with cloning tactics used by intruder Draco Zeta forces for infiltration into human culture. Voyagers on the transports will be taken into outer space, then through the D4 Merkaba field at the center of the Sun and into the halls of Amenti at the D4 level. This is the same ascension path used by souls who die/drop their bodies and ascend to Tara as soul essence. However, individuals on the transports will not be leaving a body behind. The transport craft will emerge through the core of Tara's sun in D5, then proceed to landing facilities on Tara. Interdimensional transport vessels are designed for such solar passage, as they are able to modulate frequency bands and alter the composition of their structure. Most human voyagers will experience a period of deep sleep, then a bit of temporary time disorientation as the transports encounter the solar passages. Once they land on Tara, the transport voyagers will experience the same orientation events as those who ascended directly through the halls of Amenti. All voyagers will have a companion assigned to them following their arrival on Tara. The companion will assist them in adjusting to the new reality, and will remain with them until the voyager has comfortably integrated into Tauran culture. Some voyagers, who have fully assembled the 6th DNA strand and have reached an accretion level of 6, will have the opportunity to ascend beyond Tara in Harmonic Universe 2, to Gaia in Harmonic Universe 3, or into the metagalactic core at D8 and completely leave matter form, the dimensional system, and time matrix. This is the path of full mastery. Normally it is available to only the few who are born into the highest resonating genetic codes. Due to Earth's upcoming infusion of 5th dimensional frequency and the Bridge Zone time track, the 5th DNA strand assembly will be made available to everyone who works consciously to assimilate the D5 frequency into the body. Once the 5th DNA strand is assembled, assembly of the 6th strand begins, and some individuals will be able to fully assemble the 6th strand between 2012 and 2017, while the halls of Amenti and portals to Tara and Gaia are opened. Gaia's portals opened for only 3 days in 2017. Guardians will be available to assist in all ascension procedures, those leading to Tara and beyond. The Voyagers' ascension to Tara will be done solely through private, personal contact. There will be no mass landings of Guardian ships to pick up intended Voyagers. There will be no public knowledge of the logistic orchestration of these events. Individuals who are able to participate in this activity will be contacted privately and secretly guided to the appropriate location just prior to leaving. Publicly conducting such activities would serve only to cause major chaos within your social orders, not to mention military interference, so ascensions will remain a closely guarded covert Guardian activity. We present this material now to assist potential Voyagers in remembering their soul agreements to participate in these activities. Those who are intended to ascend can find this information through working directly with their own spiritual identities. Even if you do not consciously remember such soul agreements, you will feel a certain way about the ascension option when confronted with this material. If the path of ascension is the right one for you, you will sense this, and you will find your soul self-awareness guiding you to the appropriate preparatory procedures. The ascension path is not something the Guardians have made happen for you. It is the natural path of your personal soul evolution. The Guardians do not control the ascension process. They simply facilitate humans and the souls and oversouls of humans who are ready for this natural evolutionary step. Time Track 2, Phantom Earth Descending Planet, D3 Time Cycle Returning to the Present. The second track of time opening to the human population in 2017 is that of the natural process through the half point, in which Earth returns to the D3 time cycle following 2017. If the Bridge Zone project is successful, the Earth that will return to the D3 time cycle will be the Phantom Earth, the remaining particles of Earth's body that were unable to transmute to the higher accretion levels. This is the least favorable option available to humanity, as this is the future in which humanity falls under the covert control of Draco Zeta resistance. Humans who will see this future after 2012 will be those who have not assembled their DNA to at least the fourth strand by 2012. On August 12, 2003, the Draco Zeta resistance planned to motivate certain factions of the interior government to orchestrate another experiment similar to those of the Montauk Project of 1983 and the Philadelphia experiment of 1943. The interior government will be led to believe this project is for the benefit of humankind, that it will stop Earth changes from occurring in 2012. To those of the interior government who may be reading this material, please heed this warning. You are being tricked and used as pawns by the Draco Zeta resistance. They are planning to use you to orchestrate a covert takeover, through which you, the populations, and the Earth will be placed under subliminal, bioneurological resistance control. If you allow this experiment to take place, you will ensure the populations remaining in the D3 time track will fall under Draco Zeta resistance frequency fence and holographic insert control. You can stop them from putting the frequency fence in place if you refuse to participate in this experiment. Stop buying into the lies and false promises of the Draco Zeta resistance. If not for the sake of your planet or your people, then at least for the sake of your own personal safety. Rethink your positions in relation to the resistance and redirect your course of action. There is still time left to shift the fate of the D3 time continuum. If the Draco Zeta plan is not stopped in 2003, they will begin broadcasting the EM pulses of the frequency fence in 2004 and beam in holographic inserts by 2006. People who do not have a minimum of a 3.75 accretion level, 3.75 accretion level constitutes full assembly of the third DNA strand and 75% of the fourth strand, will fall under the bioneurological block of the frequency fence and will become subliminally controlled and directed by the Draco Zeta resistance. This includes those of you in the interior government who are foolish enough to believe that these EBEs are your allies. No one will know they are being controlled. Those under the new frequency fence will become cut off from their personal intuitive senses and organic connection to their soul matrix. They will be unable to further assemble the DNA strands, and thus will not be able to participate in accelerated evolution and the coming ascension opportunity. The EBEs will offer a new belief system of a religious nature that will teach subservience to a higher order of spiritual hierarchy, which will become the belief catalyst for the New World Order of covert control and dominion foretold in your Bible stories. When the Phantom Earth enters the 2012 through 2017 period, there will be geographical and climactic changes on Earth, the degrees of which we cannot fully foresee. The severity of such changes will depend completely upon how the Earth's grid reacts to the frequency disruptions of the frequency fence. It is the frequency fence that will be primarily responsible for causing severe Earth changes, so if the 2003 infiltration is stopped, the severity of potential Earth changes between 2012 and 2017 can be significantly reduced. What do you think might happen to your nuclear weapons and reactors if such Earth changes take place? It is time your government begins to consider these issues. If these events go unchecked, and the frequency fence plan is not diverted, it is presently estimated that about 40% of Earth's surface will be heavily affected by these changes. 15% of this 40% taking place within the territories belonging to the USA. These estimates may change, depending upon how the Earth drama unfolds between now and 2012. Needless to say, the cultures of Earth's D3 time cycle would be adversely affected. The populations surviving such events would remain under covert Draco Zeta resistance control, unaware of the truth that has caused them such suffering. We reiterate, these events can still be changed before 2003 if the interior government changes its agreements with the resistance forces. There is a tentative plan by the Draco Zeta resistance to stage a public landing in 2001 after allowing bits of information concerning their presence to reach the general public. They intend to send their Retilia operatives, Zeta Dracos hybrids that resemble Zeta Greys, called EBEs by the covert government, to members of the interior government, posing as emissaries. They will offer technology and friendship. Do not trust them. We implore the interior government on Earth to refuse any and all dealings with these beings, for they are not your allies, nor your friends. They are attempting to pull a covert Trojan horse stunt on you. This can succeed only if you open the gates, enter agreements with them, and allow them to convince you to orchestrate experiments, the consequences of which you do not understand. The Bridge Zone project will remain operable regardless of the choices of the interior government. Humans are advised to begin working with the higher chakra centers to accelerate the assembly and alignment of their third and fourth DNA strands before 2004. If the resistance is successful in orchestrating the frequency fence in 2004, humans whose DNA has not reached the 3.75 accretion level will be susceptible to the perceptual distortions caused by the frequency fence. You can all learn to protect yourselves from this manipulation if you take responsibility for working with your bioenergetic system to accelerate DNA assembly. Reach for spiritual integration with your soul identity while it's still easy to do so, for if you begin this integration process now, by assembling DNA strands 3 and 4, it will completely protect you from the frequency fence. If you fall under Draco Zeta control, you will continue to evolve as souls upon a descending planet. You will not consciously realize that you are being controlled and subliminally manipulated. Experientially, those who are under the frequency fence control will be unable to perceive the effects of the multidimensional changes taking place between 2012 and 2017. If the Earth changes meet or exceed the damage we have estimated, human culture will be dealt a severe blow, and your social, political, and economic structures will be unable to easily recuperate from these events. If we are successful in convincing the interior government to stop negotiations with the Draco Zeta resistance, and the experiments of 2003 does not take place, a different reality picture will be perceived by those remaining in the D3 time cycle. Localized grid imbalances will most likely still occur, and climatic deviations will continue to accelerate until 2017. Your primary social structures will remain intact, but national disaster relief funds and insurance organizations may collapse due to an overabundance of claims and needed expenditure. If the resistance is unable to employ the frequency fence by 2004, which they cannot do if the 2003 experiment does not take place, they will have little recourse. As long as the interior government refuses dealings with the resistance will be unable to orchestrate a full infiltration into human society. Once the Earth grid passes through 2017 without the complications of the frequency fence, and the primary vulnerability of the portal structure ebbs, Guardian visitors will be able to enforce a ban on the Draco Zeta presence, and these intruders will leave. Your government systems will still evolve under the influence of the human interior government. Guardian visitors will again attempt to make contact with this covert organization, in order to establish public contact procedures through which human social conscience and order can be redirected towards peaceful evolution. Humans remaining in the D3 time track will still find themselves evolving on a descending planet, and the opportunity to rapidly evolve the 50 A strand will have passed, as the Phantom Earth will not receive the full infusion of D5 frequency. You will reincarnate on this descending planet until you can assemble the 3rd through 5th DNA strands, which is a slow process that takes numerous lifetimes, except during the acceleration opportunity presented in the Ascension cycle. If you die after 2022 without the D4 and D5 frequency patterns assembled in your personal morphogenetic field, reincarnation in Harmonic Universe 1 will be mandatory. This is simply the nature of the energy dynamics involved in soul evolution. While evolving on a descending planet, it is very important for individuals to have conscious knowledge of ascension mechanics, for the opportunity of spontaneous mass ascension is no longer an option. Guardian visitors will assist in keeping this knowledge alive and available to humans remaining on Phantom Earth in the D3 time cycle. We pray that each individual can be reached with this message, so the opportunity of ascension and freedom is not lost to your present identity. If the 2003 experiment in the Draco Zeta frequency fence can be averted, those in the D3 time cycle will follow a different path of evolution than humans in the bridge zone and ascension time cycles. They will have the opportunity to evolve more slowly, yet still have the option of free will and more open contact with guardian races. The severity of Earth changes during the 2012 through 2017 transitions will be greatly reduced. If the Draco Zeta resistance is successful in 2003, life in D3 will continue under their covert dominion, and Earth changes will take place between 2012 and 2017. Once D3 Earth is under resistance frequency fence control, the Draco Zeta resistance will be motivated to protect their vested interests on Earth from guardian tampering. If the resistance gains leverage and confidence through successfully orchestrating the frequency fence, it will be very difficult for the Guardians to enforce a ban on them without direct military confrontation. Such a Star Wars confrontation between Resistance and Guardian forces would have further catastrophic consequences for D3 Earth, and it has not been decided by the Guardian Legions whether such intervention would be conducted. The Guardians are taking a let's wait and see what happens approach to this subject. The Guardians can only protect humanity from the consequences of its choices for so long, after which point, full responsibility for personal evolution must be returned to the human race. The opportunity to create self-protection is now being offered through the Guardians' attempts to educate humanity. If this opportunity is ignored, the humans remaining in the D3 time cycle will have to accept responsibility for their selected ignorance and face the consequences of covert Draco Zeta rule. Further Guardian intervention would only be considered if the D3 populations made a show of effort to take responsibility and make the needed changes prior to 2017. The Guardians are willing to help those who are willing to help themselves, but have little patience left for those who refuse to learn, grow, and become responsible for their choices. If the Bridge Zone project is not successful, Earth will remain in Harmonic Universe 1 under Draco Zeta rule, and your incarnational destiny on Harmonic Universe 1 Earth will meet a premature end in 2976 AD. The majority of the human population can avoid these less favorable futures by seizing the opportunity of accelerated evolution represented by the Bridge Zone project. Time Track 3, the Bridge Zone. D3.5 time cycle, 2213 year leap into the future. The third time track available to humanity in 2017 is that leading into the Bridge Zone. Individuals having a 4.5 accretion level / assembly of the full 4th DNA strand and half of the 5th will enter the Bridge Zone time continuum. We need a critical mass of people to reach 4.5 accretion level before 2012 in order for the Earth's grid to raise high enough in speed to enter the Bridge Zone in 2012. The accretion level of Earth is being continually measured and monitored, and as of this writing, in August 1998, things look quite promising. Recent events involving the sphere of Amenti have given us much encouragement for the success of the Bridge Zone project, and we are still on schedule for the opening of the halls of Amenti in 2012. The transition of Earth moving into the Bridge Zone began in 1997, as we infused Earth's grid with ultra-high frequency energy to assist in raising the particle pulsation rate of Earth's core. The speed of Earth's core particles will be progressively raised between now and 2012. As Earth progressively moves closer to 2012, a subtle division will begin to appear within the populations of Earth. Those with higher accretion rates will progressively find themselves surrounded by others of similar accretion levels, and those with low accretion rates will likewise group. You will see a more apparent division between what you consider the light and dark forces moving within your populations. You may see extremes of this condition, especially in geological areas in proximity to the 7 major Earth vortices / chakras. We will discuss the vortices in the following pages. Small-scale wars may break out in some areas, motivated covertly by visiting members of the ancient Anunnaki resistance, who entered orbit around Earth in D4 in 1997, with the intention of amplifying the potentials of Earth changes to see the downfall of human culture. The Anunnaki resistance will not directly intervene, nor do they work with the Draco Zeta resistance. They are simply here to see Earth purged of what they consider the cosmic virus of the human race. They will motivate conflict and personal and collective strife by attempting to manipulate people from the D4 astral plane. Their purpose is to increase grid instability, as they know this will amplify any Earth changes that may occur. They are not as motivated as the Draco Zeta resistance, and will not attempt direct interference in Earth affairs, so as to avoid direct conflict with the Syrian Council, their Council loyalist Anunnaki brothers, and the other Guardian groups from Harmonic Universe 2 and Harmonic Universe 3. They are simply game players who will try to tip the balances of the unfolding Earth drama in the favor of human extinction. The only people who will be susceptible to Anunnaki resistance manipulation will be those who have low accretion levels and who have not yet learned to put protective energetic barriers around the astral identity. Anyone working consciously and sincerely to integrate the soul identity will have protection from Anunnaki resistance manipulation. Humans with high accretion levels will be called upon to assist the Guardian races in building a frequency block in D4 to protect Earth's major portals and vortices from Anunnaki resistance energy transmissions. Guardians from the Andromeda Galaxy presently have Earth's vortices sealed under a protective D4 frequency seal. But in the event that the Anunnaki resistance manages to decode the frequency seal coordinates, which they occasionally do, requiring repeated Guardian resealing of the vortices, the Andromedes will need human help to ground a more sophisticated vortex frequency seal. Human lightworkers involved with the Portal Project are presently on standby, waiting for the time when they will be called into service. Human lightworkers will also assist in keeping the portal regions balanced on Earth between 2012 through 2022. ET influences. Presently, the human collective moves together towards the three divergent tracks of time. By 2012, the divisions within the populations will be set, as the three groups, with three different accretion levels, begin to move into their appropriate track of time. Those on the ascension track will have already made preparations in their DNA and have a more conscious understanding of the process with which they are involved. Those on the descending planet time track will proceed with business as usual, unaware of the changes taking place around them. If the Draco Zeta frequency fence is successful, the peripheral blindness of those on the descending planet track will be amplified. There may be exaggerated movements from within the interior government to ban, discredit, confuse, and black out from the public view information pertaining to ascension mechanics, advanced multidimensional technologies, and the truth of visitor agendas. These tactics are already being used to keep the general populations unaware of what is taking place regarding ET and metaterrestrial contact. You will see counter movements emerge through which genuine information is made available to those who will listen. Many of the traditional religious organizations will be used as disinformation vehicles, through which the public is taught to view the new information as evil. This tactic is orchestrated through Zeta human infiltrates presently working within various organizations. You will see many distraction tactics emerging, through which public attention is purposely and covertly directed away from the issues of spiritual development into a fear-based, conflict-laden agenda. Threats of economic disaster, war, and famine, as well as menial issues will all be used through covertly manipulated media propaganda to divert public attention away from the real issues taking place. The Zetas are expert propagandists and subliminal manipulators, and are quite accustomed to subliminally influencing the unsuspecting minds of humans in key positions to carry out their bidding. The propaganda program, which has convinced the majorities that ET presence is not real, has been in effect since the 1940s, and you will see a continuation and acceleration of this propaganda until about 2001, when the program will be changed to begin preparing the public for intended EBE contact. When information about the possible validity of ET presence begins to make it into public view, the Draco Zeta resistance will present themselves as guardians and attempt to make guardian groups appear as intruders. The resistance may orchestrate a mass landing in 2001, but only if they are confident that they will succeed in motivating human interior government to conduct a 2003 experiment. If by 2001, the resistance fears their frequency fence plan will not succeed, they will not stage a landing. They will still work to instigate the 2003 experiment and may increase their abductions within the general populace, making it appear as though guardian groups are responsible in order to trick the interior government to continue with the 2003 experiment. The shift in the perspective of the propaganda program will take place between 2001 and 2003, if it takes place at all. If news validating the reality of visiting ET presence reaches the public distribution networks by 2001, you can be sure the Draco Zeta frequency fence plan is still in operation, and that the interior government continues to work with the resistance. If a mass level, public landing takes place at any time between 2001 and 2003, realize these are not friendly visitors regardless of what they may claim. In the event that the frequency fence plan remains operational and the resistance schedules its mass landing, several Guardian ET groups may create mass sightings to increase public awareness of the reality of ET presence. They will not conduct a mass landing or initiate physical contact on a public or governmental level. If Guardians deem such flyby tactics necessary, these events may take place anywhere between 2000 and 2003. The purpose of such an event will be to warn humans who are aware of these hidden agendas that the resistance still plans infiltration. If the Guardian flybys occur, this is intended as a sign for the populations to begin preparation for Earth changes, because if the frequency fence is employed, some degree of tectonic shifting will result. Be aware. If you begin to experience mass flybys between 2000 and 2003, you need to make provisions for coming climatic and Earth changes. In this event, the Guardians will provide information on safe space locations through their private human contacts. If the Resistance believes its infiltration plan will not succeed, they will not land between 2001 and 2003, and the Guardians will not conduct mass flybys. The old propaganda program of blocking public awareness of ET presence will resume, and the interior government will continue to distract public attention from the issue so as to retain control of the populations. If the 2003 experiment is stopped, the Resistance needs the cooperation of the interior government for this experiment to be successful. There will still be 3 tracks of time facing the human populace. In the D3 time cycle descending planet track, the Draco's Resistance will leave of their own accord, knowing they cannot claim dominion over human populations and that after 2017, Guardians can enforce a ban on Draco's Zeta presence. If the Earth's grid is balanced in 2012, the Draco's Zeta Resistance and the Anunnaki Resistance will leave. Earth's populations can then focus upon the primary issues at hand, assisting the Guardians to keep Earth's grid balanced and accelerating personal evolution in preparation for the opening of the Halls of Amenti between 2012 and 2022. If 92% of Earth's populations could reach a 4.5 accretion level by 2012, no one would take the second track of time back into D3 time cycle of the descending Earth. This is not likely, however, so as it stands, some of the Earth's populations will indeed return to the D3 continuum. These are the only individuals susceptible to the Draco Zeta frequency fence, and we hope that the interior government will stop the 2003 experiment so these individuals do not have to contend with the frequency fence and resulting changes of the D3 Earth. If humans begin working now to consciously assemble DNA and increase accretion level, there is still time to become immune to that intended frequency fence and prepare to leave the D3 continuum. If you can achieve a 4.5 accretion level by 2012, you will automatically end up in the bridge zone continuum in 2017. As long as 8% of Earth's populations reach a 5 accretion level, 144,000 people reach a 6 accretion level, and about 40% reach a 4.5 level, the bridge zone project will be successful. In approaching the bridge zone time track, humans will perceive a growing gap between the populations following old fear-based agendas and those following the path of personal enlightenment between 1998 and 2012. Those on the bridge zone path will begin to bond together in a global network of enlightenment, doing personal and planetary energy healing work in preparation for stellar activations. The schedule of events leading up to the opening of the Halls of Amenti will continue to unfold up to 2012, when Earth's grid begins to merge with Tara's and the Halls of Amenti begin to open. As this schedule of events proceeds, the population divisions will begin to fall out of range of each other's perceptions. Those headed to the bridge zone will experience progressively more awareness of multidimensional reality, personal purpose, and incarnational memory, as the sphere of Amenti progressively releases more of the race memory back into the Earth's grid. That multidimensional memory will be available to everyone. Those who will access this memory will be people who have the genetic ability to pull higher frequency into the operational genetic codes. The more DNA you assemble, the higher your accretion level, the more information and memory you'll be able to draw from the Earth's grid. The consciousness of the accelerating individuals will rapidly expand, while the awareness of the people entering the descending planet will remain about the same. Between 1998 and 2012, these two groups of people will progressively become more invisible to each other, as the procession of their lives moves in opposite directions. There will appear to be natural consequences of events that occur as individuals of lower accretion begin to move out of the lives of those of the higher accretion levels, to be replaced by new individuals who have a higher accretion level. Those of the lower accretion levels will find themselves more and more in like company. The progressive separation of populations will take place as the particles which compose the bodies and consciousness of people with higher accretion/DNA strand assembly levels begin to pulsate at progressively faster rhythms, moving people of higher and lower accretion levels farther and farther out of each other's perceptual range. During the coming transitions, particle fields are separating. The bodies and consciousness of people are made of particles, thus humanity will also experience separation of its peoples into those with faster and lower particle pulsation rhythms. All humans will experience Earth's temporary shift into the D4 time cycle and the stellar activations that create this shift. Humans with lower accretion levels will have difficulty assimilating the frequencies of the stellar activations. The stellar activations will create time acceleration for the people of Earth. This acceleration can be used to advance the evolutionary blueprint through consciously assimilating these energies into the body in order to create greater health, vitality, harmony, and awareness. If the new frequencies are not assimilated into the body, the time acceleration will apply to the degeneration of the body and consciousness and the manifestation of disharmony and disease. The bridge zone populations will accelerate their ability to access Guardian information, and some will become involved in subtle communication with Guardian groups. In 2012, when the more intensive changes begin, localized climatic deviations and smaller Earth changes may arise, and the bridge zone people will pull together to help each other through these changes. Between 2009 and 2017, those in the bridge zone will begin to see certain public organizations, businesses, and institutions either reach their natural ends or begin to take their operations in a more enlightened direction. Those on the descending planet will not perceive these changes. Some of the bridge zone people will become aware that the inner Earth portals have opened and will have invitation to explore those realms. Some of the structures of the inner Earth geography will begin to emerge on the bridge zone Earth. New islands will be discovered on Earth during this transition period, and new organizations of spiritual and social order will begin to emerge. Some groups of individuals will have open contact with various Guardian ET and metaterrestrial visitors. The particle base of both the descending Earth and the bridge zone Earth will enter the D4 time cycle between 2012 and 2017. The infusions of D5 through D9 energy will enter the grid of the bridge zone Earth, and the spontaneous assembly of the 50 and A strand imprint will begin within the populations whose accretion level at 2012 placed them in the pulsation rhythms of the bridge zone time track. The two Earths will coexist simultaneously within the D4 time cycle between 2012 and 2017, and each of the two groups of people will simultaneously perceive two different sets of events. In order to comprehend the nature of these changes, one must realize that the energy dynamics taking place involve Earth's particle base being separated into two different rhythms of particle pulsation, and the particle substance out of which human bodies and consciousness are composed will also experience such a separation. In 2017, human populations will completely separate into two groups, each perceiving a different set of events. These events will take place in two separate fields of particle pulsation rhythm. It will be as if part of the population switched a channel on the television set of manifest events. One group remains watching the old channel, and the other group switches the channel of perception to a new station. The particle pulsation rhythm of the entire Earth will temporarily be raised to the rhythm of D4 frequencies between May 5, 2000 and January 2012. The Guardians will infuse Earth's particle base with ultra-high frequency D4 energy transmissions until May 5, 2000. The portions of Earth's particle base that can hold this frequency pattern will increase to a higher D4 pulsation rate and begin the stellar activation cycle, while the portions of Earth's particle base that cannot hold this frequency will remain at the lower D4 rate of pulsation. In the bridge zone particle base, the angular rotation of particle spin will be altered by the Guardians in order for it to be transferred into the pulsation rhythms of the bridge zone Agartha time continuum in 2017. The angular rotation of particle spin of Earth's higher vibrating particle base will be shifted 22.5 degrees in reverse from the angle of particle rotation of Earth's lower vibrating particle base. This separation of particle pulsation rhythms will reach completion in 2017, just when Earth's grid is in full alignment with that of Tara, and the holographic beam passes through the photon belt into direct alignment with Earth's 7th vortex/chakra. As the energies of the holographic beam pass into the Earth's bioenergetic field in 2017, the higher and lower vibrating particle bases of Earth will completely separate. The lower vibrating particle base will rapidly drop in vibration and return to the pulsation rhythm of the D3 time continuum. The higher vibrating particle base will complete its 22.5 reverse shift in angular rotation of particle spin and fix its pulsation rhythm at the 3.5 accretion level of the bridge zone Agartha time continuum. When this separation transition completes in 2017, the populations will find themselves permanently divided into two separate groups. Perceptual Stations. Group 1. Descending Planet Perceptual Station. Humans with lower accretion levels will perceive none of the multidimensional activity that is taking place. As long as the frequency fence is not operational, they will not experience massive Earth changes, but some localized shifting may occur. They will experience a 3-day period of tension, fatigue, and accelerated atmospheric pressure, and a temporary disruption of the function of electrical apparatus at the height of the separation from Earth's higher vibrating grid in 2017. Scientists may detect odd variations in Earth's magnetic field and a sudden, unexplainable increase in gamma ray activity. Solar storms and flare activity will appear to increase for several months, then rapidly return to normal appearance. At the height of the separation, a phenomenon that resembles a prolonged, spontaneous solar eclipse may occur, depending upon the stability of Earth's bioenergetic grid. The most notable occurrence will be that numerous groups of people will seem to have vanished from the Earth without a trace. For Earth in the D3 continuum, little will have appeared to change, and populations will move forth into their D3 evolution. The halls of Amenti will be closed to them, as will the portals to the inner Earth. They will experience massive Earth changes only in the event that the frequency fence is operational. In either case, Guardians will assist in realigning the planetary grids and returning Earth to stability. In the event that the frequency fence is operational, the D3 populations will be totally unaware of the changes taking place, including the vanishings, as holographic inserts will be used to block the perceptions of these events. Only the Earth changes would be apparent to the D3 populations. Descending planet populations will remain in the D3 time continuum, and the opportunity for mass ascension will no longer be possible in the future. Ascension of individuals will have to be orchestrated through host matrix transplants. If the frequency fence becomes operational in 2004, they will see Earth changes and will be under the covert Draco Zeta resistance mind control. If not, they will slowly evolve and reincarnate towards building the 4th and 5th DNA strands through host matrix assistance. Group 2. Bridge Zone Perceptual Station. The populations who shift into the bridge zone will experience more obvious phenomena of change as the two particle bases of Earth complete their 2017 separation. Many structures of inorganic substance, composed of lower vibrating particles, will simply appear to vanish, as well as populations having lower accretion levels. New island landmasses will have appeared to emerge out of the oceans, seemingly overnight. New passageways into the Earth will be found that lead into the inner Earth territories. The most amazing phenomenon to manifest in the bridge zone will be the sudden appearances of buildings, roads, and other structures of civilization that one did not remember having existed prior to this shift. Earth's bridge zone populations will find themselves in old familiar territories, having the new twist of people, organizations, landscapes, and social structures that resemble what was, but which are operating at a higher level of vibration/pulsation and enlightenment. In 2017, portions of the inner Earth, Agartha civilizations, will suddenly be visible, and it will seem as if they had always been there, This may create a bit of temporary time, space, and memory disorientation to the populations of the bridge zone. During the height of the separation in 2017, the bridge zone populations will also experience a 3-day period of tension and sensation of atmospheric pressure, and they may perceive the appearance of very bright moon halos or 2 moons in the sky during this 3-day period. For this reason, we refer to the bridge zone time continuum as the path of the night of the 2 moons. If you perceive these lunar effects in 2017, you will know you have entered the bridge zone time continuum. In the bridge zone, more open relations with guardian visitors will begin, and humanity will continue to evolve along a more enlightened, accelerated path. New fuel sources, such as photonic energy containment, will be discovered, as well as many new technologies based upon light, sound, and Galactic science. As the bridge zone Earth will receive the infusion of D5 through D9 energy during the 2012 through 2017 period, the populations will have the opportunity to assemble the 5th DNA strand to become Voyagers and enter the path of time travel/ascension to Tara. Some will also have the opportunity to assemble the DNA beyond the 5th strand and enter the accelerated path of mastery to ascend to Gaia or the meta-galactic core. Bridge zone populations will be completely free from the intruding ET visitor manipulation. Perceptually, the sensation of lightness or less weight will be felt in the atmosphere and within the body, and a greater feeling of peace, optimism, and personal vibrancy will be experienced. Higher chakra centers in the human bioenergetic system will come into activation, and the conscious integration of soul awareness will accelerate. We have undertaken great labors to provide you with this detailed and often complex information concerning the changes your race will soon encounter. We wanted you to be prepared. We wanted you to know what is going on so you can begin to make good, conscious choices now to ensure your highest evolutionary potential. Knowledge is power. Thus, we have given the gift of power to those who care enough to use this gift wisely. Now that we have provided you with the basic foundations of knowledge concerning the coming changes Earth and the human populations will face, our primary interest is to prepare you for the opportunity of the opening of the halls of Amenti. We will give you an idea of what to expect and when, and how each of you can best prepare for the future you prefer to experience. As previously mentioned, there is a schedule of events that the Guardians have to follow to ensure the opening of the halls of Amenti. Timing of these events is crucial to the success of Amenti opening, and so far everything is right on schedule. Opening the halls of Amenti. Context. If you will recall from our discussions in earlier chapters, from 1972 forward, the Guardians had quite a few things to accomplish before the halls of Amenti could open between 2012 and 2017. The Earth's grid speed had to be raised high enough by October 1986 to spark open the first seal in the Ark of the Covenant, so the sphere of Amenti would descend and be positioned within Earth's core no later than January 1st, 1988. Between January 1st, 1988 and June 30th, 1998, the sphere of Amenti would transmit its D1, D2, and D3 frequencies into Earth's grid, so by June 30th, 1998, Earth's grid speed would raise high enough to spark the second seal in the Ark of the Covenant. Earth could then begin ascent into the pulsation rhythms of the D4 time cycle. If all went well, on January 1st, 2000, the sphere of Amenti would begin transmitting D4 frequency through the Earth's core, and the 4th DNA strand imprint would soon become available to the populations who had a fully assembled 3rd strand, into which the 4th strand could be plugged. The blue flame of Amenti would begin its 12-year descent to Earth between January 1st, 2000 and May 5th, 2012. On May 5th, 2012, Earth would begin its intersection with Tara's grid. The blue flame would embody within the Keepers of the Blue Flame, and the masses who had assembled the 4th DNA strand would rapidly assemble the 5th strand for ascension to Tara. The halls of Amenti ascension portals would open on May 5th, 2012, and close by January 1st, 2022. Between May 5th, 2017 and June 30th, 2017, The holographic beam from D8 would send a burst of D7 through D9 frequency into Earth's grid. This D7 through D9 frequency infusion would finalize the separation of the bridge zone and descending Earth time continua. Then each version of Earth would move forward in its respective time track. The Guardians would have 10 years, between 2012 and 2022, to ascend as many people as possible through the halls of Amenti to Tara in Harmonic Universe 2, and 3 days for ascension to Gaia in Harmonic Universe 3 time cycles in 2017. Along with these events, a series of monumental occurrences were also to take place, as Earth entered the final phases of its ascension cycle. From 1988 through 2017, the natural seals of Earth's 7 primary vortices/chakras would systematically open, as 6 stellar spirals progressively came into alignment with Earth's Merkaba fields. On January 1st, 2000, Earth's energetic fields would strike an interdimensional resonant tone, beginning the cycle of Earth's stellar activations. The Guardians were to call a global gathering of lightworkers on this day for a celebration of the Day of Transcendence, to assist Earth in holding the interdimensional resonant tone so planetary ascension into the D4 time cycle could begin. Earth would then experience 6 stellar activations and 6 stellar wave infusions between May 5, 2000 and 2017, through which the particle conversion process of the morphogenetic wave would take place. Between 1992 and May 5, 2012, 6 silent avatars would birth on Earth, to purge genetic mutations and realign the imprints of DNA strands 2 through 7 with the 12-strand DNA imprint within the sphere of Amenti race morphogenetic field. Between 1999 and 2017, 150,000 indigo children would birth on Earth through parents with Palladorian birthing contract soul agreements to carry the activated 6 DNA strand imprint. Keepers of the blue flame and keepers of the violet flame would receive their wake-up call and progressively undergo 6-star crystal stellar activations and wave infusions, activating DNA strands 5 through 9 between June 1996 and 2017. Following their 6 stellar activations, the keepers of Tara's blue flame morphogenetic field would embody the blue flame on May 5, 2012, and begin initiating stellar activations in others who hope to ascend through the halls of Amenti to Tara or Gaia. The keepers of Gaia's violet flame morphogenetic field would embody the violet flame on January 1st, 2017, and begin ascending people to Gaia during a 3-day period in 2017. The 7 planetary dimensional Merkaba fields between Earth and Harmonic Universe 1, Tara and Harmonic Universe 2, and Gaia and Harmonic Universe 3 would progressively open to each other as Earth, Tara, and Gaia aligned with the holographic beam for 3 days in 2017. This would permit full ascension through the halls of Amenti and the blue and violet flames into the metagalactic core at D8 for those who had fully assembled the 6th DNA strand. On September 17, 2001, the Halls of Records in Giza, Egypt would begin opening. On May 5, 2012, the Flame Holders would activate the Halls of Records, and on December 21, 2012, the Halls of Records would begin transmitting data through the Earth's grid, making interdimensional memory available to Earth's populations. Throughout this multifaceted sequence of events, the grids of Earth, Tara, and Gaia had to be kept in balance, and various segments of the population had to be guided to their appropriate ascension paths, while Guardians continued to monitor, sidestep, and undo manipulation tactics of the Draco Zeta resistance and D4 Anunnaki instigators. After 2022, the evolutionary path for Earth's populations would be set. The 2 versions of Earth would progress forward in their respective time cycles, and the 3 divisions of Earth's populations would embark upon their chosen paths of future evolution. Before all of the above events could occur, the Guardians had to realign the solar Merkaba fields so the 1111/1212 frequency fence could come down. Once this occurred, the artificial D4 Christ consciousness grid could resume transmitting D4 frequency into Earth's core to progressively accelerate grid speed and realign the fourth vortex/Giza pyramid with the Alcyon spiral, so the holographic beam could intersect with Earth at the proper angle in 2017. At times, we of the Guardian Alliance shake our heads and chuckle when we hear humans lament that the Guardians must not be real, or if they are real, they are uncaring because they are not doing anything to help with the intruder problem. Perhaps now you can understand what we have been doing to help you behind the scenes, and that this workload does not allow an excessive amount of resources to be placed upon concerns of social protocol. We will now provide an overview of the status of your ascension schedule. October 1986 through June 1998. The opening of Amenti, schedule of events. What has transpired between 1986 and June 1998? Number 1. October 1986. The Ark of the Covenant first seal opened. The sphere of Amenti began descent to Earth. The 9540 BC quarantine frequency fence began to lift. The Earth's grid speed raised high enough to spark open the first seal in the Ark of the Covenant, and the sphere of Amenti began its 14-month descent into the Earth D2 core. With the release of the first Ark of the Covenant seal, the quarantine frequency fence from 9540 BC began to disengage. Some of the third DNA strand mutations caused by this seal began to heal, allowing the veil between the ego and the higher self-identity aspects to begin dissolving. Number 2, August 16, 1987, the Harmonic Convergence. Permission for Guardian intervention on Earth was granted. Bridge Zone project was set in motion. Guardians began keying Earth's vortices. In 1987, in response to the events of the Harmonic Convergence on August 16, 1987, the Syrian Council persuaded the Galactic Federation and other Harmonic Universe 2 and Harmonic Universe 3 groups to allow the Ascension program to be activated for the human populations. Permission was given for the Guardians to intervene and set the Bridge Zone project plan from 1984 in motion. Guardian groups began keying Earth's vortices with ultra-high frequency seals to block intruder forces from using the vortex portals. Guardian and intruder forces began vying for control over Earth's vortices. Number 3, January 1988. The sphere of Amenti returned to Earth's core and the 12-year Amenti activation cycle began. Earth's first vortex seal, Arizona, USA, opened. Amenti's D1 frequencies began transmitting through Earth's grid. The sphere of Amenti returned to Earth's D2 core from the ultra-high frequency bands of D3 for the first time in about 3,500 years, and began transmitting its D1 frequencies into Earth's grid. This began the 12-year activation process of the sphere of Amenti, through which the sphere progressively opens its D1, D2, and D3 frequencies into Earth's core D2 morphogenetic field. This will raise the pulsation rhythm of Earth's particle base and the frequency of Earth's grid, in preparation for Earth's first stellar activation on May 5, 2000. As the sphere of Amenti began transmitting its D1 frequencies through Earth's grid, the natural seal on Earth's first primary vortex opened, and the vortex began its 4-year activation cycle. Earth's first primary vortex/chakra is located in the region of the Painted Desert in the state of Arizona, USA. The Sedona, Arizona vortices are connected to this primary vortex, and they began multidimensional activation at this time. Number 4, September 1989. Guardians repair solar fields. Guardians transmissions of D4 frequency to increase Earth's grid speed begin. The Syrian Council and other Guardian groups completed the realignment of the solar Merkaba fields, which began the realignment of Earth's D1 and D2 Merkaba fields that had been misaligned by the Zetas following the Philadelphia experiment of 1943. This allowed D4 frequency transmissions from the Guardian's artificial Christ consciousness grid to resume infusions into Earth's core to raise Earth's core frequencies. This also allowed for the 1111/1212 frequency fence to come down, once the Earth's grid rebalanced. Number 5. January 11th, 1992. The 1111, Promise of Ascension, granted as Guardians transmitted the 11D4 magnetic base codes that would allow the 1111/1212 frequency fence to later release. On January 11th, 1992, the Guardians began to transmit the 11D4 magnetic base tones that had been removed from Earth's morphogenetic field in 1972 to create the protective 1111/1212 frequency fence, which stopped the red pulse/wave of solar flame from moving through Earth and neighboring planets. Transmission of these magnetic codes marked the beginning of the 1111/1212 frequency fence disengagement. The fence had blocked the 3rd and 4th DNA strands from plugging into each other, which caused a block between the D3 personality and higher self in the astral identity. The fence would also block the sphere of Amenti from transmitting D4 frequency into Earth's grid in 2000. The halls of Amenti could not open while the fence was in place. With the return of the D4 magnetic base tones to the Earth's morphogenetic field, the opening of Amenti would continue on schedule. The 3rd and 4th DNA strands began to align, and astral awareness became more accessible to the three-dimensional consciousness of human identity. The date of January 11th, 1992 became known as the 1111 in New Age circles, representing the celebration of the promise of ascension, which was granted on that date, through Earth receiving the 11D4 magnetic base tones that would allow the frequency fence to disassemble. 6. June 6, 1992. Earth's second vortex seal, Jerusalem, Israel, opened. Amenti's D2 frequencies began transmitting through Earth's grid. The sphere of Amenti completed opening its D1 frequencies into Earth's morphogenetic field. Earth's first primary vortex in the Arizona Painted Desert completely opened and activated, and the seal on Earth's second primary vortex began to open and activate. Earth's second primary vortex/chakra is located in Jerusalem, Israel. The sphere of Amenti began transmitting its D2 frequencies through Earth's grid. Number 7, July 26, 1992. Avatar number 1, 7th level avatar, is born and aligns DNA strands 2 imprint with 12-strand pattern. Corrected strand 2 imprint begins transmitting through Earth's grid. The first of 6 silent avatars was born. This avatar is a D7 soul essence from Harmonic Universe 3, a 7th level avatar, with 7-dimensional frequency bands activated in his genetic code. This individual was born with DNA strand 7 fully activated. As his soul essence passed through the sphere of Amenti, the imprint for DNA strand 2 was realigned with the 12-strand DNA pattern, and the imprint for the aligned DNA strand 2 began transmitting through Earth's grid and into the bioenergetic fields of Earth's populations. 8. December 12, 1994. The 1212 Independence Day Human Graduation. Changing of the Guard of Amenti. The 1111/1212 frequency fence releases. Earth's guardianship is turned over to humanity. The ascension schedule moves forth. The 11D4 magnetic base tone codes and electrical overtone codes of the 1111/1212 frequency fence completed re-entry into Earth's D2 morphogenetic field, and the 1111/1212 frequency fence was fully dismantled. The 12th base tone and 12th overtone frequencies of D4 were reconnected to the 11D4 base tones and overtones within Earth's morphogenetic field and the sphere of Amenti. Human DNA could now continue to assemble through the 4th and 5th strand. The remaining stages of opening the halls of Amenti were no longer under full Guardian control. The responsibility for humanity's evolutionary destiny was now in human hands. The success of the opening of the halls of Amenti and the Bridge Zone project, which were previously controlled by the Guardian's 1111/1212 frequency fence, would now be determined by the rate at which human consciousness and DNA evolved to higher accretion levels. The sphere of Amenti race morphogenetic field, which had been created 550 million years ago by the Paladorians of Tara, would now be placed under Earth human guardianship. The Terranate Palladorian souls from Harmonic Universe 2, who had merged their consciousness to form the sphere of Amenti, began to leave Earth in the sphere of Amenti to return to their Harmonic Universe 2 Tauran reality fields. For 550 million years, the energetic substance of the Terranate souls in their consciousness had provided the medium through which the lost soul fragments of Tara could evolve from Harmonic Universe 1, by merging their consciousness with that of the Terranates within the sphere of Amenti through evolution of the DNA. The Terranates had served as a host matrix family for the entire earthly human lineage. The Sphere of Amenti morphogenetic field rescue mission for the lost soul fragments of Tara represents a host matrix transplant, through which the entire earthly human lineage had evolved. When the fall from Tara occurred, the lost souls of Tara were cut off from their soul matrices and the Terranusium 1 race morphogenetic field. The Terranates of Amenti served as an adoptive soul matrix through which the lost souls could re-evolve, until they had rebuilt their connection to their Tauran soul matrices through assembly of the 4th and 5th DNA strand. Through the accelerated evolutionary opportunity offered by Earth's present ascension cycle, 4th and 5th DNA strand assembly would allow many humans the chance to reconnect with their personal soul matrices from Harmonic Universe 2. The services of the Terranates would no longer be needed, as the humans who made their soul matrix connection would become carriers of the human evolutionary blueprint. The return of the race morphogenetic field to the human species could not occur while the 1111/1212 frequency fence remained in place and DNA strands 4 and 5 were blocked from assembly. When the frequency fence dismantled on December 12, 1994, 4th and 5th strand assembly once again became available to humanity. The events of Amenti's transfer to human guardianship can be viewed as a changing of the guard, with the termination of the frequency fence. Between January 11, 1992 and December 12, 1994, the host matrix family Terranate souls began leaving Earth, as progressively more humans reconnected to their Harmonic Universe 2 soul matrices. The Terranates involved in the Amenti project had been earthbound for 550 million years and could not ascend from Harmonic Universe 1 until this changing of the guard took place. As of December 12, 1994, the ancient Terranate souls from Tara could at last disengage themselves from the sphere of Amenti and continue their own evolutionary journey through the higher harmonic universes. This date of December 12, 1994 became known as the 1212 and represents humanity's true Independence Day, when the fate of human destiny was turned over from the custodial care of the ancient Terranate race and placed into the hands of an evolving humanity. The 1212 stands for humanity's graduation from its adolescent evolution into the adult role of becoming a planetary guardian species. Number 9. 1995. Guardians initiate portal project to secure Earth's vortices from intruder infiltration by 2012. The Syrian Council became aware of Anunnaki resistance plans to instigate Earth changes through the D4 interference. The Pleiadian Star League and members of the Andromeda Council agreed to assist the Syrian Council in more aggressive efforts of frequency keying, monitoring, and protecting of Earth's vortex/portal system from Anunnaki resistance and Draco Zeta resistance manipulation. They became the Collaborative Portal Project. Guardian and intruder forces have been secretly vying for portal control ever since. Presently, the Andromes have most of the Earth's portals under protection, though intruder forces continue to attempt to overtake the primary second portal vortex in Jerusalem and the smaller secondary portals in Manhattan, Florida, Sedona, Arizona, Hawaii, Tibet, China, and other areas of the globe. Guardians must secure all 7 primary vortex points by 2012 for the Bridge Zone project and the opening of the Halls of Amenti to unfold smoothly, without causing grid instability and Earth changes. Humanity can help the Guardians in this portal protection endeavor by using focused group meditation to project high-frequency D4 through D8 frequency into these locations and into the Earth grid in general, using sun visualizations. Number 10. June 1996, Earth's third vortex, Himalayan mountains, opened. Amenti began transmitting D3 frequencies through Earth's grid. Keepers of the blue and violet flames began first stellar activation, the solar heart star activation. The sphere of Amenti completed opening its D2 frequencies into Earth's morphogenetic field. Earth's second primary vortex in Jerusalem, Israel completely opened and activated, and the seal in the third primary vortex/chakra began to open and activate. The third vortex is located in the Himalayan mountains of South Central Asia. The sphere of Amenti began transmitting its D3 frequencies into the Earth's grid. The keepers of the blue and violet flames and their flame holders began the D4 solar heart star activation, initiating the assembly and activation of their fourth DNA strand. Number 11. June 24th, 1996. Avatar 2, 8th level Avatar, was born and aligned DNA strand 3 imprint with the 12-strand pattern. Corrected strand 3 imprint begins transmitting through Earth's grid. The second of 6 silent avatars was born. This avatar is a D8 soul essence from the Harmonic Universe 3, an 8th level avatar, with 8-dimensional frequency bands activated in his genetic code. This individual was born with the 8th DNA strand fully activated. As his soul essence passed through the sphere of Amenti, the imprint for DNA strand 3 was realigned with the 12-strand DNA pattern, and the corrected 3rd strand imprint began transmitting through the Earth's grid. By 1996, there was great concern among Guardian races as to whether Earth's grid speed would be raised high enough by June 30th, 1998 to spark the second seal in the Ark of the Covenant. If the second seal did not open by this date, Earth could not begin its ascent into pulsation rhythms of the D4 time cycle for merger with Tara. If Earth's grid speed was not high enough to spark open the second seal in the Ark of the Covenant by June 30th, 1998, the Bridge Zone project would not succeed. The halls of Amenti would not open. The Earth would be unable to shift to the D4 time cycle by January 2012, and the Draco Zeta resistance would have a much better chance of creating the 2003 experiment and 2004 frequency fence. If Earth was unable to begin shift into the D4 particle pulsation rhythm by May 5, 2000, sporadic Earth changes would erupt between 2012 and 2017, as the grids of Earth and Tara attempted to merge, and the opportunity for ascension would be lost. Guardians were permitted by the Harmonic Universe 2 and Harmonic Universe 3 councils to continue their transmissions of D4 frequency into the Earth grid, but they were not permitted to directly intervene in Earth's affairs by landing and directing the actions of humans to desired ends. Humans had been given guardianship of Earth on 12/12/1994. Visiting Guardians were allowed to assist, but not to alter the choices humanity would make for itself. The Draco Zeta resistance continued to influence human decision, made through covert infiltrates, and motivated an acceleration of new technology testing among various groups of global military organizations. Top-secret military experiments using scalar wave technology, satellite manipulation of interstellar radio waves, and certain types of nuclear testing from 1988 through the present progressively created new imbalances in Earth's biofields and grid, which hampered the Guardians' efforts to raise grid speed. It was feared that by June 30th, 1998, the grid speed would not be high enough to spark the second seal in the Ark of the Covenant. Guardian groups from all over the galaxy, and from Harmonic Universe 2 and 3, watched, waited, and prayed that humanity would be able to counterbalance the activities of their governments by raising personal consciousness and accretion levels high enough to allow the Earth grid speed to sufficiently increase. In December 1997, the Anunnaki resistance began subliminally manipulating populations through the primary vortex in Jerusalem, the secondary vortex in Manhattan, and several other secondary vortices whose security seals they were able to decode and release. Following this new development, the odds of the second seal of the Ark of the Covenant sparking open by June 30th, 1998 were about 2 million to 1 against the event occurring. Prospects for the Bridge Zone project and opening the halls of Amenti were bleak, as 1998 dawned under the influence of covert ET manipulation. The Ark of the Covenant opens. In the beginning of this transmission, we mentioned that we had an announcement to make, and we will make that announcement now. In February 1998, the Elohim from Harmonic Universe 3 knew the second seal of the Ark of the Covenant would not be sparked open in time for the June 30th, 1998 deadline. They broke their own protocol. Having a change of heart toward helping the entire human species, rather than only their preferred genetic strains, the Elohim intervened. The original Ascension plan called for the birth of 6 Avatar souls from Harmonic Universe 3 and Harmonic Universe 4, between 1992 and 2012. These individuals were needed to hold higher dimensional frequency, as Earth progressively integrated the frequencies from the sphere of Amenti, and to correct any misalignments in the morphogenetic imprints of DNA strands 2 through 7 within the sphere of Amenti. The avatars were to be born about 4 years apart, in various undisclosed locations on the globe, beginning in 1992. Avatar 1 was born on July 26, 1992, and Avatar 2 on June 24, 1996. Avatar 3 was not due to birth until the year 2000. Knowing the Ascension plan had reached a standstill early in 1998, the Elohim orchestrated the early birthing of the third Avatar, the 9th level Avatar. With the birth of the third Avatar, Earth's morphogenetic field would receive a sudden burst of ultra-high frequency energy as the Avatar soul passed through the sphere of Amenti, Earth's core, and into the fetal integration, moments before physical birth. Most Avatar souls do not enter the fetal body anywhere near conception, as the vibrational rate of their consciousness would literally blow the physical tissue apart, causing a miscarriage of the pregnancy and damage to the mother's bioenergetic system. They usually hover about and overshadow the pregnancy, then enter the infant's body just before it passes through the birth canal. Avatar pregnancies rarely exceed a 7-month gestation period, as Avatar-selected fetal bodies have a larger genetic package, tend to develop more rapidly, and begin to drain the life force energy of the mother host after the 7th month of gestation. Most are born as premature infants, with soul integration taking place during or just after the birth process. The Guardian Alliance would like to announce the following. On June 26, 1998, at 3:46 p.m., the third Avatar child was born, and the second seal on the Ark of the Covenant sparked open, beginning Earth's 2-year preparation for passage into the particle pulsation rhythms of the D4 time cycle. The child was born at home to a couple residing in a village of a third world country. He was in actuality a 5-month gestation infant, but is believed to be only 2 months premature. He is faring well and will survive to fulfill his purpose of holding higher dimensional frequency as the sphere of Amenti continues to open. The name, religious affiliation, and location of this child and the other 5 avatars are unimportant. His identity will not be publicly disclosed, nor will the identities of the other 5 Ascension avatars reach public notice during the Ascension period. 4 of the 6 silent avatars will disclose their identities sometime after they have turned 33 years of age, and their service missions come into mass awareness. Anyone publicly claiming to be one of the 6 silent avatars before 2025 AD, when Avatar 1 turns 33, is either misguided, being manipulated by intruder forces, or is purposely trying to distort the truth. There are a number of other legitimate avatars present on Earth at this time. Some of them are publicly known, but these are not of the 6 silent Ascension avatars, whose purpose is to realign the human DNA imprint and ensure Earth's grid stability by holding higher dimensional frequency in their bioenergetic fields as the sphere of Amenti opens into Earth's morphogenetic field. Our announcement is thus a birth announcement, but also the confirmation of Earth's passage into the D4 time cycle and preparation for entering the bridge zone, the opening of the halls of Amenti, and the opportunity for ascension. The second seal of the Ark of the Covenant has been sparked, and Earth will now begin preparation for the descent of the blue flame of Amenti and the beginning of the opening of the Halls of Amenti portals, which are scheduled for May 5th, 2012. Your preparation for ascension is now back on schedule. Palladorian birthing contracts. The Indigo Children, Palladorian birthing contracts, contract bonds, and the incubation rite. Along with the birth of the 6 Silent Ascension avatars between 1992 and 2012, the Palladorians and Priests of from Harmonic Universe 2, working with the Elohim and other Guardian races from Harmonic Universe 3 and 4, organized the Palladorian Birthing Contract Soul Agreement Program. To ensure the success of the Bridge Zone project, and thus the Ascension program, a minimum of 144,000 individuals on Earth would have to completely assemble and activate the 6th DNA strand, and rapidly begin assembly and activation of the 7th and 8th DNA strands. The only members of the human population on Earth that have organically possessed the 6th DNA strand imprint are the groups who have undergone genetic acceleration through earlier Zionite intervention, those who carry the celestial 12-strand silicate matrix gene code. The keepers of the blue, violet, and orange-gold flames also possess this genetic configuration. The 6 root race Mavarians and their Melchizedek cloister race are born with the 4th DNA strand assembled, and the imprint for the 5th strand dormant. The Muvarians have not yet begun their birthing cycle on Earth. The Melchizedek cloister race must fully assemble the 5th DNA strand before it can activate the imprints for strand 6 and above. Members of all these races must fully assemble and activate the lower strands, then assemble and activate the 6th strand by completing at least 3 stellar star crystal activations, before Earth can receive the needed concentration of D6 frequency these activated 6-strand individuals would provide. There is little time left before the 2012 through 2017 ascension periods begin for a minimum of 144,000 individuals to awaken to their soul purposes and consciously complete these stellar activations to activate their 6th DNA strand. Being aware of the shortage of time available to achieve the needed 6-strand activations, the Palladorians created an early birthing program for members of the 7th root race, Uinjeshi, and their cloister race, the Uniseti. The Uinjeshi and the Uniseti, often referred to collectively as the Paradisians, possess a fully activated 5th DNA strand at birth and the ability to rapidly assemble and activate the 6th DNA strand imprint, which they organically carry. The Paradisians are D6 soul essences and become fully embodied souls when their 6th strand completes activation, usually by 12 years of age. Through soul agreements with members of the 6th race Melchizedek cloister and others carrying the celestial silicate matrix gene code, 150,000 couples were chosen to serve as birthing parents for the incoming Paradisian race soul essences. These are the only groups of humans possessing a large enough gene code to create fetal bodies strong enough to hold the Paradisian soul essence. Through these Palladorian soul agreements, which are orchestrated by the priests of from Agartha and Tara, selected Earth couples are subconsciously guided together by their personal soul-level identities to fulfill the Palladorian birthing contract. Through astral contact and/or guardian ET soul agreement abductions, the parent couples undergo manipulation of their bioenergetic fields and DNA to allow for a strong, energetic soul bond to be created between the parents. This electromagnetic bond allows the soul matrices of the individuals in the couple to merge, forming an ultra-high frequency bioenergetic field through which an advanced fetal pattern with a genetic code larger than that of either of the parents can be conceived. Once this bond, referred to as a bonding contract or contract bond, takes place, the bioenergetic fields and life paths of the parents are blended together, following which time the couples will be led together through various circumstances that occur in their earthly lives. Some of the parent couples will be consciously aware of these contract bonds and birthing contracts. Others will be consciously unaware and just so happen to fall in love with each other and bear their Paradisian child. The Paladorian birthing contracts and contract bonds are high-level soul agreements entered into by the parents' oversoul level identities in cooperation with the oversoul identity of the child they will birth. In fulfilling these contracts, the individual parents receive acceleration of their genetic blueprint, which allows them further advancement in their evolutionary ascension process. The oversoul identity enters the Paladorian contract in order to allow its incarnate the opportunity for advancement. These contracts in no way violate the rights of the incarnate, and they are intended by the oversoul to guide the incarnate to a higher life experience. The births of the 6 silent ascension avatars and those of the 150,000 paradisian souls are orchestrated through the Paladorian birthing contracts and contract bonds. The paradisian souls will enter incarnation on Earth from the D6 frequency band of Tara through the D6 Sirian stellar spiral. The 6-dimensional frequencies correspond to the indigo wave patterns of the interdimensional life spectrum. Thus the paradisian children have been nicknamed the Indigo Children, or Sirian Blue Babies. The coming birth of the Indigo Children has been foretold within various Earth human groups that are working with other ET and metaterrestrial contacts. Some of this information has been published in channeled writings. The birth schedule of the Indigo Children will proceed as follows. The first wave of the 144,500 Indigo Children will birth between 1999 and 2004. They will complete activation of the 6 DNA strand at the age of 12, between 2011 and 2016. Children of the first birth wave will serve as placeholders, their 6 DNA strand activation serving to ensure the balance and grounding of the D6 frequency on Earth during the 2012 through 2017 ascension period. The second birth of 5,500 Indigo Children will birth between 2005 and 2017 to reach maturity at age 12 between 2017 and 2029. The children of the second birthing wave will assist Bridge Zone Earth to balance frequency following the 2017 particle conversion process. They will also serve as placeholders, grounding D6 frequency into the sphere of Amenti race morphogenetic field. The finalization of the Paladorian birthing contracts and contract bonds between the parents' couples of the Indigo Children took place on August 30th, 1998. Prior to this date, contracts were transferable between various eligible individuals, giving chosen soul identities the opportunity to exit or renegotiate the terms of the Paladorian contracts. As of August 30th, 1998, parent couples were bound to their Paladorian birthing contracts and contract bonds, as the necessary bioenergetic field and DNA adjustments that would fulfill the contract bond were given to the parent couples through astral body mechanics, referred to as the incubation rite. During the 3-day incubation rite, couples agreeing to uphold their contracts were taken to Agartha Inner Earth by the priests of by their astral bodies. The priests of then initiated the bioenergetic field mechanics through which the DNA, bioenergetic fields, and soul matrices of the two individuals in a couple are fused together by infusions of energy from their respective oversouls. Through these rites, the contract bond and birthing contracts are programmed into the individual's active DNA program, creating a twin DNA for each individual, through which the life patterns and soul directive of each person is aligned with the contract and all events. Karmic patterns and circumstances that are not part of the contract are purged from the life drama manifestation pattern. From this point forward, the couple's lives will unfold according to the soul identity's intentions, offering the incarnates protection from various karmic dramas and ego-based choices that normally would have manifested. The incubation rite marks the suspension of the karmic imprint for the individual and the accelerated integration of the soul and ego identity. The couples of Paladorian birthing contracts will begin rapid DNA activation acceleration in preparation for their child's birth, and will receive across the board protection from the Paladorians and Harmonic Universe 3 Guardians to ensure the success of their contracts. Though the families of the Paladorian contracts may appear no different than any other earthly family, they are fully guided and protected from the higher harmonic universes. Due to their agreement to participate in this service to human evolution, these couples are granted direct intervention and support from the D6 angelic kingdoms, guardians from Harmonic Universe 2 through Harmonic Universe 5, and the entity Gestalts from Metagalactic Core. This divine intervention will create an almost magical ease in earthly endeavors that are part of the Paladorian contract, and the individuals will also experience greater difficulty in successfully orchestrating earthly affairs that are not part of the contracts, to which their souls have agreed. All incarnates fulfilling their Paladorian birthing contracts will be freed from the Harmonic Universe 1 reincarnational cycles of birth and death, following their present incarnation. Through the births of the 6 silent avatars and the Indigo Children, Earth's transition to the Bridge Zone and humanity's opportunity for ascension will unfold as planned. On June 26, 1998, Avatar 3, 9th level Avatar, was born 2 years early. The second seal in the Ark of the Covenant opened. Avatar 3 aligned DNA strand 4 with 12-strand pattern. Corrected strand 4 imprint will allow reverse mutations of strand 4 distortions and release of Palador, Amenti, and Zeta seals from DNA on May 5, 2000. The third of the 6 silent avatars was born 2 years early by Elohim intervention. Originally, birth was scheduled for May 5, 2000. This avatar is a D9 soul essence from Harmonic Universe 3, a 9th level avatar, with 9-dimensional frequency bands activated in his genetic code. This individual was born with DNA strand 9 fully activated. As his soul essence passed through the sphere of Amenti, the imprint for DNA strand 4 was realigned with the 12-strand pattern. The seal of Palador, Amenti, and Zeta all begin to release with the assembly of the aligned 4th DNA strand. The birth of Avatar 3 reset the aligned 4th-strand pattern into the sphere of Amenti morphogenetic field, releasing the imprint of the Paladorian, Amenti, and Zeta seals from human DNA. The D4 frequencies from Amenti will not begin transmitting through Earth's grid until January 2000, and the corrected pattern for the 4th DNA strand will begin transmitting through Earth's grid on May 5, 2000. What transpires next? Things to come. Ascension schedule. As Earth approaches its half point in the second ascension cycle of its 26,556-year Uego time cycle, the opportunity for ascension of human populations through the halls of Amenti and into Harmonic Universe 2 is presented. Taking advantage of this time cycle placement opportunity, with Guardian assistance, Earth can be shifted out of the range of intruder-visitor manipulation through the Bridge Zone time continuum shift. The dynamics by which these changes will occur are highly scientific and involve complex interdimensional physics and mechanics. We have provided extensive information concerning humanity's need to evolve the DNA in order to accommodate these changes, attempting to assist you in understanding the concept of the interrelationship of biological, spiritual, and planetary evolution. The final aspect of these interdimensional evolutionary/ascension dynamics with which you need to become acquainted is the mechanics of transmutative stellar activations and stellar wave infusions. For it is through these mechanics that personal and planetary ascension takes place. In the appendix we provide a brief introduction to stellar activations on page 464, and stellar wave infusion mechanics on page 466. For now, we would simply like you to understand that Earth and the human populations will be facing a series of 6 transmutative stellar activations and stellar wave infusions between May 5, 2000 and 2017. Through these stellar activations and wave infusions, Earth's particle base will be temporarily raised into the pulsation rhythms of the Harmonic Universe 2 time cycles, so grid merger between Earth and Tara and the opening of the Amenti Ascension passages can take place. These energy dynamics will affect the planetary grid and the physical and bioenergetic systems of humans directly, so it is wise that you become aware of these coming events. For this reason, we have included the progression of stellar spiral alignments, stellar activations, and stellar wave infusions with our running schedule of upcoming earthly events. The 6 stellar activations, stellar wave infusions, and stellar spiral alignments Earth will encounter between 2000 and 2017 are as follows. 1. D4 stellar activation, May 5, 2000 through June 2004. Blue wave infusion, June 2002 through June 2006. D4 solar spiral aligns with Earth's Merkaba fields. 2. D5 Pleiadian activation, June 2004 through June 2008. Violet wave infusion, June 2006 through June 2010. D5 Pleiadian Alcyone spiral aligns with solar spiral Merkaba fields. 3. D6 Sirian activation, June 2008 through January 1st, 2012. Gold wave infusion, June 2010 through June 2014. D6 Sirian spiral aligns with Pleiadian Alcyone spiral Merkaba fields. Number 4. D7 Arcturian activation, 2017, Day 1. Silver wave infusion, Day 1 through 2. D7 Arcturian spiral aligns with Sirian spiral Merkaba fields. Number 5. D8 Orion activation, 2017, Day 2. Blue-black liquid light wave infusion Day 2 through 3. D8 Orion metagalactic core spiral aligns with Arcturian spiral Merkaba fields. Number 6. D9 Andromeda activation, 2017, Day 3. Silver-black liquid light wave infusion Day 3. D9 Andromeda galactic core morphogenetic field spiral aligns with Orion spiral Merkaba fields. The following chronology of events also includes the activation and infusion schedules for the Keepers of the Blue Flame and the Keepers of the Violet Flame. Many of you reading this book may have hidden soul agreements to serve as a Keeper of the Blue or Violet Flames. The Flame Keepers are a specialized soul group that carries the Celestial Silicate Matrix gene code, who incarnate during various time periods to assist the Paladorians of Harmonic Universe 2 with the human evolutionary process. The Flame Keepers possess specialized genetic codes that will allow them to hold ultra-high frequency within their bodies to assist Earth with the stellar activation process. These writings represent a wake-up call to the Flame Keepers. It is time for them to remember their higher calling. Those of you who feel drawn to the concept of the Flame Keepers are likely to be members of the Blue or Violet Flame soul groups. The Keepers of the Blue Flame, Tara's Harmonic Universe 2 D5 morphogenetic field, begin and complete their stellar activations and infusions just prior to Earth's activations and infusions. The Keepers of the Violet Flame, Gaia's Harmonic Universe 3 D7 morphogenetic field, begin and complete 3 of their activations and infusions just after those of Earth and 3 just prior. We have included the schedules for Earth and the 2 Flame Keepers groups in this chronology to assist the Keepers in their awakening process. The Amenti Ascension Program Schedule, June 1998 to 2017. Transcendence Day. 1. June 26, 1998. Sphere of Amenti continues to transmit D3 frequencies into Earth's core. The morphogenetic wave begins to build. Earth prepares for January 1st, 2000 Transcendence Day. Flame Keepers begin blue wave infusions. By July 1998, the Sphere of Amenti opened into Earth's morphogenetic field. 6 out of 12 D3 frequencies, and it will proceed to transmit its remaining 6 D3 frequencies into Earth's core between July 1998 and January 1st, 2000. On January 1st, 2000, Amenti will begin transmitting D4 frequency through the Earth's grid. The morphogenetic wave began to build on June 26, 1998, and the D4 solar spiral began to align with Earth following the birth of Avatar 3 and sparking of the second seal on the Ark of the Covenant. Following the June 26, 1998 opening of the second seal on the Ark of the Covenant, blue wave infusions began within the bioenergetic fields of the Keepers of the Blue and Violet Flame, as they assembled half of the fourth DNA strand, halfway through their solar activation that began in June 1996. The Flame Keepers will complete their solar activation on January 1st, 2000, in preparation for Earth's solar activation on May 5th, 2000. The blue wave infusions of the Flame Keepers will complete in January 2002. 2. August 30th through September 1st, 1998. Incubation rite for humans with Palladorian birthing contracts took place in Agartha. Contract bonds were activated. Humans with Palladorian birthing contracts and contract bond soul agreements were taken in their astral bodies to Agartha by the priests of Those accepting their contracts to birth the indigo children were given the contract bond incubation rite, through which the soul matrices of each parent couple were energetically merged and the birthing contract was programmed into their operating genetic code. The Palladorian birthing contracts became finalized, non-transferable, and irreversible following the contract bond activation through the incubation rite. 3. January 1st, 2000. Celebration of the Day of Transcendence. Earth prepares for its solar activation as D4 solar spiral aligns with Earth's D2 and D3 particle base. Due to the Guardian's D4 energy infusions into Earth's core, which began in 196 BC, the opening of the second seal of the Ark of the Covenant, with the birth of Avatar 3 on June 26, 1998, the Earth's core particle pulsation speed raised high enough to begin preparation for Earth's solar activation on May 5, 2000. These frequency infusions have sufficiently increased the particle pulsation rhythm of Earth's D2 core and elemental particle field, and Earth's D3 atmospheric particle field. Further D4 frequencies will be able to run through Earth's D2 and D3 particle bases on January 1st, 2000, when the D4 solar spiral begins to align with Earth's core. D4 is a primary base tone dimension, and D2 is a primary overtone dimension within the 15-dimensional scale. When the full D4 frequency spectrum of the solar spiral begins to permeate Earth's D2 core and elemental particle field on January 1st, 2000, an interdimensional resonant tone will be struck as D2 overtone and D4 base tone frequencies merge. The interdimensional resonant tone allows Earth's three-dimensional particle field to raise in pulsation rhythm, to receive the progressive transmutative stellar wave infusions and stellar activations that will allow Earth to rise into the harmonic universe 2 time cycles for merger with Tara. Without this interdimensional resonant tone, created through the merger of Earth's D2 core frequencies with the D4 solar spiral frequencies, Earth would not be able to achieve its temporary shift into the harmonic universe 2 time cycle. If Earth is unable to make this shift, the grids of Earth and Tara will not fully merge, and the Bridge Zone project will fail. The halls of Amenti will not open, the planetary ascension process will halt, and Earth and its populations will remain trapped within Harmonic Universe 1 time cycle to fall under Draco Zeta resistance control. The striking of this interdimensional resonant tone is a natural part of Earth's ascension cycle, and will take place on January 1st, 2000, as Earth's grid has reached a necessary particle pulsation rhythm as of June 26, 1998. The event of the interdimensional resonant tone striking will occur on schedule. The alignment between Earth's D2 core and the D4 solar spiral, and the resulting interdimensional resonant tone created through this alignment, constitutes a day of transcendence for Earth and its populations. The boundaries of Earth's 26,556-year Harmonic Universe 1 time cycle and humanity's entrapment within Harmonic Universe 1 physical matter will be temporarily transcended. This day of transcendence marks the first day of Earth's new dawn into the Age of Enlightenment, and the opportunity to stop the intruder visitors' intended destruction of the human race. The interdimensional resonant tone of Transcendence Day is scheduled to occur between 12 p.m. of January 1st, 2000 and 12 a.m. January 2nd, 2000, as Earth completes its first day of the new millennium. Lightworkers across the globe will be called together in celebration of this monumental occasion, and will be directed to begin solar heart star activations for all who join them in this endeavor. The focused energies of the Lightworkers Global Network will serve to create balance and acceleration within Earth's grid to prepare Earth for the initiation of its D4 solar activation on May 5, 2000. This gathering of Lightworkers and others on January 1, 2000 is needed to counterbalance the fear-based, lower vibrating energies of the fanatical groups who will be promoting millennial fever and doom between December 1999 and January 2000. These fear-based energies have the potential to create temporary grid imbalances that could manifest as localized Earth changes as Earth enters the solar activation on May 5, 2000. Celebration of the Day of Transcendence will serve as an Earth healing measure, as well as a ceremony of human unity. Earth's fourth primary vortex, Giza, Egypt, will begin opening on this day. Number 4, 1999 through 2004. First birth wave of indigo children. The first wave of the 144,500 D6 soul essence, root ray 7, Paradisian children, who possess the imprint for DNA strand 6, will birth on Earth. They will reach maturity and activation of the 6 DNA strand at the age of 12, between 2011 and 2016, to become placeholders that ground D6 frequency on Earth during the 2012-2017 ascension period. Number 5. January 1st, 2000. Earth's fourth vortex, Giza, Egypt, opens. The sphere of Amenti begins transmitting D4 frequencies through Earth's grid. The blue flame begins its 12-year descent to Earth through the Alcyone and solar spirals. The keepers of the blue and violet flames will complete their solar activation, assembly and activation of DNA strand 4, and heart star activation. Through completion of the solar activation, the first level of soul integration takes place, astral integration. The keepers of the blue flame will begin their D5 Pleiadian soul seat activation and will initiate assembly and activation of their 5th DNA strand in preparation for grounding and embodying the frequencies of the blue flame of Amenti on May 5th, 2012. The Keepers of the Blue Flame begin their Pleiadian Soul Seed activation in January 2000, and will complete this second activation and begin the third activation on January 1st, 2005. The Keepers of the Violet Flame will begin their Pleiadian Soul Seed activation on January 1st, 2005. The Blue Flame begins its 12-year descent to Earth through the Alcyone Spiral and Solar Spirals. As D4 frequencies from the Sphere of Amenti begins transmitting through Earth's core, the ultra-high frequency band D3 quarantine frequency fence of 9540 BC completely releases, which creates a reversal of the third DNA strand mutation that was caused by the frequency fence. This mutation manifested as a blockage in the third chakra and an artificial division within the third mental body level of the auric field, creating a division between the ego/personality awareness and the higher self-awareness. Reversal of this mutation will allow humanity the opportunity to merge the ego, stationed in the low to middle frequency bands of D3, with the higher self-identity, stationed in the ultra-high frequency bands of D3. The higher self connects the D3 conscious identity to the astral and soul levels of identity. When the ego and higher self merge, Awareness of the astral and soul identity becomes more available to the ego. Dream reality and astral perception becomes clearer. Fourth DNA strand assembly and solar activation becomes available to the identity, and consciousness begins to become multidimensional. Earth solar activation. 6. May 5th, 2000. D4 solar spiral aligns with Earth's D1 iron core crystal. Earth's first transmutative stellar activation, the solar activation, begins. Earth's D1 particle base enters D4 time cycle. The corrected 4th DNA strand imprint begins transmitting through Earth's grid, and seals of Pallador, Amenti, and Zeta can release from DNA. Solar activation and multidimensional identity become available to the masses. Earth's D1 electrical overtone particles in Earth's D1 iron core crystal begins to merge with Tara's D4 magnetic basetone antiparticles and Tara's D4 gold crystal, transmuting both into their higher dimensional morphogenetic fields / hyperspace. D1 particles to D15, D4 antiparticles to D12. This is considered a D4 solar activation, as the Merkaba fields of the D1 and D4 core crystals are held within the center of the Sun, and D4 frequency transmits to Earth via the D4 solar spiral. All of Earth's D1 overtone particles and Tara's D4 basetone antiparticles enter hyperspace, and the overtone D1 and basetone D4 Merkaba fields will open into each other. Earth's D1 overtone particle base will have completed its shift into the pulsation rhythms of the D4 time cycle, and Earth's D1 basetone particles enter D3 pulsation rhythm. As Earth's D1 Merkaba field opens into Tara's D4 Merkaba field, the particle pulsation speed of Earth's core begins to rise into that of the D4 frequency bands. By the end of its solar activation in June 2004, Earth will complete 1/3 of its shift into the Harmonic Universe 2 time cycles, in preparation for merger with Tara on May 5, 2012. During Earth's second D5 Pleiadian activation, Earth's D2 and D3 particle base will also rise into the pulsation rhythms of the Harmonic Universe 2 time cycles, and Earth's D2 and D3 Merkaba fields will merge with those of Tara, placing Earth fully within the Harmonic Universe 2 time cycles by January 2012. Earth's solar activation is the first of the 6 transmutative stellar activations the planets will undergo between 2000 and 2017. Earth prepares for its solar activation in January 2000, when its D2 and D3 particle bases align with the solar spiral. The solar activation initiates on May 5, 2000, when Earth's D1 iron core crystal aligns with the solar spiral. Earth's solar activation begins on May 5, 2000 and will complete in June 2004, at which time Earth's second stellar activation will begin. The corrected imprint for the 4th DNA strand will release through the Earth's grid on May 5, 2000. This will allow people whom are consciously working to assemble DNA the opportunity to release the seal of Pallador, seal of Amenti, and traces of the Zeta seal from their DNA, so 4th strand assembly and the solar heart star activation can begin. Assembly and activation of the 4th DNA strand allows the consciousness to achieve the first level of soul integration, astral integration. The D4 seal of Pallador is a genetic mutation from 5.5 million years ago, which caused a blockage between the 2nd and 3rd chakras, a division between the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th levels of the auric field, and separation between emotional, mental, and astral identity levels. This seal is released by fully assembling the 4th DNA strand. Release of this seal allows polarization in the 4th/heart chakra to reverse, and the D2 emotional, D3 mental, and D4 astral levels of awareness to merge. The natal capsule, which is the barrier between D3 and D4 frequency levels in the auric field, dissolves, and the blockage between the D3 conscious perceptions and D2 subconscious mind releases. Release of the Seal of Pallador represents the first stage of soul integration, as the conscious D3 identity begins to access the D4 astral planes, and skills of D4 projection of consciousness and multidimensional communication develop. The Seal of Amenti, the Death Seal, is a genetic mutation from 5,508,100 years ago, a mutation in DNA strand 1, which caused a blockage between the physical and etheric body. The 6 activation code overtone of the first DNA strand was removed, which caused mutation in the first, second, and third DNA strands that manifested as a block between the body's particles and the antiparticles of the body double in the parallel universe. This seal ended humanity's ability to possess an immortal body and created the necessity for birth and death through incarnational cycles in order to evolve. It stopped the process of bodily transmutation and the ability to physically pass through the halls of Amenti in the masses. Release of the Seal of Amenti allows the body to merge its particles with those of its antiparticle double and creates merging of the physical and etheric bodies. This creates transmutation of the body form, the ability to bodily ascend, the return of the immortal body, and release from the cycles of reincarnation. Creates the merger of consciousness between present identity and identity focus in the parallel universe. Release of the Seal of Pallador and assembly of the full 4th and 5th DNA strands is necessary to reclaim the immortal body. Release of the Seal of Amenti allows the process of 5th strand DNA assembly and Pleiadian soul seed activation to continue. The Zeta Seal is a genetic mutation created in 1748 AD by the Zeta's frequency fence in the D4 time cycle. The Zeta Seal was removed by Guardians through astral realignment between 1902 and 1986. But traces of this 4th DNA strand mutation still appear in some humans. Zeta Seal blocked the D4 frequency, and thus multidimensional perception, from the D3 perceptual awareness, creating an artificial barrier between the D3 conscious self and the astral identity. The seal operated as an etheric implant within the nasal capsule, between the 3rd and 4th layers of the auric field. This caused repression of dream recall and memory of multidimensional experience, and hampering of multidimensional communication, astral projection, and the soul integration processes. It allows Zetas to electrically impulse human biochemical response patterns and behavior through subliminal manipulation of the bioneurological structure. The Zeta Seal releases with the assembly of the realigned 4th DNA strand. The Hall of Records, September 17th, 2001. Guardians complete alignment of Giza Pyramid with Alcyone Spiral. Hall of Records begins to open. The Guardians will complete their Earth Grid realignment, bringing the Great Pyramid of Giza / Vortex 4 into alignment with the Alcyone Spiral in preparation for the holographic beam of 2017. This will begin the opening of the Hall of Records beneath the Sphinx. The Hall of Records is a 4th dimensional portal passage storage area that connects to the higher dimensional morphogenetic fields of Earth, Tara, and Gaia, where the complete planetary memory banks are stored in the form of crystalline energy substance. These crystalline morphogenetic imprints are collectively called the Ancient Doratora Matrix, and they contain the entire living memory of the 5 harmonic universes in one 15-dimensional system. The Akashic Record Planetary Memory Bank of D8 is part of the larger Ancient Doratora Matrix memory complex. The Hall of Records represents a D4 conduit through which data from the Akashic Record and Ancient Doratora can be downloaded through the Earth's 7 primary vortices and into the sphere of Amenti and Earth's morphogenetic field. The data is transferred electronically through the Hall of Records into Amenti and Earth's core, and then into Earth's grid. The history of the universe then becomes available to anyone on Earth that has a high enough accretion level to translate the data through their genetic code and consciousness. The Hall of Records opens only when the Alcyon spiral is aligned with the primary fourth vortex beneath the Sphinx and the Great Pyramid. Within the structure of the Sphinx, there are several dormant portal passages that lead from the Sphinx to the Great Pyramid, then into the D2 portal passage of Earth's core, where the Sphere of Amenti is stored. Once the Alcyon spiral is activated, these portals are accessible, but only to individuals who carry a very precise frequency tone combination within their bioenergetic fields. In order for the Hall of Records to release its data through the portals of the Sphinx and into the Sphere of Amenti, the three individuals who represent the flame holders of the D2 orange gold flame, a male, the D5 blue flame, female, and the D7 violet flame, female, must enter the Sphinx through the D4 astral plane and find their way to the inner chamber in the portal activation site, which is a very small crawl space, boxed in on three sides, just large enough to hold three bodies, astral, lined up side by side. The activation site is underground and is presently sealed by several layers of stone. Its access crawl space, through which it was constructed, is packed with earth. There are several hidden passages within and beneath the Sphinx that are marked with a series of instructional symbol codes, the final four of which can only be decoded by the flame holders. The symbols are multi-dimensional Keylontic access codes that, once translated and pulled into the body, serve as electronic lock releases for the Halls of Records. The flame holders will be guided to Egypt with a small support team to help them hold the energy at the appropriate time. The flame holders must enter the activation site using the astral body. Ideally, they must project from the physical body stationed within the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid. When the Alcyon spiral is activated, the flame holders within the King's Chamber will receive a blue flame infusion, a bodily infusion of ultra-high frequency D5 energy from the Alcyon spiral, through an energy rite known only to the flame holders and being with D15 clearance, beings whom have undergone 15-dimensional initiations and carry the imprint for D13 through D15 within their morphogenetic field. After the infusions, the flame holders will link their bioenergetic fields and enter the astral plane and access site together. Once in the activation site, the three will blend the energies of their astral bodies in one unit of ultra-conscious energy identity. The physical and astral bodies of the flame holders serve as a conduit through which the electronically stored data from the Hall of Records can download, activate the portals, and pass into the Sphere of Amenti. The flame holders allow the Hall of Records to be put online with the Sphere of Amenti, after which time this data transmits through Earth's grid and becomes available to anyone on Earth who can translate the information. The Hall of Records begins opening with the activation of the Alcyon spiral, but cannot be accessed until the blue flame of Amenti embodies on Earth, with the birth of the sixth avatar. The birth of the sixth avatar creates an energetic connection between 12 dimensions of the Hall of Records and the Earth's core, which allows data to flow through the flame holders and into the Sphere of Amenti. If the Halls of Amenti cannot open, the Hall of Records also remains closed. Prior to the opening of the Hall of Records, the chambers leading to the dead end in front of the activation site in the Sphinx will be discovered. The Halls of Amenti will begin to open on May 5, 2012. The Hall of Records will begin opening on September 17, 2001, but will not activate and begin transmitting data until after the birth of the sixth avatar, which is scheduled for 12:01 a.m. on May 5, 2012. At this time, the flame holders will be called to activate the Hall of Records for the races. 2001, Draco Zeta Resistance tentative plan to stage public landing and introduction to begin frequency fence project. Guardians plan flybys if warning of Earth changes is needed. The Draco Zeta Resistance tentatively plans to stage a public landing in order to deceptively introduce themselves as Guardians and begin covert infiltration of Earth's electrical power supply and water systems in preparation for implementing their frequency fence. The Resistance forces will not land if they believe their frequency fence plan is in jeopardy. If Earth's grid reaches a 3.75 accretion level by 2001, which will only occur if 8% of the population assembles the 5th DNA strand by 2001. This is not expected until just before 2012. The Resistance frequency fence will not work on the masses. The frequency fence plan can be averted. The Resistance will abandon their direct takeover plans and resort to instigating Earth changes. If they cannot gain control over human populations, they still hope to stop the halls of Amenti from opening, so the acceleration of the human genetic blueprint does not take place. The Resistance will lose control over their future D4 stronghold if present human populations can assemble the 4th and 5th DNA strands. For this reason, the Resistance has a vested interest in keeping the halls of Amenti closed. Without the frequency fence, it will be difficult for them to stop the Bridge Zone project, the opening of Amenti, and the accelerated genetic evolution it will bring. If they cannot stop these events, they will attempt to gain dominion over the D3 Phantom Earth to begin rebuilding their stronghold from D3 after 2017, a plan that is likely to fail if Guardians decide to enforce a ban on Resistance presence. If the frequency fence plan is stopped, there is a strong likelihood that Resistance forces will leave of their own accord. If the frequency fence plan is not stopped, humans remaining on the D3 Phantom Earth will still remain vulnerable to Resistance infiltration. The frequency fence plan can still be averted if the interior government stops all cooperation with Resistance EBEs and refuses to allow the 2003 experiment to take place. In the event that the public landing of 2001 does occur, the Resistance frequency fence plan is still operational, and Earth's populations will have until 2004 to assemble DNA to the 3.75 accretion level in order to protect themselves from the frequency fence. If the frequency fence plan is operational, Guardian visitors may stage mass sighting flybys any time between 1998 and 2004 in order to warn the populations that Earth changes will be coming due to the frequency fence. In the event that the frequency fence is averted by 2004 and severe Earth changes are not expected, Guardians will not stage mass flybys. We are hoping the frequency fence plan will be abandoned. Humanity can help this effort by trying to assemble and activate the 5th DNA strand in 8% of the populations by 2001. Presently, an estimated of 0.24% of global populations have the 5th strand assembled and activated. Reaching 8% by 2001 is not likely, but it is not impossible if humanity really tries to reach this goal. If this goal can be reached, the Draco Zeta Resistance takeover plan can be stopped before it is put into action. Number 9. January 2002. Keepers of the Blue and Violet Flames end blue wave infusions. Keepers of the Blue Flame begin violet wave infusions. The Keepers of the Blue and Violet Flames will complete their blue wave infusions in January 2002, and the Keepers of the Blue Flame will begin violet wave infusions. The Keepers of the Blue and Violet Flames complete their D5/D6 blue wave infusions that begins on June 26, 1998. The Keepers of the Blue Flame are halfway through their D5 Pleiadian Soul Seed activation, and their D6/D7 violet wave infusion begins. Through these D6/D7 wave infusions, D6 base tone and D7 overtone frequencies and imprints for DNA strands 6 and 7 enter into the morphogenetic field of the Keepers of the Blue Flame. The Keepers of the Violet Flame will begin their D5 Pleiadian Soul Seed activation on January 1st, 2005, and their violet wave infusions will begin in January 2007. Shifting to the Bridge Zone Earth requires completion of the blue wave infusion, activation of half of the 5th DNA strand, completion of the solar heart star activation, and half of the Pleiadian soul seed activation. The D5 Pleiadian activation becomes available to the masses, those who were not born with the 50 A strand imprint, on September 9th, 2004, with the birth of Avatar 4 and the release of the corrective 50 A strand imprint through Earth's grid. At this time, 5th strand assembly can begin for those who completed 4th strand assembly and heart star activation through the solar activation. The masses will not be able to complete the D5 Pleiadian activation until May 5th, 2012, following the birth of Avatar 6 and the activation of the 5th strand codes. 10. June 2002. Earth begins first stellar wave infusion, the blue wave infusion. Earth is halfway through its D4 solar activation, as the frequencies of the D5/D6 blue wave infusion descend through the Pleiadian Alcyon and solar spirals, beginning Earth's first transmutative stellar wave infusion, the D5/D6 blue wave infusion. Through these D5/D6 wave infusions, D5 base tone and D6 overtone frequencies enter into Earth's core morphogenetic field. Earth's blue wave infusion will complete in June 2006, when Earth's violet wave infusion begins. In June 2004, the D5 Pleiadian Alcyon spiral comes into alignment with the D4 solar spiral, completing Earth's D4 solar activation and beginning Earth's D5 Pleiadian activation. Earth will complete 6 stellar wave infusions between June 2002 and June 2017. 3 of these infusions will occur concurrently with the final 3 stellar activations within a 3-day period that will fall somewhere between May 5th, 2017 and June 30th, 2017. (2003) Zeta Experiment. Number 11. August 12, 2003. Draco Zeta Resistance and Covert Government Dimensional Blending Experiment. The Draco Zeta Resistance hopes to coerce the interior government to orchestrate a dimensional blending experiment through top-secret military operations. The experiment resembles the Philadelphia experiment of 1943 and the Montauk Project of 1983. The Resistance's covert motivation for the 2003 experiment is to create a rip in space-time that will connect with space-time rips that were made during the experiments in 1943 and 1983, so they may cloak large numbers of spacecraft while bringing them into the underground bases. The presence of these underground fleets at 3 different time intervals is necessary for the Resistance to broadcast the EM pulses of their intended frequency fence. If the interior government and world military organizations can be convinced to stop any such dimensional blending experiments, especially during the months of July through October of 2003, the frequency fence agenda will be abandoned. 12. Spring 2004. Draco Zeta Resistance to begin EM pulses of frequency fence. If the Draco Zeta Resistance is successful in motivating the 2003 experiment, and the Earth's grid is not yet at a 3.75 accretion, they intend to begin broadcasting the base EM pulses of the frequency fence from several underground base locations. The Resistance will have introduced an undetectable organic element to mass water supplies by this time, which is needed to repress the human body's natural immunological response to the foreign EM pulses used in the frequency fence. If the transmission of the frequency fence-based pulses begins, an undetectable ultra-low frequency phantom electrical pulse will begin to transmit through Earth's grid into the bioenergetic and electrochemical systems of the humans and into mass electrical power stations. The phantom pulse will follow the natural flow of electricity from the main power generation plants into all electrical systems drawing power from those plants and will thus be transmitted through all commercial and residential electrical devices. The ultra-low frequency EM phantom pulse will create a subtle disruption within the bioenergetic fields of humans, which will manifest in the body as a bioneurological perceptual block, through which the human conscious and subconsciousness minds can be blocked from translating perceptual data from all but a few select dimensional frequency bands. A perceptual harness on human consciousness will result, through which the resistance can transmit holographic inserts and subliminally impulse human behavioral response patterns directly through the subconscious mind and physical body. The human body has a natural immune response to such electromagnetic invasion, which the resistance can repress by introducing a certain organic elemental compound into the water supply, and by transmitting specific wave spectrums of light directly into the human's optical facilities. Technologies such as broadcast television are intended as vehicles to carry the subliminal light spectrum patterns into the human optical facilities. Common radio waves are also intended as carriers of subsequent EM pulses, which will serve to reinforce the bioneurological programming of the frequency fence. The resistance will attempt to use your own technologies against you. After approximately 6 years of such covert electromagnetic manipulation, the contrived electromagnetic imprint will be strong enough to override the natural DNA imprint within the personal morphogenetic field. The perceptual harness will manifest as a genetic mutation within the human DNA, a mutation that will be genetically passed on through breeding. The frequency fence is a powerful, advanced, EM pulse technology of which the resistance is in possession and now intends to use on the human populations. Human technology presently does not have such command of EM pulse mechanics, and so will be unable to create technological protection from the frequency fence. However, humanity does possess a natural ability to accelerate the genetic code, through which natural immunity to the frequency fence, the water additive, and the subliminal, digital light spectrum transmissions can be created. It is much easier to prevent the frequency fence from affecting the bioneurological system by building this natural immunity before the EM pulse transmissions begin. Then it will be to reverse the effects of these transmissions once the broadcasting is initiated. If the frequency fence plan is not averted by 2004, the frequency fence will be operational by 2006, at which time the resistance will begin broadcasting mass holographic inserts, 5-sensory perceptual illusions into Earth's atmosphere, through which the masses can be directed as the resistance desires. Can you understand why we of the Guardian Alliance are trying to educate your race in regard to the very real ET technologies the resistance plans to use against you? We are not trying to frighten you. We are hoping you will be mature enough to comprehend the consequences of such technologies before you unknowingly fall under this influence. You have the power to stop the frequency fence now by taking command of your personal evolutionary imprint. You can protect yourselves if you are willing to learn how to do so. Earth's Pleiadian activation. Number 13, June 2004. D5 Pleiadian Alcyon spiral aligns with the D4 solar spiral. Earth's fifth vortex, Machu Picchu, Peru, opens. Earth completes solar activation and begins Pleiadian activation. The sphere of Amenti begins transmitting D5 frequency into Earth's grid. The sphere of Amenti completes opening its D4 frequencies into Earth's morphogenetic field. Earth's fourth primary vortex at Giza is fully opened and activated, and the natural seal on Earth's fifth primary vortex begins to open and activate as the D5 Alcyon spiral aligns with the D4 solar spiral. Earth's fifth primary vortex is located in Machu Picchu, Peru. The sphere of Amenti begins transmitting its D5 frequencies into Earth's grid as Earth completes its D4 solar activation and begins its D5 Pleiadian activation. The morphogenetic wave continues to build. The particles of Earth's D2 elemental kingdom begin to merge with Tara's D5 antiparticles. Earth's D3 atmospheric antiparticles begin to merge with Tara's D6 particles. Earth's D2 and D3 Merkaba field begins to merge with Tara's D5 and D6 Merkaba field through the pathway of the Alcyon spiral. By the end of its Pleiadian activation in June 2008, Earth will complete the final 2/3 of its shift into the Harmonic Universe 2 time cycles in preparation for merger with Tara on May 5th, 2012. 14. September 9th, 2004. Tentative birth of Avatar 4, 10th level Avatar. Will align DNA strand 5 with 12 strand pattern. Corrected strand 5 imprint begins transmitting through Earth's grid. The fourth of the 6 silent avatars is scheduled to be born. The birth can occur before this date, following the birth of Avatar 3 on June 26, 1998, but must take place by September 9th, 2004, to realign the 5th DNA strand imprint in the sphere of Amenti morphogenetic field, before this strand imprint begins transmitting through Earth's grid on September 9th, 2004. The fourth avatar is a D10 soul essence from Harmonic Universe 4, a 10th level avatar, with 10th dimensional frequency bands activated in its genetic code. This individual will be born with strand 10 fully activated. As this soul essence passes through the sphere of Amenti, the imprint for DNA strand 5 will realign with the 12 strand DNA pattern, and the 5th strand imprint will begin transmitting through Earth's grid. The Pallador, Amenti, and Zeta seals will be fully released from the DNA and all whom worked to assemble the 4th strand. Though the corrected 5th strand begins assembly in 2004, for most of the populations it will not fully activate, or plug into the lower strands and become operational, until May 5th, 2012, when the blue flame is embodied on Earth. The D5 Pleiadian activation pre-activation strand 5 assembly becomes available to the masses on September 9th, 2004. But completion of this activation and activation of the Soul Seat Star Crystal will not be available to the masses until the 5th strand activates after May 5th, 2012. Completion of the Pleiadian activation and assembly and activation of the 5th DNA strand allows the consciousness to achieve the 2nd level of soul integration, the Soul Seat activation, and begins the process of cellular transmutation through which the body can raise its particle pulsation rhythm into the Harmonic Universe 2/D5 time cycle for teleportation through the halls of Amenti. Ascension to Tara requires completion of the Pleiadian activation, full activation of strand 5, completion of half of the violet wave infusion, and activation of the Soul Seat Star Crystal. 15. 2005 through 2017. Second birth wave of indigo children. The second wave of 5,500 D6 soul essence, root race 7, Paradisian children, who possess the imprint for DNA strand 6, will birth on Earth. They will reach maturity and activation of the 6th DNA strand at the age of 12, between 2017 and 2029, to become placeholders that ground D6 frequency on the bridge zone Earth following the 2012-2017 ascension period. 16. January 1st, 2005. Keepers of the Blue Flame begin 6th DNA strand, D6 Syrian Earth Star activation. Keepers of the Violet Flame begin 5th DNA strand, D5 Pleiadian Soul Seed activation. The Keepers of the Blue Flame complete their D5 Pleiadian Soul Seed activation and begin their D6 Syrian Earth Star activation. Through the Syrian activation, they will assemble and activate the 6th DNA strand and complete the 3rd level of soul identity integration in preparation for embodying Tara's Blue Flame morphogenetic field on May 5th, 2012. The Keepers of the Violet Flame begin their D5 Pleiadian Soul Seed activation and assembly and activation of their 5th DNA strand, beginning the 2nd level of soul identity integration in preparation for embodying Gaia's Violet Flame morphogenetic field on January 1st, 2017. 17. June 2006. Earth completes Blue Wave Infusion and begins Violet Wave Infusion. Earth will be halfway through its D5 Pleiadian activation. The D5/D6 Blue Wave Infusion that began in June 2002 completes, and the D6/D7 Violet Wave Infusion begins. Through these D6/D7 wave infusions, D6 base tone and D7 overtone frequencies are entered into Earth's core morphogenetic field. Earth will complete its D6/D7 Violet Wave Infusion and begin its D7/D8 Gold Wave Infusion in June 2010. 18. 2006. Draco Zeta resistance to begin broadcasting holographic inserts if frequency fence is established in 2004. The Draco Zeta resistance plans to begin broadcasting mass holographic inserts through their frequency fence in order to direct populations away from the path of ascension and to establish full covert control over global, social, and economic structures. Once populations are under perceptual control, resistance members can walk among humans undetected. They plan to create various types of geographical disturbances that interfere with the grid merger between Earth and Tara. If it was not for the Bridge Zone project, these activities could have stopped the opening of the halls of Amenti. The frequency fence and intended grid disruptions can still cause Earth changes between 2012 and 2017, but the halls of Amenti will remain stable as long as Earth's core morphogenetic field reaches the 3.5 accretion level necessary for Earth to enter the Bridge Zone pulsation rhythm in 2012. Only the Phantom Earth that returns to the D3 time cycle after 2017 will be susceptible to resistance control and the massive Earth changes that could result from the frequency fence and related activity. Humans with an accretion level below 4.5, all of the 4th DNA strand assembled and activated plus half of the 5th strand, will end up in this future D3 time continuum after 2017. The Earth changes, holographic inserts, and mental takeover can be stopped in this D3 time cycle if humanity can help the Guardian stop the resistance from activating the frequency fence in 2004. 19. January 2007. Keepers of the Blue Flame begin Gold Wave Infusions. Keepers of the Violet Flame begin Violet Wave Infusions. The Keepers of the Blue Flame are halfway through their D6 Syrian Earthstar activation. The D6/D7 Violet Wave Infusion that began in January 2002 completes, and the D7/D8 Gold Wave Infusion begins. Through these D7/D8 wave infusions, D7 base tone and D8 overtone frequencies and imprints for DNA strands 7 and 8 enter the morphogenetic fields of the Keepers of the Blue Flame. The Keepers of the Violet Flame are halfway through their D5 Pleiadian Soul Seed activation. The D5/D6 Blue Wave Infusion that began in 2002 completes, and the D6/D7 Violet Wave Infusion begins. Through these D6/D7 wave infusions, D6 base tone and D7 overtone frequencies and imprints for DNA strands 6 and 7 enter into the morphogenetic field of the Keepers of the Violet Flame. Earth Syrian activation. 20. June 2008. D6 Syrian spiral aligns with the D5 Pleiadian Alcyone spiral. Earth 6 vortex, Caucasus Mountains, Russia, opens. Earth completes D5 Pleiadian activation and begins D6 Syrian activation. the sphere of Amenti begins transmitting D6 frequency through Earth's grid. Earth completes shift into Harmonic Universe 2 time cycles. The sphere of Amenti will complete its opening of D5 frequencies into Earth's morphogenetic field. The 5th primary vortex in Peru will be fully opened and activated, and the natural seal on the 6th primary vortex will open. Earth's 6th primary vortex is located in the Caucasus Mountains in Russia. The sphere of Amenti begins transmitting D6 frequency through Earth's grid, as the D6 Sirian spiral aligns with the D5 Alcyone spiral. Earth completes its D5 Pleiadian activation that began in June 2004 and begins its D6 Sirian activation. At the end of its Pleiadian activation on June 2008, Earth completes its final 2/3 shift into the Harmonic Universe 2 time cycles, in preparation for the mergers of the grids of Earth and Tara on May 5, 2012. The morphogenetic wave continues to build as Tara's D4 and D5 particles begin to merge with Gaia's D7 and D8 antiparticles, and Tara's D4 and D5 Merkaba fields begin to merge with Gaia's D7 and D8 Merkaba fields. Tara's D4 and D5 particle base moves into the D7 and D8 time cycles of Harmonic Universe 3, while Earth's temporary shift into the Harmonic Universe 2 time cycles completes. 21. July 22nd, 2008. Tentative birth of Avatar 5, 11th level Avatar. Will align DNA strand 6 imprint with 12 strand pattern. Corrected strand 6 imprint begins transmitting through Earth's grid, and the Templar seal can release from DNA. The 5th of 6 silent avatars is to be born on this date. The birth can occur earlier, following the birth of Avatar 4 on September 9, 2004, but it must occur by July 22, 2008, when the 6th DNA strand imprint begins transmitting through Earth's grid. The birth of Avatar 5 is presently scheduled for July 22, 2008. This avatar is a D11 soul essence from Harmonic Universe 4, an 11th level avatar, with 11th dimensional frequency bands activated in its genetic code. This individual will be born with strand 11 fully activated. As this soul essence passes through the sphere of Amenti, the imprint for DNA strand 6 will realign with the 12 strand pattern, and the 6 strand imprint will begin transmitting through Earth's grid. Though the 6th strand will assemble in 2008, and those who have assembled strands 5 and below, the 6th strand will not activate for most people until after the violet flame embodies on Earth in 2017. Assembly and activation of the 6th DNA strand allows the consciousness to achieve the 3rd and final level of soul integration, the Earth Star activation, at which time the identity can choose to transmute into etheric form on D7 Gaia to begin embodiment of the Oversoul identity. Assembly of the 6th DNA strand releases the D6 Templar seal, which made bodily ascension impossible for those with this genetic configuration. The Templar seal was placed on certain race strains in 8000 BC and created genetic distortion in many others through interbreeding. Release of the Templar seal allows one to fulfill activation of the 6th DNA strand for ascension to Gaia and beyond. 22. January 2009. Keepers of the Blue Flame begin 7th DNA strand, D7 Arcturian core star activation. Keepers of the Violet Flame begin 6th DNA strand, D6 Syrian Earth star activation. The Keepers of the Blue Flame complete their D6 Syrian star activation and will activate their 7th DNA strand, beginning their D7 Arcturian core star activation, which will begin embodiment of the 1st level of the Oversoul identity, in preparation for embodying the Blue Flame in 2012. The Keepers of the Violet Flame complete their D5 Pleiadian Soul Seed activation, and will activate their 6th DNA strand to begin their D6 Syrian Earth Star activation, beginning the 3rd level of Soul Identity integration, in preparation for embodying the Violet Flame in 2017. 23. June 2010. Earth begins Gold Wave infusions. Earth is halfway through its D6 Syrian activation. The D6/D7 Violet Wave infusion that began in June 2006 completes, and the D7/D8 Gold Wave infusion begins. Through these D7/D8 wave infusions, D7 base tone and D8 overtone frequencies are entered into Earth's core morphogenetic field. 24. June 2011. Keepers of the Blue Flame begin Silver Wave infusions. Keepers of the Violet Flame begin Gold Wave infusions. The Keepers of the Blue Flame are halfway through their D7 Arcturian Core Star activation. The D7/D8 Gold Wave infusion that began in January 2007 completes, and the D8/D9 Silver Wave infusion begins. Through these D8/D9 wave infusions, D8 base tone and D9 overtone frequencies and imprints for the DNA strands 8 and 9 enter the morphogenetic fields of the Blue Flame holders. The Keepers of the Violet Flame are halfway through their D6 Syrian Earth Star activation. The D6/D7 Violet Wave infusion that began in January 2007 completes, and the D7/D8 Gold Wave infusion begins. Through these D7/D8 wave infusions, the D7 base tone and D8 overtone frequencies and imprints for DNA strands 7 and 8 enter the morphogenetic fields of the Keepers of the Violet Flame. 25. January 1st, 2012. Earth completes D6 Syrian Earth Star activation. Earth's 7th vortex, Andes Mountains, South America, opens. Amenti begins transmitting D7 frequency through Earth's grid. Blue Flame begins its final approach to Earth through the Alcyon Spiral. Keepers of the Blue Flame activate 8th DNA strand and begin D8 Orion Earth Core activation. Keepers of the Violet Flame activate 7th DNA strand, D7 Arcturian Core Star activation. Earth completes its D6 Syrian activation that began in June 2008, and D6 frequencies from the Earth's core morphogenetic field begin transmitting through Earth's grid. As this occurs, D7 frequencies from the Sphere of Amenti begin transmitting through Earth's grid, and the Sphere of Amenti completes opening its D6 frequency into Earth's morphogenetic field. Earth completes the first 3 activations of its transmutative stellar activation cycle, and will not begin its 4th D7 Arcturian activation until the D7 Arcturian spiral aligns with the D6 Syrian spiral on day 1 of the 3-day particle conversion period between May 5th, 2017 and June 30th, 2017. By January 2012, the 6th primary vortex in the Caucasus Mountains will be fully open and activated, and the natural seal on the 7th primary vortex will begin to open and activate. Earth's 7th primary vortex is located in the Andes Mountains of western South America. The Blue Flame of Amenti begins its final approach to Earth through the Alcyon Spiral. The Keepers of the Blue Flame complete their D7 Arcturian Core Star activation, fully activating the 7th DNA strand to become 7th level avatars, embodying the 1st level of the Oversoul identity. The Keepers of the Blue Flame begin activating the 8th DNA strand, initiating their D8 Orion Earth Core activation, which allows integration of the 2nd level of the Oversoul identity to become an 8th level avatar. Completion of the D7 Arcturian Core Star activation causes the Core Star Crystal Energy Center within the body, above the navel, below the 3rd solar plexus chakra, to transmit D7 frequency. The bodies of the Flame Keepers become transmitters of ultra-high frequency light and sound, as their bioenergetic fields fill with the D7 frequency. The Flame Keepers become conduits for D7 energies, which flow to Earth from the Arcturian spiral through the Sirian, Pleiadian Alcyone, and solar spirals. Through the bodies of the Flame Keepers achieving Arcturian core star activation, D7 frequency runs through Earth's core, preparing Earth for its 2017 alignment with the Arcturian spiral and beginning the separation of particle fields within Earth's matter body. Following the core star activation, the Blue Flame Keepers hold the power within their bioenergetic fields to create 7-strand DNA activations in others, and to assist others of lesser DNA strand assembly and passing through the halls of Amenti once the halls have opened. The D8 Orion and D9 Andromeda activations allows the Flame Keepers to become transmitters of D8 and D9 frequency, capable of initiating Orion and Andromeda activations in others, and through which the Earth core prepares to align with the D8 Orion and D9 Andromeda spirals in 2017. As the Keepers of the Blue Flame begin their D8 Orion Earth core activation, the Keepers of the Violet Flame begin their D7 Arcturian core star activation. 26. March 2012. Keepers of the Blue Flame begin blue-black liquid light wave infusions. The Keepers of the Blue Flame are halfway through their D8 Orion Earth core activation. The D8/D9 silver wave infusion that began in June 2011 completes, and the D9/D10 blue-black liquid light wave infusion begins. Through these D8/D9 wave infusions, the D9 base tone and the D8 overtone frequencies, and imprints for DNA strands 9 and 10, enter into the morphogenetic fields of the Keepers of the Blue Flame. 27. May 5th, 2012, 12:01 AM. Birth of Avatar 6, 12th level Avatar. Will align DNA strand 7 imprint with 12-strand pattern. Templar Axion seal releases from human DNA as corrected strand 7 imprint begins transmitting through Earth's grid. 6 of 6 silent avatars will be born precisely at this time, passing through the sphere of Amenti into fetal integration at 12:01 AM on May 5th, 2012. This is a D12 soul essence from Harmonic Universe 4, a 12th level avatar, which is the highest level of identity that can be embodied through the human genetic code. Yeshua 12, from 12 BC to 27 AD, of the soul identity Sananda, was the last level 12 avatar to incarnate on Earth. The 6th avatar will be born with 12-dimensional frequency bands activated in his genetic code, a fully activated DNA strand 12. As his soul essence passes through the sphere of Amenti, the imprint for DNA strand 7 will realign with the 12-strand pattern, and the 7th strand imprint will begin transmitting through Earth's grid. As the 7th DNA strand imprint aligns and activates, the D7-666 Templar Axion seal, which imposed repeated reincarnations for humans who carried this DNA mutation, is released from Templar Axion sealed humans who begin assembling the 7th DNA strand. Halls of Amenti open. 28. May 5th, 2012. The grids of Earth and Tara begin to merge, and the morphogenetic wave prepares to crest. The Keepers of the Blue Flame end D8 Orion Earth core activation and begin D9 Andromeda Galactic core activation. The Blue Flame of Amenti embodies within the Keepers of the Blue Flame. Spontaneous mass awakenings occur. The halls of Amenti open and ascensions begin. The 3 flame holders are called to Giza to activate the Hall of Records. The grids of Earth and Tara begin to merge as the morphogenetic wave prepares to crest. The Keepers of the Blue Flame complete their D8 Orion Earth Core activation, becoming 8th level avatars, and begin their D9 Andromeda Galactic Core activation. As the 9th DNA strand begins activation and assembly, the 3rd level of the Oversoul embodies, and the Keepers of the Blue Flame become 9th level avatars. The Keepers of the Blue Flame will complete their D9 Andromeda activation to become 9th level avatars on day 1 of the 3-day particle conversion period between May 5th, 2017 and June 30th, 2017. On May 5th, 2012, the blue flame of Amenti descends through the Ashayana spiral and into embodiment within the Keepers of the Blue Flame. Embodiment of the blue flame takes place through the primary flame holder, who magnetically draws the blue flame from the Ashayana spiral and into her bioenergetic field and body. Flame holders carry a specific magnetic base tone within their DNA that allows the bioenergetic system to become highly magnetic when this recessive gene is activated. Without this extremely rare recessive gene, the human body would be ripped apart in attempting to draw energy directly from the Ashayana spiral while the blue or violet flames are descending. Flame holders are incarnated on Earth during appropriate times, after carefully selecting a parental lineage by Palladorian birthing contracts that carries this recessive gene, specifically to fill this role. These individuals are predestined by Oversoul contracts to fulfill this role. There are 3 flame holder positions to fill. That of the D2 orange gold flame, requiring a male embodiment, and those of the D5 blue and D7 violet flames, female embodiments. For each position, there are only 3 individuals born that can fill this role, for a total of 9 individuals on the planet at any one time, who will carry this rare recessive gene. The primary position is held by a flame holder who is appointed by the Galactic Council of Harmonic Universe 4, and the 2nd and 3rd positions serve as backup in the event that the primary flame holder cannot fulfill the role. The primary flame holder chooses the souls who will serve as backup, and they incarnate during the same time period as per these soul agreements. The Keepers of the Flames are likewise born into their roles by soul agreements, and will begin to awaken to their greater mission once it is time for their service to begin. The Flame Keepers and Holders have begun to awaken to their identity over the last 15 years. Once the blue flame holder has drawn the blue flame from the Ashayana spiral, the flame holder then downgrades the frequencies of the blue flame through her bioenergetic field and transfers the frequencies of the blue flame into the flame keepers by the 4th/heart chakra. Once the blue flame frequencies stabilize in the morphogenetic fields of the flame keepers, an intense infusion of Harmonic Universe 2 frequencies spreads throughout the Amenti morphogenetic field and through the Earth's grid, which allows rapid acceleration of 5th and 6th DNA strand assembly to occur throughout the populations who have begun assembling the 5th and 6th strands. The 7th strand will begin to assemble in those who have assembled strand 6 and below. Strand 5 rapidly begins to activate, triggering a spontaneous expansion of multidimensional awareness and awakening to multidimensional memory and identity within the populations who assembled the 5th strand. Strands 6 and 7, which have been assembled, will remain dormant until activation during the 3-day particle conversion period between May 5th, 2017 and June 30th, 2017. As the grids of Earth and Tara begin to merge, the halls of Amenti, within the sphere of Amenti at Earth's core, begin to open, and people who have assembled the 5th strand and above can begin passing through the portals that connect the halls of Amenti and Tara. At this time, forward through 2022, people on the ascension path to Tara will be guided to the appropriate portal or interdimensional transport locations for transfer to Tara. Just following the birth of Avatar 6 on May 5th, 2012, The 3 primary flame holders and their support team will be called to Egypt to activate the Hall of Records portals. Numerous groups will try this feat prior to this time, but only the 3 flame holders possess the needed frequency codes in their bioenergetic fields to allow them to serve as conduits for downloading the electronic transmissions from the Doratora matrix and Akashic records. Once the portal between the Sphinx, Great Pyramid, and Earth's core open, universal memory comes online within the sphere of Amenti, and the sphere of Amenti prepares to release this continual flow of electronically coded data into the Earth's grid, where it can be picked up through the human bioenergetic field and translated into conscious information. Reincarnational and race memory will become available to people who have assembled the 4th DNA strand and above. 29. December 21st, 2012. The morphogenetic wave begins cresting. Earth begins passing into the holographic beam and photon belt. Earth's particle base begins to separate. Magnetic and electrical poles of Earth and Tara reverse. Angular rotation of particle spin shifts 45 degrees. The grids of Earth and Tara continue to merge. Earth's fastest pulsating particles begin transfer to hyperspace, and the Hall of Records begins transmitting data through Earth's grid. As the morphogenetic wave begins cresting, Earth's particle base begins separating to fields of fast, moderate, and slow pulsation. The fastest pulsating particles begin to transfer from Earth, through Earth's core in the Alcyon spiral, into the higher dimensional morphogenetic fields / hyperspace. Earth begins passing into the holographic beam. Earth's overtone particles pass into the photon belt, and all of Earth's electrical overtone particles and Tara's basetone antiparticles enter hyperspace. The basetone particles left in Earth's grid begin to blend with the overtone antiparticles left in Tara's grid. The polarity of the particles and antiparticles temporarily reverses, and the angular rotation of particle spin shifts 45 degrees. Earth's magnetic poles reverse and shift 45 degrees, as Tara's electrical poles reverse and countershift 45 degrees. Between December 21st, 2012 and June 30th, 2017, the D1 basetone particles of Earth progressively merge with the D4 overtone antiparticles of Tara within the pulsation rhythm of the D4 time cycle. Earth's particle base temporarily raises to an accretion level of 4. Its elemental particle base raises to 5 accretion, and its atmospheric particle base raises to a 6 accretion level. Earth will remain in the D4 time cycle until the morphogenetic wave crest ends at the half cycle point in 2017, and the particle fields make their final transition into their respective time cycles. The reversal and shifting of the magnetic and electrical poles of Earth and Tara does not create a physical pole reversal or shift, because the action of reversal and shift of Earth and Tara are simultaneous and counterbalance each other, as long as both grids are properly aligned. In areas where the grids are not balanced and aligned, tectonic cracking and shifting and volcanic activity of varying degrees may result. The reversal of particle activity will be primarily undetectable to earthly equipment and human perception, as such devices are also composed of particles, which will shift along with Earth's dimensional perception. There will be some subtle observable variance in Earth's magnetic fields, and an increase in gamma wave activity. The Hall of Records will begin transmitting data through the sphere of Amenti and Earth's grid, releasing universal memory into the planetary memory banks of Earth's morphogenetic field, making personal and race incarnational memory available to humans with 4th DNA strand assembly and above. Humans with lower DNA strand assembly will not be able to translate or synthesize this higher frequency digital data through their operational neurological system into conscious perception. 30. January 2013. Keepers of the Violet Flame begin silver wave infusions. The Keepers of the Violet Flame are halfway through their D7 Arcturian core star activation. The D7/D8 gold wave infusion that begins in June 2011 completes, and the D8/D9 silver wave infusion begins. Through these D8/D9 wave infusions, the D8 base tone and D9 overtone frequencies and imprints for DNA strands 8 and 9 enter into the morphogenetic fields of the Violet Flame Keepers. 31. January 2014. Keepers of the Violet Flame activate 8th DNA strand, D8 Orion Earth Core activation. The Keepers of the Blue Flame begin silver-black liquid light wave infusions. The Keepers of the Violet Flame will complete their D7 Arcturian Earth Core activation, activating the 7th DNA strand and becoming 7th level avatars that can initiate 7th strand Arcturian activations in others. In January 2014, the Keepers of the Violet Flame will activate their 8th DNA strand and begin their D8 Orion Earth Core activation to become 8th level avatars in January 2017, when their D8 Orion activation completes, just as the Keepers of the Blue Flame became 8th level avatars on May 5, 2012. In January 2014, the Keepers of the Blue Flame are halfway through their D9 Andromeda Galactic Core activation, the blue-black liquid light wave infusion that began in March 2012 completes, and the D10/D11 silver-black liquid light wave infusion begins. Through these D10/D11 wave infusions, the D10 base tone and D11 overtone frequencies and imprints for DNA strands 10 and 11 enter into the morphogenetic fields of the Blue Flame Keepers. The Blue and Violet Flame Keepers will complete their D9 Andromeda Galactic Core activations and D10/D11 silver-black liquid light wave infusions during the 3-day particle conversion period in 2017. 32. June 2014. Earth completes its gold wave infusion. Earth completes its first cycle of 3 transmutative stellar wave infusions. The D7/D8 gold wave infusion that began in June 2010 completes. Through the completion of the wave infusion, D7 base tone and D8 overtone frequencies are entered into Earth's core morphogenetic field and will begin transmitting through Earth's grid on day 1 of the 2017 3-day period, when Earth's D8/D9 silver wave infusion begins. Earth will not begin its second cycle of 3 stellar wave infusions until the 3-day particle conversion period of 2017, when Earth rapidly fulfills its D7 Arcturian, D8 Orion, and D9 Andromeda activations and receives the silver wave and blue-black and silver-black liquid light wave infusions. 33. June 2015. Keepers of the Violet Flame begin blue-black liquid light wave infusions. The Keepers of the Violet Flame are halfway through their D8 Orion Earth Core activation. The D8/D9 silver wave infusion that began in January 2013 completes, and the D9/D10 blue-black liquid light wave infusion begins. Through these D9/D10 wave infusions, D9 base tone and D10 overtone frequencies and imprints for the DNA strands 9 and 10 enter the morphogenetic field of the Violet Flame Keepers. 34. January 1st, 2017. Violet Flame embodies on Earth within the Keepers of the Violet Flame. Keepers of the Violet Flame begin D9 Andromeda Galactic Core activation. The morphogenetic wave begins to slow. The Violet Flame Keepers complete their D8 Orion activation, becoming 8th level avatars with the ability to initiate 8th strand Orion activations in others. They rapidly begin their D9 Andromeda activation, which will complete on day 2 of the 3-day particle conversion period between May 5, 2017 and June 30, 2017, at which time they will become 9th level avatars, able to initiate 9th strand Andromeda activations and others. On January 1st, 2017, the Violet Flame is drawn from the Alcyon Spiral into embodiment by the Violet Flame holder, and passed on to the Keepers of the Violet Flame, in the same manner as the Blue Flame had been embodied by the Keepers of the Blue Flame on May 5th, 2012. The conversion speed of particles transferring from Earth and Tara to hyperspace by the morphogenetic wave begins to slow in preparation for the wave's full cresting, when the holographic beam from the metagalactic core aligns directly with Earth during the 3-day particle conversion period between May 5th, 2017 and June 30th, 2017. 35. March 2017. Keepers of the Violet Flame begin silver-black liquid light wave infusions. The Keepers of the Violet Flame are halfway through their D9 Andromeda Galactic Core activation. The D9/D10 blue-black liquid light wave infusion that began in June 2015 completes, and the D10/D11 silver-black liquid light wave infusion begins. Through these D10/D11 wave infusions, the D10 base tone and D11 overtone frequencies and imprints for DNA strands 10 and 11 enter into the morphogenetic fields of the Violet Flame Keepers. Particle conversion period. 36. May 5th, 2017 through June 30th, 2017. The Andromeda, Orion, and Arcturian spirals align with the Sirian spiral. Earth begins and completes D7 Arcturian, D8 Orion, and D9 Andromeda activations, and the silver wave and blue-black and silver-black liquid light wave infusions. The grids of Earth and Tara are in full alignment, and Earth is centered within the holographic beam and photon belt. The Keepers of the Blue and Violet Flames complete their D9 Andromeda Galactic Core activations and silver-black liquid light wave infusions. Earth comes into direct alignment with the holographic beam. Earth's overtone particles are fully immersed within the photon belt. The grids of Earth and Tara are in full alignment, and the planetary cores of Earth, Tara, and Gaia come into direct alignment with each other and the metagalactic core for a period of 3 days. As Earth aligns with the holographic beam, the D9 Andromeda/Galactic Core morphogenetic field, D8 Orion/Metagalactic Core, and D7 Arcturian spirals align with the D6 Sirian, D5 Pleiadian Alcyone, D4 Solar spirals, and Earth's Merkaba fields. During this 3-day particle conversion period, Earth begins and completes its 3 remaining transmutative stellar wave activations, and Earth's core receives a rapid sequence of 3 stellar wave infusions. On day 1 of the 3-day period, Earth begins and completes its D7 Arcturian activation, as the D7 Arcturian spiral aligns with the D6 Sirian spiral and D7 frequency runs through Earth's grid. Halfway through day 1 and halfway into day 2, Earth receives its D8/D9 silver wave infusion, through which D8 base tone and D9 overtone frequencies enter the morphogenetic fields of Earth, Tara, and Gaia. On day 2, Earth begins and completes its D8 Orion activation, as the D8 Orion/Metagalactic Core spiral aligns with the D7 Arcturian spiral, and D8 frequency runs through Earth's grid. Halfway through day 2 and halfway into day 3, Earth receives its D9/D10 blue-black liquid light wave infusion, through which D9 base tone and D10 overtone frequencies enter the morphogenetic fields of Earth, Tara, and Gaia. On day 3, Earth begins and completes its D9 Andromeda activation, as the D9 Andromeda spiral aligns with the D8 Orion spiral, and D9 frequency runs through Earth's grid. Halfway through day 3, Earth receives its D10/D11 silver-black liquid lightwave infusion, through which D10 base tone and D11 overtone frequencies enter the morphogenetic fields of Earth, Tara, and Gaia. This D10/D11 silver-black liquid lightwave infusion brings the 3-day particle conversion period to a close, creating the final separation of Earth's particle base into the bridge zone and D3 phantom Earth time cycles. On day 1 of the 3-day period, the Keepers of the Blue Flame complete their D9 Andromeda Galactic Core activation, activating the 9th DNA strand and becoming 9th level avatars, able to initiate D9 Andromeda activations and others. On day 2, they complete their D10/D11 silver-black liquid lightwave infusions, through which the frequencies of D10 and D11 are entered into their morphogenetic field. On day 2, the Keepers of the Violet Flame complete their D9 Andromeda Galactic Core activation to become 9th level avatars. On day 3, they complete their silver-black liquid lightwave infusion. Those of the Flame Keepers who complete the full 6 transmutative stellar activations and stellar wave infusions will become fully embodied oversouls/9th level avatars during the particle conversion period in 2017. 37. 2017. 3-day particle conversion period. Earth, Tara, Gaia, Metagalactic Core, and Galactic Core in direct alignment for 3 days, and ascension passages to Gaia and higher dimensions open for 3 days. Morphogenetic wave completes cresting, and particle conversion from hyperspace takes place. Earth's magnetic grids temporarily collapse. Polarity and angular rotation of particle spin of Earth and Tara reverse back to original positions. Particle field separation completes. Earth shifts to bridge zone and phantom Earth returns to D3 time cycle. Through the alignment of the 6 stellar spirals, the cores of Earth, Tara, and Gaia, the Metagalactic Core, and Galactic Core morphogenetic field come into direct alignment for 3 days. Within this period of 3 days, the Violet Flame morphogenetic field of Gaia, Blue Flame of Tara, and Orange Gold Flame of Earth absorb as much ultra-high frequency energy as they can hold from the holographic beam, and the morphogenetic wave completes its crest. Earth's base tone magnetic fields temporarily collapse, and Earth's particles and Tara's antiparticles slow in pulsation, in preparation for the return to their original polarity and angular rotation of spin. The Earth's electrical overtone particles, which were in hyperspace, remanifest as magnetic basetone antiparticles in Tara's grid. Tara's magnetic basetone antiparticles return from hyperspace and remanifest as electrical overtone particles in Gaia's grid. As this occurs, the basetone particles of Earth and the overtone antiparticles of Tara reverse their polarity, returning to their original orientation. Usually, at this point in the particle conversion process, the particles and antiparticles would normally reverse the 45-degree shift in angular rotation of spin that began on December 21st, 2012. The particles of Earth and antiparticles of Tara would begin reorientation into the pulsation rhythms of their original time cycles. At this phase of the particle conversion process, the bridge zone comes into play. The basetone particles of Earth that would normally slow in pulsation rhythm and return to the D3 time cycle will instead be divided into 2 groups. Through beaming a continual stream of D3.5 energy through Earth's core and grid by the holographic beam throughout the 3-day period, the Guardians will be able to keep the accretion level of most of Earth's particle base and its morphogenetic field at 3.5. After the 3-day period ends, Earth's basetone magnetic fields return and they would normally seal Earth's particle pulsation rhythm into the D3 time cycle. by shifting the angular rotation of particle spin 22.5 degrees in reverse, instead of the natural 45 degrees rotation, while keeping Earth at a 3.5 accretion level when the magnetic fields return. Most of Earth's particle base will be shifted into the bridge zone and magnetically sealed at the 3.5 accretion level. The bridge zone represents the natural time cycle of inner Earth Agartha. The portions of Earth's particle base that cannot hold the infusion of D3.5 frequency will drop rapidly into the D3 pulsation rhythm while the magnetic fields are down, creating a phantom Earth particle body in the D3 time cycle. The primary particle base and morphogenetic field of Earth, which are holding the 3.5 frequency, will shift into the pulsation rhythm of the bridge zone time continuum, instead of returning to the pulsation rhythm of the D3 time cycle. The bridge zone time continuum represents a 2,213-year leap forward in space-time. Time leap mechanics. The bridge zone Earth jumps from its natural 2.5 accretion level to the 3.5 accretion level, which constitutes a 2,213-year leap forward in the tracks of time. Normally, Earth would reach the 3 accretion level during the second morphogenetic wave, 2,213 years in the future, in 4,230 AD, at which point it would naturally transition into the first D4 time cycle. Earth would then spend another half cycle in D4 until it reached a 3.5 accretion level during the first morphogenetic wave of the first D4 ascension cycle. The bridge zone continuum omits 2,213 years of the last half of the D3 cycle and the first half of the D4 cycle, which represents 1,106.5 years. The D4 cycle moves, has particle pulsation rhythm, twice as fast as the D3 time continuum, which means that passage through the D4 time continuum takes half as many years as it takes to pass through the D3 continuum. In D3, half of a continuum cycle represents 2,213 years. So half of a D4 cycle represents half of 2,213 years, or 1,106.5 years. Earth leaps ahead 2,213 years by skipping the second half of its D3 continuum cycle, and ahead another 1,106.5 years by skipping the first half of its D4 cycle. This creates a cumulative 3,319.5 year leap ahead in space-time. This 3,019.5 year leap does not include the time reversal acquired within the bridge zone. A 22.5 degree reverse rotation of particle spin is used to shift Earth into the bridge zone continuum. One full D3 cycle of 4,426 years represents a cumulative 45-degree shift in angular rotation of particle spin. Thus, a 22.5 degree shift in angular rotation of particle spin in D3 represents half D3 cycle, 2,213 years. In D4, where the particle pulsation rhythm is twice as fast as that of D3, 2,213 years represents one full D4 time cycle. A 45-degree shift in angular rotation of particle spin equals 2,213 years in D4. A 22.5 degree shift of angular rotation of particle spin in D4 represents 1,106.5 years. The D4 22.5 degree reverse shift in angular rotation of particle spin, which is used to create the bridge zone shift, translates into a minus 1,106.5 years. In raising the accretion level of Earth from 2.5 to 3.5, Earth omits 2,213 years from its D3 time track and 1,106.5 years from its D4 time track, for a total forward leap of 3,319.5 years. However, the angular rotation of Earth's particle spin will be shifted 22.5 degrees in reverse within the D4 cycle in order to enter the bridge zone, creating a minus 1,106.5 years. In entering the bridge zone continuum, Earth moves ahead 3,319.5 years, then back 1,106.5 years in terms of time-space placement, for a total forward in time gain of 2,213 years, or half of a D3 cycle. 3,319.5 minus 1,106.5 equals 2,213 years. Note: we provide this technical data so you might develop some idea of the mathematical structure of multidimensional space-time. It is not necessary for you to understand these time mechanics in order to comprehend the significance of what is taking place as Earth shifts into the bridge zone. Following the 3-day particle conversion period, which will occur sometime between May 5, 2017 and June 30th, 2017, as the bridge zone Earth takes its position 2,213 years in the future at accretion level 3.5, the phantom Earth becomes a descending planet and re-enters the D3 time continuum, returning to its original 2.5 accretion level. People who have assembled a minimum of all of the 4th DNA strand and half of the 5th, giving them an accretion level of 4.5, which allows them to perceive the 3.5 dimensional frequencies as physical matter, will shift their body and consciousness to the bridge zone Earth. People with less DNA strand assembly and an accretion level of less than 4.5 will shift back to the D3 time continuum when Earth leaves the D4 continuum following the 3-day period. In previous sections, we have discussed the experiential perceptions one will encounter within each of the 3 tracks of time, and what one might expect to experience through this transition period, so we will not restate this information here. During this 3-day period, when the metagalactic portals open, people who have fully assembled and activated the 6th DNA strand can ascend directly out of matter into etheric matter on Gaia, and those who have activated the 8th strand can ascend directly through the metagalactic core into pure morphogenetic consciousness in dimensions 9 through 12. During the 3-day period of full alignment with the holographic beam, a burst of accelerating energy runs through Earth's grid, allowing many others to almost instantaneously assemble the 5th or 6th strands, giving them a final opportunity to ascend to Tara or Gaia. Orion, Arcturian, and Andromeda stellar activations take place in this 3-day period. 38. July 2017. Planetary cores of Earth, Tara, Gaia, Metagalactic Core, and Galactic Core pass out of alignment. Earth passes out of alignment with the holographic beam, and the ascension portals to Gaia Metagalactic Core close. The Merkaba fields of Earth, Phantom Earth, and Tara separate, and the collapsed planetary magnetic fields regenerate, sealing the planets into their respective time continuum cycles. The grids of Earth and Tara begin to separate as populations adjust to their new reality fields. The halls of Amenti remain open to the bridge zone populations, and ascensions to Tara continue. The transmitting rhythm of the Hall of Records slows, and the 7 primary vortices on Earth and Phantom Earth begin their closing cycle. After a 3-day period within the holographic beam, Earth moves out of alignment with the holographic beam, and the planetary cores of Earth, Tara, Gaia, the Metagalactic Core, and Galactic Core pass out of alignment with each other. This causes the portal passages to Gaia and the Metagalactic Core to close, ending the ascension cycle to the reality fields of Gaia and beyond. The Merkaba fields of Earth, Phantom Earth, Tara, and Gaia, which merge through Earth's 6 stellar activations, separate, and the planetary magnetic fields that had collapsed during the 3-day period regenerate, sealing Earth, Phantom Earth, Tara, and Gaia into their respective dimensional time continuum cycles. The grids of Earth, Phantom Earth, and Tara begin to separate as the particle pulsation rhythms of each planet adjust to their respective time cycle rhythms, and human populations adjust to their new reality fields on Tara, Bridge Zone Earth, and Phantom Earth. Ascensions to Tara, through the halls of Amenti, continue for populations stationed within the Bridge Zone, and the halls of Amenti close to populations stationed on Phantom Earth in the D3 time continuum cycle. The rate of data transmission through the Hall of Records slows on Bridge Zone Earth, and the Hall of Records closes to Phantom Earth. As Earth passes out of alignment with the holographic beam, the 7 primary vortices on Earth and Phantom Earth enter their closing and deactivation cycle. 39. January 1st, 2022. Earth's 7th vortex, Andes Mountains, closes. Infusions of D5 through D7 frequency through Earth's grid cease, and accelerated assembly of DNA strands 5 and 6 ends. The mass ascension cycle comes to a close as the halls of Amenti close to the masses. The grids of Earth and Tara completely separate. The natural seal within Earth's 7th vortex reseals, closing and deactivating the 7th vortex in the Andes Mountains. Following this resealing, the Earth's grid begins to slow in particle pulsation speed to the Bridge Zone Agartha time continuum rhythm, and the infusions of D5 through D7 energy that had been running through Earth's grid cease. In the absence of these ultra-high frequency energy infusions, the acceleration of assembling and activating DNA strands 5 through 7 ends. Humans who do not organically carry the imprint for the 5th and 6th DNA strands will find that the portions of these strands that had begun assembly and activation during the infusion acceleration, but which not had yet fully assembled, will begin rapid deactivation and disassembly once the Earth's grid infusions have ceased. Populations in the Bridge Zone who have not assembled and activated the 5th DNA strand will return to the 4.5 strand assembly level, 4.5 accretion, and populations on Phantom Earth will return to the 3.5 strand DNA assembly, 3.5 accretion. The DNA will return to its natural accretion level, and evolution of DNA will return to its slow and methodical process. On Bridge Zone Earth, the halls of Amenti will close to the masses that did not complete 5th DNA strand assembly. Passage through the halls of Amenti requires a 5th DNA strand activation level. As long as the sphere of Amenti remains unsealed within the Bridge Zone Earth's morphogenetic field, the halls of Amenti will remain open to anyone in the Bridge Zone who can assemble the 5th strand. But 5th strand assembly may now take several incarnations. The Hall of Records remains open to the Bridge Zone, as long as Earth's grid stays aligned with the Alcyone spiral, but it will transmit data at a much slower rate. The grids of Earth and Tara complete their separation, and the ascension cycle comes to a close as humanity faces its new reality within 3 different tracks of time. One part of humanity will experience the future in the D3 Phantom Earth time cycle. Another part will move into the Age of Enlightenment within the Bridge Zone Inner Earth time cycle, 2,213 years in the future, and a relative few will voyage into the lands of Tara within the D5 time cycles, a position in space-time 5,532.5 years in the future of present-day Earth. The D3 Phantom Earth will take its own course of development as Earth, with the sphere of Amenti in its core morphogenetic field, moves forward in the Bridge Zone continuum. For populations remaining in the D3 time cycle, both the halls of Amenti and the Hall of Records closes completely and permanently. Ascension from the D3 cycle will require guardian assistance because the sphere of Amenti and Earth's morphogenetic field are no longer at the core of Phantom Earth planet. They are within the planetary core of the Bridge Zone Earth. Future ascension from the D3 cycle will require a host matrix/soul matrix transplant, as those remaining in D3 will be cut off from the planetary and race morphogenetic fields, and thus also cut off from their personal soul matrix and harmonic universe too. People of the Phantom Earth will experience a genetic mutation through which the third and fourth DNA strands are unable to plug into each other. This will create a permanent separation between the D4 astral identity and the D3 ego identity, and a separation of the lower three levels of the auric field from the fourth and higher levels of the soul matrix. This condition can be remedied only through a host matrix transplant, such as that employed by the Paladorians when they created the Sphere of Amenti rescue mission for the lost souls of Tara. This is one of the problems consciousness faces when evolving on a phantom descending planet. Can you understand why the Guardian races are attempting to inform you of and motivate you to consciously participate in the accelerated evolution of your DNA? Ascend while ascension is relatively easy during the 2012 through 2022 ascension cycle, for if you do not, ascension and soul evolution will be much more difficult thereafter, for you and your future incarnations. 40. January 1st, 2022 through June 2047. Closing cycle of Earth's 7 primary vortices. Beginning with the closing of Earth's 7th vortex in January 2022, vortices 6 through 1 begin their respective closing cycles, ending with the sealing of the first vortex in June 2047. We will provide a list of vortex opening and closing dates in the final pages of this book. Final 1998 comments from the Guardian Alliance. Throughout the course of this book, we have led you on an odyssey into the worlds of perception far beyond the focus of your three-dimensional view. We have recounted pieces of your past as a race, in order to show you the lengthy path it has taken for you to arrive at your present state of evolution. Perhaps in reviewing just how far your race has come, and what great difficulties you have encountered, you will be able to appreciate the opportunity that is now presented to you within the fulfillment of your present ascension cycle. Most humans on Earth have received little, if any, valid training regarding to the rights and responsibilities of personal and collective evolution. You have been conditioned for eons to become lost within the perceptual maze of the three-dimensional illusion, to the extent that most of you have completely lost touch with the greater reality from which your earthly life springs. You have been sleeping children, lost within a dreamland of material perception, and few among you have made a valiant effort to lift your heads above the clouded seductions of your dreamscape. This will change. It must. For if you remain asleep, your dream shall become a nightmare, within which you shall find yourselves imprisoned. The destiny of your race and your planet is now in your hands. Though the teachings we bring to you may seem strange, and indeed alien, you have the capacity to employ this knowledge to your own benefit, if you will permit your ego to get out of the way of your intuitive perceptions. The truths of which we speak echo through the cells of your body and whisper through the winds of your mind, waiting for you to embrace them as you reclaim your forgotten souls. In future Galactic transmissions, we will bring to you the technical data of energy mechanics you will need to begin taking responsibility for the evolution of your DNA and consciousness. As you can see, when viewing the ascension schedule we have provided, there is little time left for you to debate the validity of our information. Those of you who will venture to explore our perspective will have an easier time comprehending the changes you will perceive in the reality around you, and you will have the opportunity to develop survival skills that will allow you to face these changes with dignity and grace. The Guardian races have been with you long before your arrival on Earth 550 million years ago. They are no strangers to the human lineage. It is you who have forgotten. The quality of your future experience will depend upon your remembering and your awakening to the multidimensional identity that is your heritage and birthright. The most important thing you can do after reading this material is to make a firm personal commitment to reclaiming your private spiritual nature and to learning the energetic skills that will allow you to do this as rapidly as possible. If you are wise, you will begin preparing yourselves for the energy infusions that will soon be coursing through your planet's grid. Learn about the human chakra system and subtle energy bodies, for without this knowledge, you will be unable to interact directly with your DNA. There are many fine books available through which you can learn how to identify, manipulate, and balance your personal bioenergetic fields. These activities are only the beginning steps in reclaiming power over your personal genetic code and the evolution of your consciousness, and they will provide you with the rudimentary foundation upon which skills of Galactic science can be developed. Through applied Galactic science, you will discover the methods by which DNA can be altered from within, and you will rediscover your personal power to become guardians and directors of your personal path of evolution. Becoming the director of your personal energetic power and the path of evolution your consciousness will follow is not only a right, it is your responsibility. We have faith in your intrinsic integrity and offer our support, encouragement, and love to all that muster the courage to face rather than turn away from that responsibility. Each of you will reap the harvest of your own personal choices, and you will join together with others making similar choices to create a collective reality field through which your consciousness can evolve. May you choose well and favor enlightenment instead of darkness, comprehension instead of ignorance, freedom instead of blind obedience to forces beyond your perceptions. You have the ability to become free and powerful, loving and wise. Rediscover this promise. Reclaim your power as co-creators within the universal scheme and use it now, while so much hangs in the balance, awaiting the outcome of your individual and collective choices. As we have mentioned, you may be facing tectonic disturbances in the Earth changes they will create between now and 2017, when Earth is in its most vulnerable position. Pay attention to your skies, and if you find waves of mass UFO flyby sightings, know that these are intended to bring you fair warning, so you have time to prepare for changes in the Earth. If such sightings do indeed occur, seek telepathic communication with guardian visitors or your own higher self and soul levels of identity, through which you can be guided to appropriate action. Your lives and the lives of those you love may very well depend upon your ability to access this higher level of guidance. Learn the skills of interdimensional communication now and how to protect yourselves from covert manipulation during this practice, for these skills will become tremendously valuable over the next 20 years. There are many books and teachings available through which you may develop interdimensional communication skills. Learn from the lightworkers among you who have already developed proficiency in these areas, for they can teach you much. Those of you who master the skills of higher dimensional internal guidance will not become lost within the maze of external circumstance, and you will be able to retain your personal power in the face of traumatic events. If you do not find starships displaying themselves in your skies, consider yourselves fortunate, for this indicates that your progression through the ascension cycle will be far less treacherous than it might have otherwise been. You still need to prepare. Earth will still undergo infusions of ultra-high frequency energy that will directly affect the condition of your personal bioenergetic systems, consciousness, and physical body. Earth will still shift into the bridge zone, and if you have not assembled 4.5 strands of DNA, you will end up on the Phantom Earth in the D3 time cycle. You may face covert and overt invasion by the Draco Zeta resistance, and at best you will find yourselves in need of soul matrix transplants to free yourself from the cycles of fragmented incarnation within the D3 time cycle. All of this can be avoided now if you take responsibility for preparing yourselves for the coming changes. Each of you can rise to the occasion if you choose to do so, and we believe that you shall. We believe in you, and we would not go to such great lengths to educate you if this was not the case. You must now relearn to believe in yourselves and to break free from the limiting self-concepts that have been imposed upon you by outside forces, and which you have imposed upon yourselves through accepting limitations without question. You are not victims unless you choose to be. Choosing ignorance is choosing victimhood. Your power lies in the choices you make each moment, and the thoughts you will allow yourself to entertain, and the actions and events within which you allow yourselves to participate. Take responsibility for directing your subtle energies, and you will be on your way to personal empowerment. In closing this book, we will provide you with a rudimentary introduction to the science of Kilanta, through which you can begin to build a framework of reference for understanding the structures of your subtle energy systems. In future books, we will explore the mechanics of DNA assembly and activation. Author's closing statement, 1998. In early June 1998, I began the final proof work on my book Voyagers, The Sleeping Abductees, in preparation for its intended fall 1998 release date. Following a joint physical encounter event that took place on October 25, 1997, in which a tremendous amount of new data was given and the Bridge Zone project was introduced, the book needed to be updated to include what had been learned through the extraordinary event. During the 1997 encounter, a physical visitation event was orchestrated from my New Jersey home by a group of ET beings identifying themselves as members of a guardian group called the Syrian-Arcturian Coalition for Interplanetary Defense. Later I learned that this group is a member of the larger Guardian Alliance. In the early morning hours of October 25, 1997, following a spontaneous neighborhood power blackout, orchestration of an eerie syncopated light display, and mysterious rappings in my daughter's bedroom, I was physically escorted outdoors into a waiting craft that hovered in near silence over my home. My escorts were semi-solid beings claiming to be of Arcturian origin, and, though the race was unfamiliar to me, the escorts Dravlov and Shintal seemed non-threatening. I accompanied them without resistance, as did my then 5-year-old daughter and a visiting UFO investigator who had come to explore other odd phenomena that I had recently reported. We were taken via blue beam into a craft that hovered over my home. We were then transported to a massive Arcturian mother craft named Ashayana. The investigator and I were separately given a private tour of the craft, then brought to a large auditorium where other humans waited for a lecture to be held on the state of current Earth affairs. In this lecture, the various unrelated groups of humans attending were provided with incredible technical data explaining the upcoming Bridge Zone project, the approaching time continuum shift, intruder ET agendas of the Draco Zeta resistance, and the necessity for humans to take action now. We were asked to share what we had learned, and to begin assisting others to protect themselves from intruder manipulation, and in preparing for the time continuum shift. A full account of the October 25, 1997 encounter can be found in Contact Forum, the Journal of the Fifth World, January through February 1998 issue, Volume 6, Number 1. Before the Voyagers book could go to the press, the new information was to be incorporated into the text, so in early June 1998, I busied myself with these last-minute preparations. Little did I know at the time how far of a journey I would travel before the Voyagers book was complete. I felt as if I had lived several decades during the span of 3 months that it took me to bring this book to a close. Over the last 3 months, The Voyagers series has undergone a transformation, and with it, my personal life has also been transformed. On June 26, 1998, I received a vivid, subtle contact experience during a meditation. In this experience, a being came to me in a vision, and suddenly I found myself in a state of bilocation. While fully awake and aware in my living room, I was also simultaneously wide awake and embodied in a new environment that looked vaguely familiar to me from earlier teleportation abduction experiences. Oddly, in this encounter, I was not in my astral body for a mental bilocation journey, a state of awareness with which I am quite accustomed, but rather I knew that my physical cells had somehow been duplicated. My awareness was stationed simultaneously in two versions of my physical body in two separate locations. The place to which I was taken was somewhat familiar, but I did not know its location. However, the being that brought me to this place was quite familiar to me. She is a human guardian ET hybrid named Charlia Mia. I knew Charlia Mia well, as she was the product of a missing fetus pregnancy/abduction I had experienced in 1995. The 1995 event was quite traumatic for me at the time, but later in early 1997, I was taken by guardians via teleportation abduction to meet the child that had been removed from my body in order to ensure her survival. I observed in awe that a child that should technically have been no more than 2 years of age appeared to be the size of a 6-year-old human and had the maturity and intelligence equivalent to that of an adult human genius. On June 26, 1998, Charlia Mia made contact with me at the request of the Guardian Alliance and somehow split me in two to bring me to this mysterious place. Gazing around at what appeared to be the interior of a massive crystalline cave, I asked Charlia Mia where this beautiful place was located. She told me, "You have entered the halls of Amenti by the Hawaiian portal passage." Prior to this experience, I had never heard of this name before. Charlia Mia proceeded to tell me that something terribly important had just occurred on this 26th day of June, an event the Guardians had hoped and prayed for, but did not expect to take place. Excitedly, she repeated several times, "The arc is sparked," as I looked at her numbly, lacking comprehension. Then we were met by several other, human-looking guardians, and I was told that I would be given a Galactic transmission to translate regarding this event, and that when I was through translating the data, I would understand. I was taken to a crystalline chamber within the crystal cave room in which we stood. Once inside, the chamber filled with intense blue light that began to vibrate through my cells. I knew that I was being programmed with the transmission in digital data form. The blue light reached a level of intensity and high-pitched frequency filled the chamber. Suddenly, I lost consciousness in my double body and was once again singly focused within my body in the living room. As I sat on the couch, intense waves of electrical energy passed through my body, and when I closed my eyes, I could clearly see these waves of ultra-blue light within my inner vision. I sat very still, observing the waves and feeling the near rapturous sensations they created within my body's cells. After several minutes, the waves slowed, and the energy settled into my nervous system. Suddenly, millions of Galactic symbols flashed through my mind and inner vision so rapidly they almost blurred. As this phenomenon subsided, a sudden burst of knowledge just opened up inside of me. Suddenly, I remembered large blocks of my incarnational history. I remembered why I had come to Earth this time around, and how all of my other incarnations had been part of the same purpose. Sitting motionless on this couch, I fully remembered myself as an eternal soul, for the first time in this lifetime. The purpose for all of my past experiences of ET encounters, visitations, and abductions became crystal clear, and I began to consciously remember my soul agreements with other humans here to assist Earth in her coming changes. Information and memory flashed through my mind, and my body cells seemed to sing with recognition. More and more pieces of my personal history poured through me, and the memory expanded to include human history over vast amounts of time. Then some deeper part of me responded with recognition that consciously I did not possess. This deeper self said, "Wait, What has happened? That information had not been available on Earth or accessible to Earth humans for 5 million years. My personality did not know, but my soul self understood that something big had happened. Then Charlia Mia telepathically whispered in my mind, "The Ark has sparked." Charlia Mia again repeated, "The seal on the Ark has released. The Ark of the Covenant has opened." Suddenly the memories stopped racing through my mind, and my sense of expanded consciousness pulled in a little. I felt a huge quantity of electrical data being pulled into my auric field, and knew the Galactic transmission was ready for translation. As the experience ended, I was awestruck with what had just passed through me. It had moved so quickly that I could hardly catch any of it to translate into words. The bits of memory and cognition I could retain involved my personal incarnational history and an odd knowing that I had repeatedly incarnated as a member of a soul group called the Keepers of the Blue Flame. But I would not rediscover what that term meant until completing translation of the Galactic transmission. I was told in the dream state that evening that the new transmission must be translated as soon as possible and added to the existing Voyager books. When I began translation of this material, I had no idea how extensive this edition would become, or that I would be given first-hand experience in the subject matter discussed. From June 27, 1998, until the day of this writing on September 14, 1998, I spent the majority of my days and nights in translation. Everything contained within the updated material is completely new to me. I learned as I translated. Several times during the translation of this material, I received powerful infusions of energy running through my body as I transcribed, energy that could be seen through inner vision as blue waves of light. Toward the end of this transmission, I came to understand that these waves represented the beginning of a blue wave infusion that had accompanied my personal heart star solar activation. I knew absolutely nothing about these things prior to the June 26 encounter, but suddenly I was living the realities of which the Guardians had spoken. I learned of soul contracts and those I personally came to serve. I learned of the Paladorians and the Priests of whom I encountered various times since childhood, but never knew by name. Throughout this 3-month period of translating the Guardians' June 26, 1998 Galactic transmission, I have been personally transformed in ways words cannot describe. It has been a soul awakening. The Voyagers series has also been transformed. Voyagers: Secrets of Amenti was born. I know that the information contained within the updated pages may seem utterly unbelievable to many people. We have such a small concept of the nature of our race that it may be hard to fathom the true greatness hidden within our evolutionary blueprint. It may be difficult to imagine that the universe is as glorious as it truly is after viewing it in such limited terms for so many eons. Do I personally believe the things of which the Guardians have spoken? You bet I do. I am living the reality of these experiences. Are stellar wave activations and infusions real? They certainly seem to be real when I feel this energy periodically rush through my cells, expanding my consciousness and triggering greater amounts of memory within me, bringing me ever closer to feeling at one-ment with my soul and with the universe. Or when blue wave infusions begin during the dream state, an astral projection then propels me back into my body with such force that the physical body grows hot with vibrating blue energy running through my cells. The concept of wave infusions is also quite convincing when observing large sheets of violet light cascading through the atmosphere within the room. Though the violet light sheets do not occur frequently, I have witnessed this effect with a few other people on several occasions. Will I do as the Guardians suggest and begin to prepare my body for stellar activations in DNA assembly? You bet I will. For no other reason then, what if they are right? The Guardians have repeatedly demonstrated to me that they know what they are talking about. I am now paying very close attention to what they have to say. They have earned my respect with the incredible logic of the data they provide, and they have earned my love through the incredible transforming, healing events of my soul integration I have been privileged to experience through my work with the Guardian Alliance. They have certainly accelerated my spiritual evolution. Now it is time to discover if indeed cellular evolution can also be accelerated. Before the June 26, 98 transmission, words such as the sphere of Amenti, morphogenetic waves, stellar activation, star crystal seals, and stellar spiral alignments meant nothing to me. I had never heard of these terms before. As far as I was concerned, the Ark of the Covenant represented a fictitious box of something or other that was sought in an Indiana Jones movie. The concepts of Palladorian birthing contracts and contract bonds, coming avatars, and indigo children were also new to me. The history of the races as presented in this transmission was utterly foreign to me, yet felt right intuitively in terms of biological cellular memory. I now feel privileged and grateful to have access to such information. The Guardian's teachings offer tools of empowerment for those who are ready to learn. I consider myself an avid and attentive student of the Guardian Alliance. This book is written for those who are on the path of awakening, for those who intrinsically know they are meant to become Voyagers, or sense they are members of the Blue or Violet Flame Soul groups. But it is also written for others who would like to understand the changes facing humanity at this junction of time and space, and for those who seek effective methods through which these changes can be handled. This book is a primer and serves to set the elaborate conceptual foundations through which understanding of the present human condition can be accomplished. This book is intended for those who are ready to understand the multidimensional drama of which Earth has already been a part. I hope the knowledge contained within this book may inspire, uplift, and empower the reader, as it has done so for me. God bless, and may your voyage to awakening be sweet and rapture-filled. Ashayana Deane, September 14th, 1998. The I Am Prayer. I am a child of the Original One. I am a ray of the Original Sun. I am wholeness. I am love. I am the truth that spans the sands of time. I am the rainbow of the very first shine. I am music. I am light. Let the light descend upon me. Guide the way with golden light. No other God will stand before me. As I embrace the one true life I was born to live, by the will of the Original One. I am a face of the Original God. I am a voice of the Original Sound. I am a wave upon the ocean of eternal light. I reach my arms up unto the heavens and say, I am this I am. The presence of the Ancient One springs forth at my command. I am one with God. I am this I am. And as I decree it, so it is. (2001) Update Section. Chapter 13. Emergency Release GA. A new level of continuous revelation. The information contained in chapters 1 through 12 of this book represents a complete reprinting of the original text contained within the first printed edition of Voyagers Volume 2, The Secrets of Amenti. However, since the first printing of this book and its companion, Voyagers Volume 1, The Sleeping Abductees, literally massive amounts of new and detailed information covering a wide variety of subject matter has been progressively provided by representatives of the Guardian Alliance. The progressive dispensation of next-level data includes subjects such as the science of creation mechanics, 15-dimensional physics, and intensive natural healing and spiritual development programs, as well as profound revelations of data pertaining to humanity's ancient forbidden history, the realities of Earth's planetary Templar complex Stargate system, and the intimate relationship between our lost history, the Stargates, and the realities of our contemporary global drama. The new information presented from this page forward represents a brief summary of some of the most urgent material provided since September 2000. At the time the Voyagers series books first released in May 1999, the dispensation of data concerning the previously mentioned subjects was caught with an intensive, volatile interstellar political drama. A drama existing behind the scenes, which dictated the amount of revelation that could be immediately permitted until the inherent political atmosphere had reached a more conclusive direction. When the Voyagers book CDT plate translations were first presented, the Guardian Alliance and other interstellar races of the Founders' Emerald Covenant Christiac Coevolution Peace Treaty were embroiled in extensive political negotiations concerning two primary ET visitor races, both of whom have shared a long and difficult relationship with human civilizations of Earth. These negotiations began in November of 1992 when a series of Emerald Covenant treaties called the Pleiadian-Sirian Agreements were formed between Guardian Emerald Covenant races and a large group of extraterrestrial or angelic, aka multiple density, races, collectively called the Anunnaki. The two primary biological lines of the Anunnaki race are the pure strain Anu Elohim Anunnaki, the bipedal dolphin people of densities 2 through 4 Sirius A and Arcturus, and many various competing race strains of the Anu Seraphim, aquatic ape fallen seraphim hybrid Anunnaki of Nibiru, the Pleiades, Alpha Omega Centauri, Orion, and Andromeda. The Anunnaki, the 1992 Pleiadian-Sirian Agreements, and fallen angelic ET races. The Anunnaki races have had an intimate relationship with human evolution for many millions of years, and unfortunately, this relationship has rarely demonstrated peaceful coevolutionary objectives. The Anunnaki race identity includes a variety of different interstellar races, all of which have one thing in common. They were originally created by and through a self-proclaimed anti-Christiac fallen angelic collective called the Anu Elohim. Within the original text of this book, no differentiation was made between the Elohai Elohim feline hominid human Christos founders race and the fallen Anu Elohim aquatic ape cetacean collective that took an anti-Christiac stance against their Elohai Elohim kin 250 billion years ago. The timing as to when this distinction was to be made among contemporary human populations depended upon the Emerald Covenant negotiations of 1992. Revelation as to this Elohim distinction and the volumes of history that pertain to their involvement in human evolution was conditional upon whether or not the Anu Elohim collectives would choose to abandon their long-held Dominion agenda in favor of the Emerald Covenant Coevolution Treaty during the 2000 through 2017 stellar activation cycle. If the fallen Anu Elohim collectives chose to honor coevolution with the races of Earth, the history of horrors they have intentionally inflicted upon the earthly races would be released more slowly, allowing the Anu Elohim and their interstellar races time to demonstrate their proclaimed good faith within the coevolution agenda, while allowing the humans of Earth a bit more time to evolve in spiritual maturity so they would not seek to retaliate against the Anu Elohim races, and especially the earthly human hybrid descendants of the Anunnaki and Anu Elohim, out of revenge for the historical horrors they have visited upon the human race. The Founders and Emerald Covenant races were hoping that humanity could be spared a direct and immediate confrontation with the trauma of its past. Such confrontation with the truth of human heritage is ultimately inevitable for final healing to occur, but the blow would be softened if compassion, spiritual strength, forgiveness, and understanding could first be fostered within the human collective prior to facing the enormity of what has transpired on Earth to bring human civilization to its present state of painful limitation and relative amnesia. When the first printing of the Voyagers series books occurred in May 1999, historical references pertaining to the Anu Elohim and Anunnaki involvement with Earth were presented in a neutral context, providing the general atmosphere of human evolution, but the gory details were not then revealed. The timing and method for revelation of the details depended upon whether or not the Anu Elohim and their numerous Anunnaki races refused to abandon their intended agenda of destroying the human race of Earth during the 2002 through 2017 stellar ascension cycle. The Anu Elohim created the Anunnaki races about 568 million years ago in reaction to the creation of the Elohai Elohim human guardian race. The Anunnaki were created with the intention of their race serving as the vessel through which the Christiac human race would be destroyed to provide the Anu Elohim fallen angelic totalitarian collective with exploitative dominion over 11 dimensions of our time matrix. For many millions of years, Emerald Covenant races have attempted to cultivate peaceful coevolution between the human and Anunnaki races in order to assist both species in fulfilling their original potential of becoming Christed, able to achieve ascension and perpetual life expression races. At various periods in our shared history, many Anunnaki races chose to reclaim their Christiac potentials through entering the Founder's Emerald Covenant to receive the DNA template bioregenesis, regeneration, that would allow their vision of freedom from the anti-Christiac control of the fallen Anu Elohim collective to be actualized. Unfortunately for the Anunnaki races of the Emerald Covenant and for the human races on the Christiac path who have attempted to help them, the Anu Elohim fallen angelic collectives have done everything in their power to enslave the Anunnaki species as an expendable tool for human destruction. Historically, the fallen Anu Elohim have consistently put forth great efforts of overt and covert manipulation to prevent the Anunnaki from defecting from anti-Christiac agenda in favor of the Founder's Emerald Covenant freedom agenda. In November of 1992, the Pleiadian-Sirian agreements emerged through a confrontation between Anunnaki races of the fallen Anu Elohim, competing fallen Anu Seraphim Anunnaki, and draconian reptilian insectoid races of the Dimension 10 Fallen Seraphim Collective, and the human and guardian races of the Emerald Covenant. All interstellar races knew since 22,326 BC that this confrontation was likely to occur during the long-anticipated 2000 through 2017 AD stellar activation cycle. Only humanity has been left in the dark regarding knowledge of these events, precisely due to the interstellar political realities that have existed on Earth since 22,326 BC. The 1992 agreements marked the entry of several previous fallen Anunnaki collectives into the Emerald Covenant following their many thousands of years of covert manipulation of Earth humans and Anunnaki human hybrid races. The fallen angelic Anunnaki groups who entered the Emerald Covenant in 1992, after a long history of running manipulative one world order anti-Christiac dominion agendas on Earth, are as follows. The Jehovian Sirius A Anunnaki that run Galactic Federation and Ashtar Command. The Archangel Michael, Nephite Nephilim, Necrometon, Anunnaki Hybrid Collective Orion, Alpha Centauri, Sirius A, and Andromeda. The Anu Seraphim Alpha Omega Order Templar Melchizedeks. The Thoth, Enki, Zephylium, Zeta Anunnaki Collective of Nibiru and Sirius A. The Enoch Jehovian Anunnaki Collective of Arcturus and Orion. The Anu Seraphim Pleiadian Semhasi Anunnaki of Alcyone, and their Enlil Odedicron and Marduk Necromission Nibiru allies. In 1992, all of the above Anunnaki groups officially entered the Emerald Covenant in an effort to gain support from the Emerald Covenant races and their intended stand against the competing reptile insectoid Rigelian Zeta Zephylium, Omicron Draconian, Dragon Moth, and Odedicron Avian Reptilian Fallen Seraphim races of Orion, the Necrometon Andromi Beetle People, and their Men in Black hybrids, and the Centaur and Marduk Draman Anunnaki Omicron hybrids of Alpha and Omega Centauri. Footnotes at the bottom of page 244 in reference to the Anunnaki collectives previously mentioned. Number 1. Last defected from the Emerald Covenant in 10 AD, after several brief periods of entry and defection before and after the 9558 BC Atlantean flood. Number 2. defected from the Emerald Covenant in 148,000 BC to run Jehovian Anu Elohim Earth Dominion agendas, and were directly responsible for the Nephilim invasion that ended the human seeding 2 during the 1,000 Years' War of 846,800 BC. Number 3. Have run Draconian Centaur Necromaton Andromi Anunnaki hybrid Dominion agendas on Earth in competition with the Jehovian Anu Elohim agenda for thousands of years on behalf of the fallen Anu Seraphim collectives. Number 4. Once trusted Anu Seraphim Anunnaki members of the Emerald Covenant since 246,000 BC, defected from the Emerald Covenant in 22,340 BC to join the Lucifer Rebellion, Anu Seraphim Anunnaki Race Supremacy World Dominion agenda. Number 5. Once trusted Anu Elohim Jehovian Anunnaki members of the Emerald Covenant, defected from the Emerald Covenant first in 10,500 BC Atlantis to join the Luciferian Covenant, re-entered in 2250 BC following the betrayal of the Anu Seraphim Luciferians, leading to Enoch's 2024 BC service as an Emerald Covenant CDT plate speaker, then defected again in 10 AD on behalf of the Anu Elohim Jehovian Anunnaki World Dominion agenda, until Enoch petitioned for re-entry into the Emerald Covenant in 1983 AD. Number 6. Have run World Dominion campaigns on Earth since 250,000 BC, nearly ended human seeding 3 through forced occupation of Earth between 147,900 BC through 75,877 BC, initiated the formalized Luciferian Covenant of 10,500 BC, and directly orchestrated the 9,558 BC Atlantean Flood and subsequent house cleansing of Earth's historical records. Solar Stargate 4 and Anunnaki defection from the 1992 Pleiadian-Sirian agreements. If the Anunnaki races had remained loyal to the 1992 Emerald Covenant Pleiadian-Sirian agreements, the contemporary Earth drama would have unfolded much differently than it has, as the United Emerald Covenant Guardian races and the Anunnaki legions could have easily protected the peoples of Earth from the intended 2000 through 2017 One World Order Dominion campaign of the United Draconian Agenda Fallen Seraphim races. In this event, the new updated material in the Voyagers books would have focused exclusively upon preparing humanity for the inevitable physical meeting of the Emerald Covenant and Anunnaki races, and providing humanity with the sacred science training needed for humans to resume their original position as guardians of Earth's planetary Templar complex and the halls of Amenti stargates. Unfortunately, the well-intended 1992 Emerald Covenant Pleiadian-Sirian agreements did not last. When the January 2000 consummation of the 2000 through 2017 stellar activation cycle came around, the Anunnaki legions refused to return control of Universal Stargate 4, the Solar Gate, over to the Emerald Covenant Azurite Universal Templar Security Team protection as they had vowed to do in 1992. Instead, the controlling factions of all of the previously mentioned Anunnaki groups, except for the Enochian Jehovian Anunnaki Collective, defected from the Emerald Covenant, reverting to their previous Luciferian Covenant and Jehovian One World Order Dominion agendas. Since 10 AD, Enoch's loyalties had been to the Jehovian Nephite One World Order Dominion agenda until he petitioned for Emerald Covenant re-entry in 1983 via Founder's Redemption Contract. The contemporary works of Enoch produced prior to 1983 reflects his previous affiliation. When the other Anunnaki groups defected from the 1992 Pleiadian-Sirian agreements, Enoch remained loyal to the Emerald Covenant calls and continues to do so as of this writing, a status that could change at any time due to the continuing pressure from the fallen Jehovian Anu Elohim Collective of Density 3 Arcturus. The competing Luciferian Covenant and Jehovian Anunnaki Dominion agendas both hold at their core the intention of using Solar Stargate 4 and an artificial stellar body known as the Nibiruian Battlestar. aka the biblical wormwood, to force the cataclysmic pole shift on Earth between 2003 and 2008 in order to exterminate human populations and the quest for dominion of the halls of Amenti stargates. The Nibiru Anunnaki had seized control of Solar Stargate 4 from Emerald Covenant Guardian race protection during the Lucifer Rebellion of 25,500 BC, at which time they used Battlestar Nibiru to force Earth's Templar into an artificial alignment with the planet Nibiru. If Earth's electromagnetic fields were not properly realigned with the natural Pleiadian spiral alignment of the universal stargates, Earth would be forced into a pole shift as the 2000 through 2017 stellar activation cycle progressed. The Emerald Covenant races initiated the 1992 Pleiadian-Sirian agreements as a means of preventing this pending and long prophesized Earth pole shift drama, in hopes that the human and Anunnaki hybrid races of Earth could be spared this catastrophic destiny. The Anunnaki legions chose to enter the 1992 Pleiadian-Sirian agreements only because their original takeover plans had been somewhat thwarted by human Illuminati Zeta Treaty agreements of the 1930s, through which the Omicron Draconian and Odetocron Reptilian legions gained an unanticipated strategic advantage over Anunnaki influence in the contemporary Earth drama. The Anunnaki legions chose to break the 1992 Pleiadian-Sirian agreements because Emerald Covenant founders would not give in to their demands that the entire human race of Earth be placed under the sole elitist dominion of Anu Melchizedek Anunnaki hybrid races of Inner Earth. The Anunnaki broke their original 1992 agreements of shared human and Anu Melchizedek co-guardianship of Earth's Templar and attempted to use their trump card of holding Solar Stargate 4 as a means to blackmail the founders into placing human destiny under the thumb of Anunnaki race supremacy. To agree to such a demand would represent the equivalent of selling Earth humanity into perpetual Anunnaki slavery, and the hidden forbidden history of Earth, as faithfully recorded on the Emerald Covenant CDT plate holographic discs, clearly demonstrated that such an act of permitted Anunnaki supremacy on Earth would guarantee the rapid termination of the human species. When the Christos Founders' Emerald Covenant races refused to submit to the Anunnaki's self-serving demand of dominion over humanity's right to freedom and equality, the Anunnaki legions of the 1992 Pleiadian-Sirian agreements all defected, except for Enoch's group, from the Emerald Covenant in a unified stance, believing in their unity they could achieve Earth dominion through strategic victory over both the Fear Draconian Agenda Orion Force and the Emerald Covenant Guardian races. The Emerald Covenant founders' races continued negotiations with any Anunnaki groups still interested in peaceful resolution of this building conflict, and on July 5, 2000, a new treaty called the Treaty of Altair was agreed upon. Most of the defecting Anunnaki groups reluctantly agreed to re-enter the Emerald Covenant upon the Emerald Covenant's race's promise to assist them in the presently unfolding Orion Wars of Density 3, in which fallen Anu Elohim Anunnaki holdings in Orion were under aggressive militant attack by the Omicron Draconian and Odetocron Reptilian legions of Orion. The July 5, 2000 Treaty of Altair, and Anunnaki sabotage of the September 2000 UK expedition. Through the Treaty of Altair, the Anunnaki races of Orion were granted the Founders' protection from the Draconian invasion. If the Anunnaki legions would honor their original 1992 Emerald Covenant promises, abandon their intended Earth Dominion agendas, and immediately release Solar Stargate 4 into the protection of the Emerald Covenant Azurite Universal Templar security team. In July 2000, the Anunnaki legions grudgingly agreed, and in August 2000, members of the Azurite security team gathered at Machu Picchu, Peru, to facilitate Emerald Covenant races in the transfer of Solar Stargate 4 into Guardian Alliance Founders' protection. The Peru event went smoothly, And once again, the Emerald Covenant races were hopeful that the long-pending earthly final conflict drama between human, Emerald Covenant, and fallen angelic Anunnaki and Draconian forces could be peacefully avoided. The Solar Stargate 4 transfer to Guardian Protection was to be completed in September 2000, during an event that was scheduled to take place at Stonehenge, England, the location in Earth's Templar to which the Nibiru battlestar and artificial planetary alignment with Nibiru are anchored. As per the Treaty of Altair, the Anunnaki races agreed to secure their many leyline holdings in England from Draconian race interference, so that members of the Azurite Templar security team could gain safe passage to England to complete the final transfer of Solar Stargate 4 into Guardian Protection. On September 12, 2000, just before the final transfer was to take place, the Anunnaki, in a blatant act of betrayal and unanticipated Treaty of Altair defection, used their leyline system in England in cooperation with local Omicron Draconian legions to launch an aggressive psychotronic attack on members of the Azurite security team in England. The Azurite security team, unaware of what had taken place, was told without explanation in an emergency Guardian Alliance dispatch to immediately return to Guardian secured grid space, and that the scheduled teaching workshops in UK must be temporarily postponed to protect attendees from the potential harm of anticipated further psychotronic attacks, since the once secured England grid space had been compromised. The Azurite security team immediately cancelled the remaining UK schedule and returned to the Guardian Alliance secured grid space in Sarasota, Florida, to find out what on earth had happened to cause the UK mission to be so rapidly aborted. Upon our return home to Florida, I received a massive dispensation of material regarding the political events surrounding the Treaty of Altair. For GA security reasons, I had been told nothing of this treaty or the volatility of the interstellar political atmosphere prior to our journey to England. Prior to September 2000, I simply knew that our site work, called Planetary Shields Clinics, in Peru and England was intended to assist Emerald Covenant races in realigning Earth's Merkaba fields with Solar Stargate 4 to ensure our planet's safe passage through the unfolding stellar ascension cycle. The news regarding the Treaty of Altair and the severity of the political drama concerning the contemporary Anunnaki visitor groups was as new to me in September 2000 as it was to others. The news was not good news, nor was it particularly welcomed by me, as it brought me into a full and abrupt personal confrontation with the realities of our ancient history and how these realities were presently manifesting again within the core of our contemporary New Age and UFO movement drama. Even though I had plenty of my reincarnational memory open since birth, and was quite aware of some of the ancient horrors that had transpired, some of which I recall having lived and died through, during periods of when fallen angelics had turned their full attentions towards Earth, revelation of the Treaty of Altair data sent me temporarily into a dark night of the soul. Each progressive wave of new revelation required that I face the physical reality of what was taking place just beneath the seemingly calm surface of our three-dimensional world, and how this illusion of calm could be literally, permanently, and globally shattered at any moment due to the presently hidden realities of interstellar politics. I did not react to the new revelations with fear. Instead, the revelations inspired within me a series of emotional responses that can only be described as the release of ancient experiential trauma long buried in cellular memory, through which an expanded cognition of just how real the contemporary drama is came fully into focus. The first feeling was one of wanting to deny the reality of our present circumstances, because these circumstances are not the way I would personally like them to be. Yet with this feeling came a knowing that in denying the existence of an undesirable reality, you fully throw away any personal power you might possess to heal the condition. Healing comes from identifying the problem and taking effective and appropriate action through which the undesired condition can be remedied. Though in the face of this new information, I could observe within myself how the three-dimensionally focused personality could be tempted to utilize the emotional escapism of denial in order to avoid confrontation with a reality it was never trained to face. My greater eternal self simply knew better. Denial gets you nowhere fast. It is simply a way of creating for yourself a glass house to live in. And if you are going to hide out in the glass houses, you'd better hope that all of your neighbors are friendly and none of them like to play baseball. Denial of the new information was not an option for me, for deep within me I knew what the Guardian Alliance had revealed was the truth, and that in denying this truth, I would not only be deluding myself, but I would be misleading anyone who depended on me to accurately report the contents of the CDT plates and the Guardian Alliance dispensations. Having rejected the potential option of self-deluding denial, the second emotional response to the new data that I observed within myself was a temporary feeling of almost numbness, as my ancient selves and contemporary self collided in a moment in time within so much sensory overload and intrinsic cognition that the limitations of the physical neural networks in my manifest form temporarily shut down, conveniently shifting me into the observational mode. From this temporary state of disengagement from direct emotional reaction, I was able to observe that a part of me felt a peculiar sense of violation, not so much for myself, but on behalf of all humans. As if in this final revelation of truth, a final discovery of how things really are and have been, there was somehow an accompanying loss of innocence, like a child being thrust prematurely from a finely sheltered nursery into a battleground of war, having been long protected from perceptions of the atrocities that can, and often do, occur. This loss of innocence feeling might be compared to how one would feel after dedicating one's life to a particular company, for example, then discovering to one's horror that the company was knowingly and without remorse allowing its employees to be poisoned, while fully intending to dismiss them with no accountability for assisting with the medical bills. Or perhaps discovering that your spouse had not only been having an affair, but had been conspiring with the other to have you killed so they could collect the insurance policy. A rude and painful awakening occurs when you discover that things you had believed in for a very long time, things perhaps you have built your life around, have never been what they appeared to be, but rather an expertly crafted pack of lies created to harm and enslave you. When we desire to know the truth, and then the truth is revealed, what do we do if it is not the truth we wanted to hear? As the Guardian Alliance dispensations continued following the initial revelations of the Treaty of Altair, I realized how grateful I was to finally understand. Yet I also acknowledge how knowing has suddenly and forcefully burst my bubble of naivete concerning the type of world within which we presently live. At least in America, a country that until recently had not witnessed the tragedies of major airborne war on its mainland territories. We seem to be raised within a few cultural blind spots in which we come to believe that, oh, it could never be that bad, or that could never happen to me. Confrontation with the revealed logistics of the behind-the-scenes interstellar drama showed me just how flimsy such naively optimistic attitudes really are, and how ill-prepared one will be in the face of adversarial conditions if these attitudes of pseudo-self-reassurance are indulged. Pessimism and paranoia are not the answers either, for by their very nature, both are disempowering and self-defeating choices of emotional response. When on September 12, 2000, the Anunnaki legions defected from their Treaty of Altair agreements, the entire contemporary drama took a turn towards the more extreme and potential experiential outcomes. These potentials had existed all along, but the Guardian Alliance had been trying to ease us into an understanding of our current circumstance, rather than thrust us into a rude awakening that had the potential to generate fear, anger, outrage, and panic, instead of the calmly rendered effective action that is required to remain personally empowered under the present circumstances. Following the September 12, 2000 Anunnaki defection, the Guardian Alliance had no choice but to reveal the whole truth of our history and what has been done here at the hands of the Anunnaki, because if we didn't become wise to the game, very quickly, humanity was about to be played as terminal fools. the September 2000 UIR, and the Edict of War. The most immediately pertinent and pressing truth that emerged from revelation of the hidden forbidden history is facing the fact that we are presently under a state of covert global and galactic war. A war of which our populations have no directly tangible evidence. How can I make such an apparently threatening and most unwelcome statement while still expecting myself to be considered a spiritually awakened being? I can make this statement as a calm statement of fact because I have been made aware that on September 12, 2000, the Anunnaki legions not only defected from the peace agreements of the Treaty of Altair, but they subsequently joined forces with the previously competing Draconian Agenda legions, thanks to the Necromaton Andromeda's instigation of forming a united intruder resistance, the UIR. As a strategic move to ensure the success of the One World Order Earth Dominion agenda, held by each of the competing fallen angelic groups, the Necromaton race of Density 3 Andromeda, the beloved Andromes, who have been in contact with several prominent people in the UFO movement, opened negotiations between the competing fallen angelic collectives, successfully bringing most of them together to take a united stance against the Emerald Covenant Peace Treaty and Freedom Agenda. On September 12, 2000, the Guardian Alliance was given the ultimatum that 50,000 of its Grail Line Indigo children could be evacuated out, then the rest of human populations were to be left to the agenda of the UIR. Unfortunately, the UIR races intended to instigate pole shift on Earth between 2003 and 2008 to clear the real estate, allowing the humans of Earth to survive just long enough to be used to access Earth's Stargate opening codes, at which time, including all the chosen ones, would be destroyed. On behalf of humanity, the Founders, the Guardian Alliance, the Maharaji, Blue Humans of Sirius B, the Syrian Council, the Lyran High Council, and the many billions of Emerald Covenant races in our 15-dimensional time matrix told the UIR to stick their ultimatum where the sun doesn't shine, and refuse to withdraw support of Earth's populations. Promptly, and as expected, the UIR issued an official edict of war against the Founders and Emerald Covenant legions. In terms of intergalactic politics, an edict of war issued against the Founders' races really is a big deal, and one that contains the potentialities of intergalactic cataclysmic consequences not often witnessed in our time matrix. The last time a full edict of war was issued against the Founders and Emerald Covenant races was when the Anunnaki legions attempted to destroy humanity and take over Earth 5.5 million years ago during the first seeding of humans on Earth. See page 17. Which concluded in the Electric Wars that brought human seeding 1 to an abrupt and cataclysmic end. Our contemporary drama does not have to conclude with the Electric Wars history repeating itself, but much of the outcome will depend upon what we, as the humans of Earth, choose to do or not to do in the next 9-year period. Presently, the greatest threat to our global well-being is not the UIR itself, but rather our amnesia and resulting ignorance as to how to handle ourselves effectively. If we all sit around and wait for the first contact mass landing to occur to prove to us that our ET visitors are real, by then, know it is too late to do anything other than seek out the nearest Guardian evacuation team. If the first mass contact drama does take place, as the UIR presently intends, anywhere between 2002 and 2005, they would have already gained full control of Earth's portal systems and will be able to initiate pole shift precisely when desired via the Nibiru Battlestar, the crystalline installation beneath Stonehenge, England, and their global network of subterranean bases located across the planet. Prevention is the only way to solve this drama peacefully before it goes any further. If the UIR movement has its way, the illusion of peace on Earth will be maintained until they have the photosonic beam ship fleets in position, cloaked within the lower dimension 4 frequency bands, as many are already. The fleets will be positioned over numerous secondary target sites and 24 primary target sites, Earth's 12 primary stargates, signet sites, and their corresponding 12 Templar Q sites, the activation sites for the corresponding stargates. Once fleets are positioned, progressive instigation and amplification of conflict and regional wars among human nations will be further implemented by psychotronic technology, a process of scalar impulsing that has already begun. Bosnia was the first mass experiment test run, and several other tests have been already initiated in China, the Middle East, Russia, and the USA. As ETs remain a hidden potentiality to the masses, instances of Mother Mary, Jesus, Buddha, and holy figure holographic inserts associated with crying statues and paintings, and related pseudo-divine phenomena will progressively appear to humans who are mentally ensnared in both traditional and New Age religious dogmas, promoting reassurance that God's chosen ones will be saved in the Great Cleansing or Tribulation. If the UIR and their puppet operatives among the human Illuminati are permitted to continue with their plan, certain hybrid target viruses will be released among select populations to reduce the number of races considered by the fallen angelics to be expendable. The AIDS virus was simply an experimental test run originally orchestrated by the draconian agenda Rigelian Zeta races by their human pawns within the Illuminati World Management Team Interior World Government. The chemical seedings, known as the chemtrail phenomena, is part of this plan, as certain chemicals that will facilitate the activation of the virus once it is released are presently being imbued into the local atmosphere in target locations. As the UIR plan goes on, the HARP installation and several other related global facilities will be activated to broadcast a mass frequency fence, a photon-sonic, scalar pulse technology that can harness human brainwave patterns by bioneurological blocking into a selected frequency range within which the natural perceptual facilities can be technologically manipulated. The target date for the frequency fence is 2003 through 2004. Once the stage is set, and global human conflict, fear, and instability has reached its intended peak, the UIR intends to stage a mass landing with Galactic Federation, the Pleiadian Nibiru Anunnaki, the Dracos Reptilian hybrids of the Omicron Draconian Collective, and a few Rigelian Zetas thrown in for good measure, leading the way. The invading fleets will come in peace as the peacemakers, claiming that they are our ancient creator gods and kin who have intervened to protect us from destroying ourselves and our planet. They will present seemingly miraculous cures for cancer and several other diseases, including the plagues they seeded, and provide seemingly amazing technologies for environmental cleanup, the personifications of angels sent down from above. If their plan proceeds as intended, the Pope and a collective of global religious leaders will gather to inform the public of this great gift from God, seducing the masses into blind subservience to the new angelic world government, a unified humanity in the eyes of God. All of these things are part of the UIR strategy to directly and physically infiltrate global human culture. If we allow them to go this far, our United Nations will be welcomed into the fallen Anu Seraphim Anunnaki-controlled Federation of Planets, which is a cover name stolen from a once valid Emerald Covenant collective that is now used to refer to territories conquered by the Anu Seraphim Anunnaki. Territories that exist under full Anunnaki totalitarian exploitation and dominion. Then and only then will the final phase of the UIR plan, which must occur before the natural 2012 opening of the Halls of Amenti Stargates if the takeover is to succeed, Earth portal systems will be used to invade the territories of Inner Earth, the control matrix for the Halls of Amenti Stargates, which are the real object of the UIR conquest. Once Earth's portals are used to invade the Inner Earth, Amenti Templar generator complexes, unannounced pole shift on Earth will rapidly set in motion by the Nibiru Battlestar, and a stunned humanity will have little more than 3 days' time to contemplate what just hit them. This is the UIR plan, numerous phases of which have already been set in motion. When the potentialities of a Zeta-ruled society were revealed in the 1997 through 98 Guardian Alliance dispensations that were first published in the 1999 release of Voyagers Volume 1, The Sleeping Abductees, the possibilities of what could occur in the event of the UIR final conflict drama were not even addressed. At the time of the Voyagers series 1999 first printing, the Founders and Emerald Covenant races were confident that the 1992 Pleiadian-Sirian agreements with the Anunnaki legions would ensure that the Orion Zeta forces would not succeed in their intended 2000 through 2017 attempt of instilling a one-world order totalitarian rule on Earth. If left to their own devices, the Rigelian Zeta legions would have settled for general dominion of Earth and forced enslavement and exploitation of human populations, rather than pole shift destruction. But when January 2000 brought the confirmed news that a stellar activation cycle would indeed take place on Earth, even the Zeta and human Illuminati initiatives were overrun by the involvement of the big guns from the fallen Anu Elohim and fallen Seraphim collectives of Density 4, Dimensions 11 and 10, respectively. The big gun fallen dark avatar collectives play for keeps and are not interested in enslaving humanity. They desire to destroy humanity, as the once angelic human species has historically been the primary obstacle to the fallen angelics in fulfillment of their old-aged intention to take full control of this time matrix since 22,326 BC, when Emerald Covenant forces blocked consummation of a pending stellar ascension cycle to prevent the big gun fallen angelics from seizing Earth in the halls of Amenti. The fallen dark avatar collectives have watched and waited for the 2000 through 2017 SAC with the intention of finishing what they had started in 22,326 BC. January 2000 heralded confirmation of the 2000 through 2017 SAC, and the whole mess of the final conflict drama was rapidly brought to our earthly door. The present drama and its potential consequences are much more serious and potentially damaging than those first revealed in the Zeta-ruled society probability depicted in Voyagers Volume 1. But we still have time to prevent this mess if we get our collective human act together. Fear is the most useless, self-indulgent response we can choose to entertain. No one is going to fix this for us but ourselves, and if we are wallowing in fear like quaking ninnies, we will guarantee our own defeat. Fear is a chosen response, and so too is courage and calm, centered action. If necessary, allow a bit of natural fear to move through you and out. Then stand up and be effective anyway. Humanity holds the power to see this thing through to a peaceful outcome of freedom, but only if we become rapidly responsible in employing informed, effective attitudes and action. Humanity is not alone or unsupported in this rapidly manifesting final conflict drama. There is much more direct support from interstellar Emerald Covenant nations than there is force behind the UIR. The only reason Guardian Legions have not made direct, public contact with humanity to warn and prepare us for this political confrontation is because the Pleiadian Nibiru Anu Seraphim Anunnaki forces have held control of the Universal Solar Stargate 4 since 25,500 BC, and have, since the time of the 1992 Pleiadian-Sirian agreements, threatened to use Solar Stargate 4 and the Nibiru Battlestar to initiate immediate pole shift and destruction on Earth if Emerald Covenant representatives attempted to make a mass contact to warn humanity. It was in the Anunnaki's vested interest to hold off on pole shift because fulfillment of their intended One World Order Dominion agenda and subsequent seizure of the halls of Amenti stargates requires the temporary use of humans to open the security seals on Earth stargates, which the fallen angelics cannot fully access without human biology, i.e. DNA template. They would have cleared the real estate by now if their plan did not require the use of the specific scalar wave templates characteristic of the human biology to access the electromagnetic Stargate security coding on Earth's planetary shields in scalar template. Only human biology possesses the security codes to Earth's Templar, because the angelic human species was created as the legitimate guardian race of this planet, and thus received from the founders' races the planetary stargate codes of Earth and of the halls of Amenti stargates, within the biological design of the species DNA template. This fact of human biology has been the primary reason that humans have been historically preyed upon by the fallen angelic legions, but has also served as the primary means of protection from being completely destroyed by the fallen angelics in their quest for the halls of Amenti. As long as we are needed to open the Stargate security seals, they don't dare destroy us if they hope to claim control of the halls of Amenti stargates. But once we have been sufficiently used to open the Templar security codes of Earth during the active SAC, we rapidly become expendable. And this is precisely what we have been set up for since the 22,326 BC cancelled SAC ended in a stalemate between Emerald Covenant and fallen angelic races. The D12 Planet Security Seal, Planetary Shields Clinics, and Crisis Intervention. If the Guardian Alliance forces had demonstrated a show of power through orchestrating a mass contact drama to warn humans of the Anunnaki and draconian intentions, the Anunnaki intended to abort their desired outcome of strategically using humans to open the Amenti stargates, and would settle instead for destroying contemporary humans via immediate pole shift, while capturing a few humans as potential enslaved gatecode breeders. The Anunnaki legions, as well as the Draconian legions, have long understood that if humanity became awakened, the fallen angelic Amenti Dominion plan would rapidly come to a screeching halt. Humanity has a hidden power within the DNA template, through which the innate planetary Stargate security codes can be used to trigger activation of a natural 12-dimensional planetary security seal within Earth's Templar, which, if successfully erected, would permanently protect Earth's portals and stargates from any further fallen angelic infiltration. Humans are the greatest threat to the fallen angelic agenda, and for this reason they have gone to great lengths to ensure our genetically induced race amnesia and our ignorance to the sacred science physics knowledge through which humanity can regain its intended guardianship of Earth's Templar complex Stargate system. The contemporary hidden battle with the fallen angelic ET legions cannot be won with the external weapons in overt war. The photosonic and photoradionic weapons capacities of the fallen angelic legions makes contemporary human weapons technologies appear as child's toys in comparison. In terms of the present conflict drama, a military stance on humanity's part is utterly useless, as humans are literally fighting invisible dragons, and Anunnaki, a hidden adversary that cannot even be tangibly identified due to their superior interdimensional cloaking technologies. Technologically, we're goners. External technology is not the medium through which the contemporary playing field becomes leveled for fair play. Knowledge of genuine spirituality, personal and planetary Templar mechanics, and the dynamics of human biology and DNA will be the deciding factors in this final conflict drama. In this regard, the organic, God-given brain and the biological DNA are mightier than photosonic swords born of unnatural external technologies. Humans can, in the stellar ascension cycle of the present generation, set this planet free from the 27,500 years of covert ET enslavement by effectively using their God-given gifts of biology and spirit. The technology through which humanity can reclaim its freedom and intended heritage during the 2000 through 2017 SAC, and by which the previously described UIR One World Order Dominion agenda can be stopped in its tracks, is an internally directed divine science technology called Planetary Shields Clinics. The technical dynamics of Planetary Shields Clinics are beyond the scope of this book. The Guardian Alliance and the Azurite Templar security team has been directly engaged in conducting advanced Masters Templar training workshops and active planetary shields clinics since January 2000, with the intention of assisting Earth and humanity in safe passage through the 2000 through 2017 SAC. As per the 1992 Pleiadian-Sirian agreements, the Anunnaki legions of the Galactic Federation, Ashtar Command, the Pleiadian Nibiru Council, the Alpha Omega Templar Melchizedeks, the Thoth Anki Zephilium Zeta Nibiruians, the Enoch Jehovian Anunnaki collectives, and the Archangel Michael Nephilim Nephite collectives were entrusted to assist the Guardian Alliance and Emerald Covenant races in orchestrating planetary shields clinics to ensure a safe 2000 through 2017 SAC. Only the Enoch Jehovian Anunnaki Collective has thus far remained loyal to the 1992 promise. When the Anunnaki legions defected from the 1992 Pleiadian-Sirian agreements in January 2000, then rendered their final blow of human betrayal in entering the July 5, 2000 Treaty of Altair, only to use this temporary status as a means of attempted sabotage against the Azurite security team, then defecting to support the September 12, 2000 Edict of War issued by the UIR. The Guardian Alliance and Emerald Covenant races have been on red alert, and a direct crisis intervention plan has been set in motion. A very specific program of crisis intervention planetary shields clinics has been mandated by the founders, through which Emerald Covenant races and humans who care enough to assist can manually recode the electromagnetic programs in Earth's Templar and Stargates that otherwise allow the Anunnaki legions to hold Earth in false alignment with Nibiru by the Solar Stargate 4. The Anunnaki need Earth's present artificial alignment with Nibiru to retain control of Solar Stargate 4. Without control of Solar Stargate 4, the Anunnaki, and thus the UIR, lose their ability to force planetary pole shift on Earth. If humans can assist the Emerald Covenant Guardian races from the Interdimensional Association of Free Worlds and Azurite Universal Templar Security Team to restore the natural alignment of Solar Stargate 4 by releasing the artificial Nibiru programs in Earth's Templar that presently hold Solar Stargate 4 under Nibiru control, the UIR will lose its present trump card in this final conflict drama. If Emerald Covenant races are successful in realigning Earth's Templar and Solar Stargate 4 to their natural orientation to the Pleiadian Alcyon Spiral, the previously mentioned 12-dimensional natural security seal on Earth's Templar can be effectively triggered into activation, blocking UIR fleets from entering Earth's portal and vortex system any further. The challenge of the Emerald Covenant Crisis Intervention Program is that it must reach a certain stage of advancement before August 2003, when the UIR intends to begin positioning its photosonic beamship fleets over the previously mentioned 24 primary target sites to begin transmission of the 2003-2004 frequency fence by linking the transmissions of the beam ships with the HARP grid network of Earth. Invasion Agenda, HARP, Merkaba Reversal, and the Root Awakening. Linking of the invasion fleet, cloaked in the D4 frequency bands, to the HARP grid network of Earth requires the use of Nibiru-aligned Solar Stargate 4. If this link is successfully made in 2003, Emerald Covenant forces can do nothing to prevent the UIR from orchestrating the pole shift scenario at their whim. If the Emerald Covenant Crisis Intervention Planetary Shields clinics are successful by 2003, and Solar Stargate 4 is returned to the Founders' protection, the invasion fleets will be unable to link with the HARP network, which was installed on Earth under the orders of the Zeta Rigelians of the 1930s Illuminati Human Zeta Treaties, in anticipation of the 2003 Frequency Fence Initiative, which was originally a Draconian Zeta agenda that was consolidated into the UIR One World Order agenda on September 12, 2000. If Emerald Covenant Planetary Shields clinics are not successful by 2003, The only recourse to protect human populations will be attempted Emerald Covenant evacuations, which will most likely bring a Star Wars-type drama rapidly down on humanity's head, as has repeatedly occurred during the SAC periods in the past, along with the obvious global political panic and chaos that would result from such a drama. If evacuations became the only recourse during the present SAC drama, only humans with a minimum of 4.25 strands sustainable DNA template activation will be able to biologically survive the portal transit to safe ground. The divine beauty and simplicity of the Emerald Covenant Crisis Intervention Plan is that running the Planetary Shield's clinics to clear Earth's electromagnetic grid system requires no militant stance of aggression, no projection of personal power onto some guru, god, angel, or channel outside of yourself, no adherence to any dogma or sacrifice of present belief systems, no hatred toward any enemy, seen or unseen, and no entrapment within ideologies of powerlessness and victimization. The Planetary Shield's clinics through which Earth can be set free require only a willingness to reawaken to the sacred Templar mechanics that were once practiced as a daily common knowledge among the pre-ancient advanced angelic human cultures. Footnote at the end of page 257. Number 9. The Guardian Alliance's Cathara Biospiritual Healing System and the DNA Template Bioregenesis Techniques, excerpt from this program that appears at the end of this book, are the fastest methods of naturally activating the dormant 12-strand DNA template of humans. Most humans are presently at only a 3 to 3.5 strand DNA template activation level, an insufficient DNA activation level for sustained portal transit that would result in biological spontaneous combustion if off-planet evacuations were attempted. Not only will Cathara healing systems rapidly advance natural healing potentials, assist in expediting genuine personal spiritual integration, and progressively build a natural immunity in the personal bioenergetic fields and body to psychotronic manipulation, it will stimulate at least enough DNA strand template activation for the human biological organism to sustain a minimum of a 4.25 DNA strand template activation level should off-planet evacuation become necessary. The Cathara Healing Program is highly recommended for obvious reasons, and these are the very reasons that the Guardian Alliance provided the translation of the ancient Cathara healing techniques in February of 2000. Continuing from page 258. True Templar technology has always been an internal technology that operates through advanced, natural, internal Merkaba mechanics, organic dynamics of interdimensional electromagnetic energy exchange that takes place naturally between the Earth's core scalar wave blueprint, the planetary shields, and the scalar wave blueprint or divine blueprint of the human DNA template. Internal Merkaba Templar mechanics, when practiced with integrity, are the very same dynamics of energy that allows for full spiritual integration of higher dimensional consciousness into embodied expression within the physical human form, and which allows for the once natural human attribute of atomic transmutation and self-directed ascension out of manifest density. If you have had the misfortune to unknowingly study Merkaba mechanics under the Anunnaki edited teaching system, you will have learned only enough about Merkaba to know how to inadvertently link your personal Merkaba fields to those of other people to form an amplified group Merkaba without securing the natural integrity of your own biofields by a natural D12 frequency alignment to your personal internal D12 pre-matter Christos level of personal anatomy. Once you have been taught to indiscriminately open your fields and activate your Merkaba, you will also have been unknowingly directed to run your Merkaba spin ratios in reverse. Since you have depended upon the Anunnaki teachers to enlighten you about the secrets of Merkaba, you personally have no idea how a Merkaba field is really supposed to be activated or maintained. So you can't tell the difference when you are being conned into running the external reverse Merkaba, which blocks your ability to embody natural D12 frequency for genuine higher DNA strand template activation. And if you have bought into the Anunnaki Merkaba systems, presently being taught through the Thoth Enki Zephilium Nibiru Anunnaki and the Alpha Omega Order Templar Melchizedek Anunnaki legions that defected from the 1992 Pleiadian-Syrian agreements, and their recent cohorts in the Archangel Michael, Galactic Federation, and Ashtar Command Anunnaki collectives, you will not realize that your inadvertently created external reverse Merkaba field is being actively used to amplify the 34 top magnetic counterclockwise, 21 bottom electrical clockwise, and base 11 acceleration Nibiru reverse Merkaba spin ratios in Earth's grids. Through this external Nibiru reverse Merkaba field that some humans are being tricked into creating, the Nibiru hold on Earth's Templar is amplified, while the human participants are unknowingly downloading their inherent DNA template planetary Templar security codes into Earth's grids to assist the UIR in gaining open access to Earth's stargates. Footnotes at the end of page 258 referencing notes 10, 11, and 12. Note 10 referencing the self-directed ascension out of manifest density is via the Universal Stargate Passage. Note 11 is referencing the Anunnaki edited teaching systems, stating that you won't have learned much about your reality of your 15-dimensional anatomy from the Anunnaki either. Note 12 is referencing Archangel Michael, and states more aptly described and historically known as Archdemon Michael. Continuing back on page 259. These are items, just a few of many little facts that the Anunnaki Ascension programs fail to mention to the humans that they are sweetly patronizing and covertly brainwashing into assisting the UIR objective through channel contact directives in the New Age movements. Heads up guys, time for the rude awakening. Do you trust your own potential, inborn inner Christos connection, or have you inadvertently placed your power, your free will mode of thinking, and your potential for true Christed consciousness and spiritual mastery in the hands of some glorified, self-proclaimed angel or demigod that promises to create ascension and Christ consciousness for you? It is a very good time to muster enough humility to take this question very seriously. Merkaba Mayhem, Real Ratios, and the Nibiru Checkerboard Mutation. The natural Christiac Merkaba spin ratio for a being in density 1, which are dimensions 1, 2, and 3, which allows for natural, progressive, automatic Merkaba field acceleration and 12-strand DNA template activation for attainment of real D12 Christ consciousness, ascension, and Stargate passage is as follows. 33 1/3 top electrical clockwise, and over 11 2/3 bottom magnetic counterclockwise, which is the natural Merkaba spin ratio for density 1 Earth, when Earth's grids are not being artificially forced into misalignment with Nibiru. Merkaba fields govern the circulation and ratios of particle and antiparticle energy and matter and within the human body. It is due to the artificial reverse Merkaba spin of Earth's density 1 Merkaba field, which the Nibiruians orchestrated during the 25,500 BC Lucifer Rebellion, that the matter base of Earth, and thus that of the human body, has been mutated into having 2/3 more particle density than that of the natural blueprint for density 1. The Nibiru legacy and hidden horror of history of Earth's 25,500 BC planetary Merkaba reversal, which is known as the checkerboard mutation, and its continuing devastating consequences regarding human evolution, DNA, and the biological integrity of all Earth species, are addressed in detail in the forthcoming GA CDT play translations. The true density 1 natural internal Merkaba spin ratios, previously mentioned, can be manually reset to progressively heal the personal reverse Merkaba and its resulting mutations of the DNA template within the human body, even though Earth's grids will continue to carry this distortion until Solar Stargate 4 is brought back into its natural Alcyone spiral alignment. To maintain the natural Persona Merkaba spin, it must be manually reset in the body every 24 hours, or the reverse Merkaba spin in the Earth's grids will override the personal restoration. Advanced Emerald Covenant Merkaba teachings are in the process of being released, but are beyond the scope of this book. The 4 bioregenesis techniques, see page 493, begin the process of healing the personal Merkaba field in DNA template. When the human Merkaba vehicle is functioning properly, both males and females use the same androgynous harmonic Merkaba spin, and the small internal D1 Merkaba field within the tailbone is not stationary. It rotates, as it is intended to do. The fixed tailbone Merkaba field is the mark of the Nibiru Merkaba reversal that keeps the physical body literally locked into its present time vector and unable to achieve Stargate passage. Another of several other little secrets that Thoth and his friends conveniently forget to mention to their human students. One is better off using the D12 based Maharata current bioregenesis techniques, see page 503, until more advanced, genuine Merkaba mechanics are available, as these techniques will begin to automatically reset the natural density 1 Merkaba ratios in the body. Further techniques to accelerate and fully activate the natural Merkaba field are on the way. Most of the humans who have fallen into using or teaching the Nibiru reverse Merkaba have been covertly set up by the Thoth Anki Zephilium or Alpha Omega Templar Melchizedek Anunnaki races to propagate this base 11 reverse Merkaba perversion. Most, but not all, human teachers of Merkaba do not realize that they have been deceived in this way and are not intentionally bringing harm to their students. The teachers themselves are being victimized and deceived by fallen angelic contacts. The Angelic Human Heritage and Rainbow Roundtables. Our mystical teachings and religions of today emerged from the distant past of the pre-Atlantean era. Mystical and religious teachings have covertly directed evolving humanity toward very specific objectives. Objectives pertaining to a hidden sacred mission of planetary guardianship that the angelic human race was seated on Earth to fulfill. Originally, all mystical and religious teachings were intended to guide us toward fulfillment of this sacred mission. But due to the intentional distortions of sacred spiritual science texts, many of the ancient spiritual education systems now mislead humanity into creating the opposite of what our original sacred mission intended. In exploring the realities of our ancient forbidden history, we rediscover the true origins and nature of the angelic human race. In rediscovering our true origins and nature, we reclaim our memory of the original sacred mission of planetary guardianship that our race has come to Earth to fulfill, and the methods of divine spiritual science mechanics by which our sacred mission can be successfully accomplished. The keys to understanding our present-time global drama are hidden within the ancient secrets of Lemurian and Atlantean civilization. To understand the significance of the Lemurian and Atlantean empires of the more recent past, we need to move further back in time to the initial civilizations of the 12 tribes angelic human seeding 3, the origins of the present angelic human race. Through knowledge of our origins, we will rediscover what our race came to Earth to accomplish. Identifying the original divine objective of the angelic human race will enable us to examine spiritual and mystical creeds more clearly, with an eye towards differentiating between what leads us toward or away from our race's original divine objective. The keys to effective action today are held within the secrets of our pre-Lemurian Atlantean origins, through which our race's original divine objective and the methods of its accomplishment are rediscovered. Genetic ascendancy of angelic human lineage. Brunel founders races: Emerald, Gold, and Amethyst Order Brunel. Emerald Order Elohai Elohim, Gold Order Seraphe Seraphim, Amethyst Order Brahmarama. Density 5 Primal Light Fields, Dimensions 13 through 15. Antimatter Waveform, 950 billion years ago. Anuhasi, Elohai Elohim Feline, Hominid Emerald Order. Density 4 Prematter Hydroplasmic Field of Dimensions 10 through 12. Prematter Liquid Light Form Christos Race, 950 billion years ago. Lyra Aramintina. The Azurite's 48-strand DNA template Angelic Hominid. Blue-skinned Feline Avian Cetacean Hominid. Anuhasi Feline Hominid, Elohai Elohim Emerald Order. Ceres Avian Hominid, Seraphe Seraphim Gold Order. Inu Cetacean, Brahmarama Amethyst Order. Densities 1 through 4, Dimensions 1 through 12. Prematter, etheric, semi-etheric, and physical matter forms. 250 billion years ago, all universal Stargate locations. Orifim 24 through 48 strand DNA template Angelic Human. Azurite of Sirius B plus Anuhasi of Lyra Aramintina. Densities 2 through 4, which are dimensions 4 through 12. Prematter, etheric matter, semi-etheric matter form. 568 million years ago, Sirius B, Procyon, Orion Mintaka, Gaia, Tara, Alcyone, and Altair. Terranusium 1, Angelic Human 12-strand DNA template. Tara and Marahaji 24 through 48 strand DNA template, Blue Human, Sirius B. Maharaji equals Orifim Human plus Sirius B Azurite. Densities 2 through 3, which are dimensions 4 through 9. Etheric matter, semi-etheric matter form. 560 million years ago, Tara, Sirius B. Magi Cloister hosts race angelic humans, 12 through 48 strand DNA templates, and Terranusium 2, 12 tribes angelic human, 12 strand DNA templates. Densities 1 through 4, dimensions 1 through 12. Prematter, etheric, semi-etheric, and physical matter form. Seeding 1 Terranate Cloister, 249,998,000 BC to 24,998,000 BC. Seeding 2 Dagos Cloister, 3,698,000 BC to 846,800 BC. Seeding 3 Urtite Cloister, 798,000 BC. Earth, Tara, Gaia, and parallel systems. Tribes Seeding 3 Genetic Ascendancy. Urtite Cloister host race for Seeding 3 12 tribes races. Ceres Egyptian, Pleiadian Ceres Avian Hominid plus Seeding 2 Brinoa Atlantean Cloister plus Aryan root race plus Hebrew Seeding 2 Hibiru plus Melchizedek Mixed Cloister plus Seeding 2 Antrian Lemanian Cloister. The 5 Pleiadia Urtite Cloister Magi Grail lines. 144,000, 12 tribes of 12,000, simultaneously seeded on Earth in 798,000 BC in 24 different subterranean locations, 6,000 each, to begin Angelic Human 12 tribe Seeding 3. The later evolutionary cycles of the Angelic Human Cloister races and root races, including the Lemurians and Atlanteans and Aryans, emerged from the 5 Pleiadia Urtite Cloister races. 3 Urtite Tricloister races. Indigo Type 1. Carry combined DNA template coding of Urtite Cloister plus Shambhali, Brahma, mixed cloister races that evolved in Inner Earth after the 848,800 BC end of the 12 tribe seeding 2. Mua-Urtite Cloister, the Muar-Riv-Hia. Keepers of the Blue Flame Akkadic Codes. 43 through 48 strand DNA templates. The U-Urtite Cloister. Keepers of the Gold Flame Polaric Codes. 37 through 42 strand DNA templates. Urtite Cloister, the Urta. Keepers of the Violet Flame Triadic Codes. 31 through 36 strand DNA templates. 2 Urtite Bicloister races, Indigo Type 2. Carry combined DNA template coding of 2 Urtite Tricloister races. Brinoa Urtite Cloister, Mua plus U Urtite Tricloister. Keepers of the Blue Gold Flame Akkadic Polaric Codes. 28 through 30 strand DNA templates. Rama Urtite Cloister, U plus Urtite Tricloister. Keepers of the Gold Violet Flame Polaric Triadic Codes. 24/25 through 27 strand DNA templates. The Azurites, IAFW, Orphem Angelic Human, MC Priests of and Indigo Child, Iani Grail Line. Throughout the long history of the Founders Race Angelic Wars, 250 billion to 570 million years ago, the Emerald Order Elohai Elohim Anuhasi Feline Hominids, Gold Order Seraphe Seraphim Ceres Avian Hominid, and Athean Mantis and Amethyst Order Braharama NU Cetacean and Pegasi Winged Horse Deer races worked to restore Universal Stargate 11 and 12. Following destruction of Lyra Aramantina and Stargate 12, the Emerald Order Brunau and their Elohai Elohim feline hominid races were appointed by the Janus Collective from beyond the Time Matrix to serve as the primary Universal Templar security team in our Time Matrix. The Elohai Emerald Order feline hominids were commissioned to organize and assist Guardian nations in securing the Universal Templar complex from fallen angelic race dominion, and to implement genetic bioregenesis programs to assist fallen races in re-evolving their original potentials of ascension. Upon request of the Janus collectives, the Density 5 Brunau orders and their Emerald Order Anuhasi feline hominids, Gold Order Ceres avian hominids, and Athean mantises, and Amethyst Order NU cetaceans, and Pegasi winged horse deer races created the Universal Service Organization called the Interdimensional Association of Free Worlds, the IAFW. In order to provide greater protection and healing efforts in our Time Matrix, Emerald Order Elohai Elohim Anuhasi feline hominids, Gold Order Seraphe Seraphim Ceres avian hominids, and Amethyst Order Braharama NU cetaceans, forefathers of the whale and aquatic dolphin, co-created a new guardian healer race called the Azurites. The Azurites are a blue-skinned, land-water mammal feline avian hominid, some bearing feathered heads and wings, which were created 250 billion years ago with the formation of the IAFW. The Azurite race, carrying the full spectrum of the three founders' races' original core genetic templates, or ascension codes, represented a new Yani, meaning Janus embodied, race form through which the Density 5 Brunau and Janus Ascended Masters collectives from beyond the Time Matrix could incarnate directly into the density systems. The Azurite Yani race line was simultaneously seated in every density level in our 15-dimensional Time Matrix, placed in galactic and planetary proximity to the 12 universal star gates of our Universal Templar complex. The Azurite Yani race was placed under the guidance of the Emerald Order Brunau Elohai Elohim Feline Hominid Universal Security Team. The Azurites were appointed by the Yanas and Density 5 Brunau orders as the Azurite Universal Templar Security Team, commissioned to protect and repair the structural integrity of our time matrix, and with assisting all races in their evolution to ascension and freedom from the time matrix. About 570 million years ago, the angelic wars between the fallen Anu Elohim, Anu aquatic apes, and bipedal dolphin people, and fallen seraphim insect, Omnicron dragon moth, dino, and Odetocron lizard races had escalated to the point of potentially imploding this time matrix. The Brunau orders of Density 5, with assistance from the Azurites and Emerald Covenant races in the time matrix, repaired Stargates 11 and 12. Able to implement direct access to our time matrix once again, the Density 5 Brunau orders intervened, offering the second restatement of the Emerald Covenant, through which members of any of the races could re-enter co-creative, co-evolution agreements. Many of the fallen seraphim insect, Dracon moth, and lizard races, and some of the Anu Elohim dolphin people and Anu aquatic ape races entered this peace treaty. Fallen races entering the Emerald Covenant restatement 570 million years ago agreed to work together under the direction of the Elohai Elohim Anuhasi feline hominid, Seraphe Seraphim Ceres avian hominid, and Athean mantis and Braharama Inu cetacean, and Pegasi winged horse deer races. As per the Emerald Covenant restatement 570 million years ago, the Azurites and Emerald Covenant Guardian races would assist fallen races to reverse mutate their faltering genetic templates. In return for this Guardian race assistance, regenerated fallen races would assist Guardian races to restore the integrity of the universal and interplanetary Templar complexes and bring peace to our time matrix. Races entering the Emerald Covenant restatement agreed to allow the Brunau orders to incarnate into our time matrix by entering another life form that would, like the Azurites, carry the genetic imprints of all stellar founder races. This new life form, which would also harbor the consciousness of the Brunau orders and Yanas Ascended Masters collectives in manifest form, would serve as the embodied, commissioned keepers of the universal Templar complex, assisting all stellar races in fulfilling their potentials of ascension and freedom from the time matrix. The new Guardian race, intended to evolve to relieve the Azurite Yani of their long Tauran density, would bring the co-creation agreements of the original Emerald Covenant of Aramintina back into play. The new race was intended to become the next generation of the Universal Templar Security Team in our time matrix. Creation of the new race was intended to be a changing of the guard, through which the Azurite Yani could transfer their commission in time to the new race and ascend out of the time matrix to return to the at-one-ment with Source. This new race was created with the intention of embodying and restoring to the races of our time matrix peace, love, and harmonious cooperative evolution. Like the Azurite Yani, this new biological race would present a genetically perfected form through which the consciousness of any stellar collective could incarnate to reclaim the original integrity of its ascension codes. The new race was called the Terranusium, or the Angelic Human, of Density 2 Tara. The seed race for the Angelic Human was the Density 2 through 4 Orifim, meaning Children of the Light, in reference to the Brunau Order creators of the Density 5, which are dimensions 13, 14, and 15, Kira She, Primal Light Fields. Creation of the Orifim Terranusium Angelic Human Christiac Rishik Grail Line. The Orifim are a hybrid form of Lyra Sirius A Anuhasi, Elohai Emerald Order Feline Hominid, Sirius B Azurite Yani, Elohai feline hominid, Seraphe avian hominid, and Braharama Inu cetacean, and Pleiadian Ceres. Density 2 Seraphe avian hominid. The Orphan were seeded 568 million years ago on Density 3 Sirius B, Procyon, Orion Mintaka, and Gaia, and Density 2 Sirius B, Pleiadian Alcyone, Altair, and Tara, to begin creation of the angelic human lineage. At the time of their creation 568 million years ago, a specialized group of Orphan were further hybridized with the Azurite Yanni race of Sirius B to create the Azurite Orphan, Blue Human, Maharaji lineage of Sirius B, the progenitors of Christiac Magi Indigo Child Grail line on Earth. The Sirius B Maharaji Azurite Orphan genetic line became further entwined with the Terranusium angelic human lineage of Tara 550 million years ago through bioregenesis programs for the faltering Taran Orphan Terranusium human race line. One branch of the Maharaji Azurite Orphan human race line of Tara became the Melchizedek Cloister Priests of Grail line. The Taran MC Priests of angelic human Grail line families became members of the Azurite Universal Templar Security Team and founded the Egalitarian Priesthood of and the original Azurite Temple of the Melchizedek Cloister Universal Service Organization on Tara. Another branch of the Taran Maharaji Azurite Orphan lineage, the Terranates, seeded the 12 tribes Earth angelic human lineage 250 million to 25 million years ago. For more information on Indigo Children Maharaji MC Priests of Christiac Grail lines, see Voyagers 1, 2nd edition. The original Lyran Syrian Pleiadian Orphan prototype is a thin, 12 to 20 feet tall androgynous feline avian human land-water mammal, Breatharian. Does not eat, draws nourishment directly from the atmosphere in which it is placed. The original Orphan have translucent deep tan or powder white to pale blue skin, elongated skulls, petite, childlike facial features, 6 fingers and toes, and no ears or small cat-like ears on the side of the head. Some have small cat-like lips, and with a split in the upper lip and a feline nose. Others have small, thin lips with a mild downward dip in the upper lip that resembles the shape of a tiny bird beak, with a petite human childlike nose. Some Orphan have pure white head hair, resembling long, soft fur. Others are bald or have soft, white feathered skulls. All have hairless bodies and large, slanted, almond-shaped eyes of golden, electric blue, or violet hue, with pure white vertical pupils, thin eyelids, with fine white eyelashes, and no eyebrows. Several specialized Orphan strains are more feline, avian, or cetacean in biological structure. Specialized Emerald Order Elohai Elohim Orphan strains appear as large upright feline hominids with pure white fur covering the body, non-clawed paws and tails. Orphan felines resemble the white Persian cat species of Earth, and they often overshadow this earthly feline of their genetic association to interact with Density 1 Earth. Specialized Gold Order Seraphe Seraphim Orphan closely resemble the eagle and swan avian species of Earth, having smaller eyes, wings, and avian hominid bodies covered with pure white, soft blue-gray, or jet black feathers. Specialized Amethyst Order Braharama Orphan are cetacean, most closely resembling the aquatic dolphin and whale species of Earth. Unlike the bipedal dolphin people of the fallen Anu Elohim, the Orphan cetaceans do not have arms or legs, and though capable of breathing air or water, they are designed for mobility in fluid, not on land. The Orphan cetaceans are pure white or pale light blue in color, and specialize in transmitting the sound tones that hold the scalar wave templates for universal structure and order. The Orphan cetaceans created several dolphin and whale species on Earth to serve as their emissaries in maintaining Earth's biosphere. The fallen Anu Elohim bipedal dolphin people have also seeded several strains of dolphin, whale, and shark species into Earth's biosphere, in an attempt to gain sonic control over Earth's manifestation template. Though it is nearly impossible to detect the differences between the Orphan cetacean and Anu Elohim cetacean species, there are a few subtle differences observable between them. Orphan cetacean strains tend to be lighter in skin color, are more vegetarian in diet, prefer warmer waters, are more receptive to human contact, have a more gentle, feminine, maternal nature, and emit higher pitched sound frequencies than their fallen Anu Elohim cetacean kin. In their organic state, when they are not intermingling with other race strains for the purposes of assisting in DNA bioregenesis programs, the Orphan feline avian cetacean humans have full conscious power over physical manifestation and demanifestation, allowing them adaptability to almost any environment and density level in which they are placed. The Orphan can shapeshift at will, and their biological forms are immortal until they fully transmute out of the time matrix. After ascending out of the time matrix, an Orphan must rebirth in a new immortal body form to re-enter the density systems of the time matrix. Though they are biologically androgynous and do not have external manifestations of gender difference, the male Orphan form carries a stronger electrical field and specializes in electrical transmission of energy, while the female Orphan form carries a stronger magnetic field and specializes in magnetic reception of energy. Like the Azurites in combining of male and female bioenergetic fields, the Orphan have the greatest ability of any race in our time matrix to transmit and receive the frequencies of the electromagnetic primal life force currents in our time matrix. This energy reception transmission ability makes them biologically able to perform intensive structural repair of the universal manifestation template in our time matrix, allowing them the capacity to fulfill their creation commission as evolving guardians and keepers of the universal Templar complex. Orphan can procreate independently, but prefer procreation through fusion or coupling of the bioenergetic fields of gendered twin mates. During Orphan procreation, an energetic birth sac is painlessly expelled from the navel region of either male or female. The energetic sac contains cellular matter formed through the combined genetic imprint of the parents, or a replica of the singular parent's genetic imprint. Once the sac is expelled from the body, the new incarnating Orphan soul begins fetal integration. Gestation of the Orphan birth sac varies, depending upon the environment into which they incarnate. The birth sac is placed within the planetary soil nest, then into a water or fluid environment organic to the planet, allowing the incarnating Orphan to adapt the natural template structures characteristic to the environmental system into which it is incarnating. After water or fluid gestation, the Orphan embryo rapidly grows to the size of a human child of 8 to 12 years, and emerging from the birth sac, fully sentient, mobile, telepathic, and with full regional spoken language capacity. The Orphan race is the seed race from which the angelic human Terranusium emerged, and represents the state of evolutionary fulfillment in time toward which all human races are re-evolving. Like the Azurite Yani, the Orphan race has a 24 to 48 strand DNA template, which embodies the full spectrum ascension codes through which transmutative ascension out of the time matrix can be achieved. The Orphan seed race of Tara represents the genetic ancestral heritage from which the Terranusium angelic human 12-strand DNA template emerged 560 million years ago on density 2, dimensions 4, 5, and 6, Tara. The Taran Terranusium angelic human is the genetic ancestral lineage from which the Terranusium 2 12-tribe angelic human race line was seeded on Earth 250 million to 25 million years ago. Contemporary humanity is part of angelic human 12-tribe seeding 3. The first 2 seedings of the angelic human 12 tribes on Earth were destroyed through progressive infiltration and warring with fallen angelic ET races. 12 tribe seeding 3 began in 798,001 BC with introduction of the 5 Pleiadia Urtite cloister races, who composed the first 12 simultaneous settlements of the seeding 3 12 tribes. The Pleiadia races are referred to as the Magi Grail line angelic humans, possessing 24 through 48 strand DNA templates, characteristic to the Lyran Syrian Orphan angelic human genome. From the 5 Pleiadia Urtite cloister seed races of 798,000 BC, seeding 3 of the 12-strand DNA template angelic human lineage was progressively orchestrated on Earth as part of a larger trans-time sacred mission of planetary guardianship. Members of the Pleiadia Magi Grail line races have repeatedly incarnated during various periods of seeding 3 angelic human evolution to keep the 12-strand and Magi Grail line DNA template potential alive within the Earth human gene pool. The angelic human and Magi Grail line gene pool has been kept alive on Earth to enable the angelic humans to complete the sacred mission which humanity has been seeded on Earth to fulfill. The Pleiadia Magi Grail line races have been incarnating on contemporary Earth for the past 100 years. They are referred to as the Indigo Children Types 1 and 2. The term Indigo Children refers to the frequencies of the 6-dimensional waveband, the indigo wavelength of the 15-dimensional spectrum. The Magi Grail line Indigo Children are born with a 6-strand template of their 24 through 48 strand DNA templates activated at birth, whereas angelic humans with 12-strand DNA templates are born with 3 strands of 12 activated. Activation of the 6 DNA strand template allows the D6 indigo wave spectra and the D6 consciousness characteristic to the wavelength to embody within the indigo child fetal body. The Pleiadia race angelic human Magi Grail line indigo children types 1 and 2 had been progressively incarnating on Earth in preparation for the sacred mission of the long-awaited 2000 through 2017 stellar activation cycle. Seeding the 12 Urtite cloister Pleiada empires. The secrets to unraveling the riddles of contemporary humanity's origins and heritage lies in the distant past, within the first Pleiadia empires of Urtite cloister races, through which the 5 Urtite cloister, 5 cloister and 7 root races, see root races, cloister races on page 15, of the angelic human lineage emerged to commence seeding 3 of the 12 tribes. Each of the 12 Pleiadia empires were constructed simultaneously, underground, beginning in 798,000 BC. The Pleiadia empires were founded by the 5 seed races of the 25 to 48 strand DNA template Magi Priest King Holy Grail line, as its members incarnated through the Urtite cloister angelic human host race of seeding 3, see page 56. The seeding 3 Urtite cloister host races were seeded following the organizational pattern set by the 549,998,000 BC Taran Covenant of Palador, see page 6, which was previously utilized in both the seeding 2 Dagos cloister and seeding 1 Terranate Paladorian cloister host race seedings. In accordance with the traditional race seeding format, the 12 Palladia empires of the Urtite cloisters were seated upon the locations of the 12 Templar Q sites. The 12 Templar Q sites correspond to the 12 Crystal Pylon Temple Signet Site stargates of Inner Earth, and serve as the trigger sites for remote activation of Surface Earth's 12 Templar Signet Site stargate opening points. Each of the 12 Palladia empires were co-founded by the Urtite cloister race strains carrying the 5 cloister race genetic codes of the 12 tribes angelic human line, seeded by the specialized Urtite tricloister Magi Holy Grail line seed race. Urtite tricloister Magi Holy Grail line Flamekeepers. The Magi Holy Grail lines emerging into the Urtite cloister lineage of 12 tribes seeding 3, all incarnated directly from the Density 5 primal light fields, or the primal sound fields from beyond the time matrix. The initial Palladoria Empire Urtite cloister Magi Holy Grails were Rishi and Ascended Master Janus consciousness incarnating directly into the earthly drama. The Urtite cloister Magi incarnated into specific tricloister body forms, carrying the 24 through 48 strand DNA template. The tricloister genetic code carried the DNA templates of 3 cloister race lines combined, plus that of the Shambhali and Brahma mixed cloister angelic human lines that had evolved in Inner Earth after the cataclysm of the Thousand Years' War in 846,000 BC that ended 12 tribes seeding 2. See page 43. Each Magi emerged into density through one of the 3 primary Founders Race Brunel collectives, each one from the 3 primal light fields of Density 5. See page 48. The Urtite tricloister Magi Holy Grail lines that founded the 12 Palladia empires were incarnate members of the Emerald Order, Gold Order, and Amethyst Order Janus collectives, the Iani Ascended Masters, from the primal sound fields beyond the time matrix. The High Council Emerald Order Elohai Elohim Blue Flamekeepers Grandianas incarnated from the Akkadic level of the Energy Matrix primal sound fields. The Middle Council Gold Order Seraphe Seraphim Gold Flamekeepers Wachanas incarnated from the Polaric level, and the Base Council Amethyst Order Braharama Violet Flamekeepers Ramyanas incarnated from the Triadic level of the Energy Matrix. Each of the first Urtite tricloister Priest King lines, both male and female were referred to equally by the same title, carried the Iani Priests of Ascended Master genetic code. Through the Iani Priest Magi Urtite tricloister DNA template, the Rainbow Ray Current could be embodied for remote activation of the Signet Shields, Signet Plates, and Templar Q sites of Earth's Templar. The Rainbow Ray Current is composed of the Kunda Ray Current, standing wave frequencies of the primal sound fields from beyond the time matrix, the Kira She Current standing wave frequencies of the Density 5 primal light fields, and the Maharata Current standing wave frequencies of the Density 4, Dimension 12 pre-matter hydroplasmic liquid light Christos fields. Shambhali, Brahma, and Melchizedek races of Inner Earth. The 2 mixed cloister races of Inner Earth, with which the Urtite tricloister Magi genome is combined, are races of the Inner Earth regions that receive genetic enhancement from the Sirius B Maharaji Blue humans, following their exile to Inner Earth during the Thousand Years' War of 846,800 BC. See page 43. Previous to this genetic acceleration, Inner Earth Shambhali and Brahma mixed cloister races had emerged into Inner Earth from 12 tribes seeding 1 during the Electric Wars of 5,498,000 BC. See page 18. They were originally members of the 12-strand DNA template Christiac Grail line Angelic Human Cloister race lines of Seeding 1. Exiled Shambhali and Brahma races of Seeding 2 integrated into their related Inter-Earth cultures exiled from Seeding 1, then received further genetic acceleration from the Maharaji Blue Human Christiac Rishik Grail line race of Sirius B. Following this genetic acceleration, which was obtained through consensual intermarrying of family lines from the Shambhali and Brahma races, with Maharaji Blue Human family lines residing in Inner-Earth, the mixed cloister Shambhali and Brahma race lines evolved into 24 through 48 strand Christiac Rishik DNA templates. This genetic enhancement allowed them to serve as the two primary guardian races for the Crystal Pylon Temples, Halls of Amenti, and the activated Stargate system of Inner-Earth's Templar, a position they still hold today. The Shambhali are a Melchizedek and Brahnoa mixed cloister race, plus Maharaji Blue Human, and the Brahma are a Melchizedek Antrian mixed cloister race, plus Maharaji. The Shambhali inhabit the cloistered Shambhali Ionian Islands and parts of the Inner-Earth Agartha continent called Shambhala. The Brahma nations are concentrated on the Agartha continent, which supports various strains of occasionally conflicting races. Presently, the Anu Melchizedek, Anunnaki human bioregenesis races, exiled from surface Earth during the Lumerian and Atlantean cataclysms of 50,000 BC, 28,000 BC, and 9,558 BC, represent one of the largest populations in the Inner-Earth territories of Agartha. Due to the Pleiadian Nibiru Anunnaki Fallen Angelic Legion's recent refusal of the Emerald Covenant, many Anu Melchizedek races of Inner-Earth have joined the United Intruder Resistance, the UIR, campaign of overthrowing Emerald Covenant races for dominion of the Halls of Amenti Stargates and the territories of Inner and Surface Earth. The Shambhali and Brahma races of Inner-Earth and the Paladorians of Tara are the appointed Azurite Universal Templar Security Team guardians and keepers of the Halls of Amenti Stargates and of the Natural Universal Stargates in Density 1, which are Dimensions 1, 2, and 3. The Paladorians of Tara, see page 6, have held the Azurite Universal Templar Security Team contract since the initiation of the Covenant of Palador, just prior to the 549,998,000 BC Taran Cataclysm. See page 2. The Shambhali and Brahma races of Inner-Earth were officially entered into the Paladorian Covenant and Azurite Universal Templar Security Team following their genetic acceleration after the Thousand Years' War in 846,800 BC. Since this time, the Shambhali and Brahma races of Inner-Earth are also referred to as Paladorians, just as their Taran Paladorian elders. The three primary Urtite Tricloister Magi Flamekeeper Holy Grail Line seed races of the Palladia Empires. The Emerald Order Elohai Elohim Magi DNA template embodies the full spectrum of the Akkadic codes, the electrotonal patterns, or DNA fire letters, corresponding to the first level of individuation from Source, the Akkadic level of the energy matrix. Beings with Akkadic DNA templates, such as the Emerald Order Urtite Tricloister Magi, incarnate from the Akkadic level 1 of the primal sound fields. They are legitimately considered level 1 ascended masters. Akkadic DNA coding allows an embodied being to run the full blue-gold-violet flame tones of the Kundalini primal sound field currents and all primal creation currents below, through the physical body, when the Akkadic DNA codes are activated. The Emerald Order Elohai Elohim Magi incarnate through a tricloister genetic template composed of 12 tribes Melchizedek cloister white-skinned line, Brahnoa cloister red-skinned line, and Uniseti black-skinned line, combined with a dominant Shambhali and recessive Brahma mixed cloister genome from the Inner Earth Paladorian races. The Emerald Order Ur-Tight Tricloister Magi Holy Grail line races of seeding 3 are called the Muar-Rivia seed race, sometimes referred to as the Mua. The Ur-Tight Tricloister Emerald Order Magi Christiac Rishiak Holy Grail lines are called the Keepers of the Blue Flame, Guardians of the Akkadic Codes. The Muar-Rivia, or Mua, Ur-Tight Tricloister Magi Christiac Rishiak Grail line has a 43 to 48 strand DNA template. In their present incarnations on Earth, the Mua, along with the Magi from the U seed race line, are called Type 1 Indigo children. The Mua are Emerald Order MC Indigos. The Emerald Order Mua and their ascended race lines are the only human races on Earth whose DNA templates are imbued with the full spectrum of 144 Universal Signet Master Key codes, corresponding to Universal Stargates 1 through 12. The 48-strand DNA template Mua races have 144 of the 144 Universal Signet Master Key codes, and all 1,728, which are 144 encryption keys per gate times gate 1 through 12, of the 1,728 Universal Encryption Key codes encoded in their DNA. Individuals of Mua genetic coding who have a fully activated 48-strand DNA template are the only individuals on Earth capable of running the full rainbow ray current to single-handedly open the 4 density levels of Earth's 12 primary signet site stargates. They are the only humans on Earth able to individually initiate remote activation of 12th signet shield, 12th signet plate, and 12th Templar Q site. The 12th signet set, through which all other signet sets in Earth's 12 Templar signet site stargate opening points are activated and directed. The Gold Order Seraphe Seraphim Magi DNA template embodies the full spectrum of the Polaric codes, the fire letters corresponding to the second level of individuation from Source, the polaric level of the energy matrix. Beings with polaric DNA templates, such as the Gold Order Ur-Tight Cloister Magi, incarnate from the polaric level 2 of the primal sound fields. They are legitimately considered level 2 ascended masters. Polaric DNA coding allows an embodied being to run 2/3 of the Kundalini primal sound currents, the gold-violet flame tones, and all corresponding primal creation currents below, through the physical body when the polaric DNA codes are activated. The Gold Order Seraphe Seraphim Magi incarnate through a tricloister genetic template composed of 12 tribes Melchizedek Cloister Yellow-Skinned Line, Uniceti Cloister Yellow-Skinned Line, and the Hibaru White-Skinned Line, combined with the equal proportions of the Shambhali and Brahma mixed cloister genome from the Inner Earth Paladorian races. The Gold Order Ur-Tight Tricloister Magi Holy Grail line races of seeding 3 are called the U seed race. The Ur-Tight Tricloister Gold Order Magi Christiac Rishiak Holy Grail lines are called the Keepers of the Gold Flame, Guardians of the Polaric Codes. The U Ur-Tight Tricloister Magi Christiac Rishiak Grail line has a 37 to 42 strand DNA template. Like their Palladia Ur-Tight Tricloister kin, the Muar-Rivia or Mua, the U seed race in their present incarnations on Earth are also called Type 1 Indigo children. The U are Gold Order MC Indigos. Other than the Mua, the Gold Order U and their ascended race lines are the only human races on Earth whose DNA templates are imbued with 120 of the 144 Universal Signet Master Key codes, corresponding to Universal Stargates 2 through 11. The 42-strand DNA template U races have 120 of the 144 Universal Signet Master Key codes and 1,584 of the 1,728 Universal Encryption Key codes encoded in their DNA. Other than Mu'a race incarnates, individuals of U genetic coding are the only human individuals on Earth capable of single-handedly open the 4 density levels of Earth's primary signet stargates 2 through 11. Only the Mu'a can open universal stargates 1 and 12. U incarnates can run 2/3 of the rainbow ray current to initiate individual remote activation of 11th signet shield, 11th signet plate, and 11th Templar Q site. The 11th signet set, through which all other signet sets below 11, and the 2nd through 11th of Earth's 12 Templar signet site stargate opening points, are activated and directed. Footnotes at the bottom of page 272 and 273. 1. Referencing the Keepers of the Blue Flame previously mentioned. In ancient Egypt, this coveted Ecadic Magi genetic code was referred to as the Code of the Blue Nile. 2. Referencing the 144 Universal Signet Master Key codes. 12 Master Keys per gate times 12 Universal Stargates. 3. Referencing the Gold Order Keepers of the Gold Flame. In ancient Hebrew teachings, the coveted Polaric Magi genetic code was referred to as the Code of the Golden Dawn. 4. Referencing this line being imbued with 120 of the 144 Universal Signet Master Key codes. 12 Master Keys per gate times gates 2 through 11. 5. Referencing the 1,584 of the 1,728 Universal Encryption Key codes. 144 encryption keys per gate times gates 1 through 11 equals 1,584 encryption codes. Continuing where we left off on page 274. Only the Mu'a's 12th signet set has the power to override and redirect the 11th signet set to which the U are entrusted as guardians. The Amethyst Order Brahmarama Magi DNA template embodies the full spectrum of the triadic codes, the DNA fire letters corresponding to the 3rd level of individuation from Source, the triadic level of the energy matrix. Beings with triadic DNA templates, such as the Amethyst Order Urtite Cloister Magi, incarnate from the triadic level 3 of the primal sound fields. They are legitimately considered level 3 ascended masters. Triadic DNA coding allows an embodied being to run 1/3 of the Kundalini primal sound currents, the violet flame tones, and all corresponding primal creation currents below, through the physical body, when the triadic DNA codes are activated. The Amethyst Order Brahmarama Magi incarnate through the Tricloister genetic template composed of 12 tribes Melchizedek Cloister, red-skinned line, Hebrew Cloister, white-skinned line, and Antrian brown-skinned line, combined with a dominant Brahma and recessive Shambhali mixed cloister genome from the Inner Earth Paladorian races. The Amethyst Order Urtite Cloister Magi Holy Grail line races of Seeding 3 are called the Urta Seed Race, most often referred to as the The Urtite Cloister Amethyst Order Magi Christiac Rishiac Holy Grail lines are called the Keepers of the Violet Flame Guardians of the Triadic Code. The Urta, or Seed Race, Urtite Tricloister Magi Christiac Rishiac Grail line, has a 31 through 36 strand DNA template. Like their kin, the 2 secondary Palladia Urtite Bicloister Magi Flamekeeper Holy Grail line seed races, the Branoa and Rama seed races, the seed race in their present incarnations on Earth are called Type 2 Indigo Children. The are Amethyst Order MC Indigos. The Amethyst Order and their ascendant race lines are the only human races on Earth other than the Mu'a and Yu, whose DNA templates are imbued with 48 of the 144 Universal Signet Master Key codes corresponding to Universal Stargates 5 through 8. The 36-strand DNA template races have 48 of the 144 Universal Signet Master Key codes and 1,152 of the 1,728 Universal Encryption Key codes encoded in their DNA. Other than the Mu'a and Yu race incarnates, individuals of genetic coding are the only human individuals on Earth capable of single-handedly opening the 4 density levels of Earth's primary signet site stargates 5 through 8. Only Mu'a can open the Universal Stargates 1 and 12, and the full spectrum of Stargates 1 through 12. The Yu can open Universal Stargates 2 through 11. Incarnates can run 1/3 of the Rainbow Ray current to initiate individual remote activation of 8th Signet Shield, 8th Signet Plate, and 8th Templar Q Site. The 8th Signet Set, through which Signet Sets below 8 and the 5th through 8th of Earth's 12 Templar Signet Site Stargate opening points can be activated and directed. The Mu'a's 12th Signet Set and the Yu's 11th Signet Set have the power to override and redirect the 8th Signet Set to which the are entrusted as guardians. The 3 primary Urtite Tricloister Magi, with a 36 to 48 strand Magi DNA template, incarnated as members of the Azurite Universal Templar Security Team, collectively carrying the Universal Master Signet Key codes to the 12 Stargates of the Universal Templar and their DNA templates. The Universal Signet Master Key codes are the 144 Master Key codes and the 1728 Encryption Key codes, corresponding to the universal level of the 12th Universal Templar Stargates. The 3 primary Urtite Tricloister Palladia Empire seed races were entrusted with the power to remote activate the 12 Stargates of the Universal Templar. The Stargates of the Universal Templar are the 12 primary star Universal Stargates that open vertically between the 4 density levels in our time matrix. The Universal Templar is the primary energy-fed system to which all galactic, planetary, and personal Templar complexes are connected. In founding the underground cities of the Palladia Empire in 798,000 BC, the Mu'a, the Mu'arrivia, Yu, and the Urta, Urtite Tricloister Flamekeeper Magi Grail Line Angelic Human Seed races set up the foundation structures upon which Earth's Templar complex was intended to function through 12 tribes seeding 3. They, and their Holy Grail Line ascendants to the present time, represent the common seed from which all contemporary humans of Earth originally emerged before fallen angelic corruption of the angelic human gene code. The Mu'a, Yu, and seed races are members of the Azurite Universal Templar Security Team, embodied in Magi Christiac Rishik angelic human form. They carry the genetic potential to run the Rainbow Ray current, the Universal Primal Light Sound currents, into Earth's Templar for remote activation of Earth Stargates, and the 12 primary Stargates of the Universal Templar. As representatives of the Yanas, Brunau and Founders Emerald Covenant, the Emerald, Gold, and Amethyst Order Magi have returned to contemporary Earth incarnation as Type 1 and Type 2 Indigo Children. The Indigo Children Types 1 and 2 have returned in hopes of assisting the angelic human 12 tribes of Earth to finally fulfill the sacred mission of planetary guardianship for which they were originally commissioned. Footnotes at the bottom of pages 274 and 275. Number 6. In ancient Sumerian culture, the coveted triadic Magi genetic code was referred to as the Code of the Violet Sun. Number 7. 12 Master Keys per gate times 4 Universal Stargates. Number 8. 144 Encryption Keys per gate times gates 1 through 8. Number 9. 12 Master Keys for each of the 12 Universal Stargates. Number 10. 144 Encryption Key codes for each of the 12 universal stargates. The 2 secondary Ur-type Bicloister Magi Flamekeeper Holy Grail line seed races of the Pleiadia Empires. The 3 primary Ur-type Tricloister Magi seed races were combined to create the 2 secondary Ur-type Bicloister Magi race lines with 24 through 36 strand Magi DNA templates, who serve as members of the Azurite Amenti Galactic Planetary Templar Security Team. The 2 secondary Magi Flamekeeper Holy Grail line seed races responsible for co-founding the Pleiadia Empires of 798,000 BC are the Brinoa and Rama Ur-type Bicloister seed races, which emerged simultaneously with the Ur-type Tricloister Magi races within the underground Pleiadia Empires of 798,000 BC. The Brinoa Ur-type Bicloister Magi race emerged through combining the genomes of the Emerald Order Mu'a and Gold Order U Ur-type Tricloister Magi race lines to form a race line that would carry the portions of the 1,728 universal encryption key codes characteristic to the Mu'a and U races. The Brinoa race lines are known as Keepers of the Blue-Gold Flame, as they embody and run the blue and gold spectrum of the primal soundlight currents through their DNA templates. Brinoa races in their ascendancy lines have a 28 through 30 strand DNA template, categorizing their contemporary incarnations as Type 2 indigo children. The Brinoa 30-strand DNA template is imbued with 36 of the 144 Universal Signet Master Key codes for Universal Stargates 9, 6, and 3. The Brinoa 30-strand DNA template contains 288 Universal Encryption Key codes for Universal Stargates 12 and 11, and the 1,296 Universal Encryption codes corresponding to Universal Stargates 1 through 9. A total of 1,584 of 1,728 Universal Encryption Key codes. The 30-strand DNA template Brinoa races have 36 of the 144 Universal Signet Master Key codes, and 1,584 of the 1,728 Universal Encryption Key codes encoded in their DNA. The Rama Ur-type Bicloister Magi race emerged through combining the genomes of the Gold Order U and the Amethyst Order Urta Ur-type Tricloister Magi race lines to form a race line that would carry the portions of the 1,728 Universal Encryption Key codes characteristic to the U and races. The Rama race lines are known as the Keepers of the Gold-Violet Flame, as they can embody and run the gold and violet spectrum of the primal soundlight currents through their DNA templates. Rama races in their ascendancy lines have a 25 to 27 strand DNA template, categorizing their contemporary incarnations as Type 2 indigo children. The Rama 27-strand DNA template is imbued with 36 of the 144 Universal Signet Master Key codes for Universal Stargates 10, 7, and 4. The Rama 27-strand DNA template contains 1,440 Universal Encryption codes, corresponding to Universal Stargates 1 through 10. The 27-strand DNA template Rama races have 36 of the 144 Universal Signet Master Key codes, and 1,440 of the 1,728 Universal Encryption Key codes encoded in their DNA. The 2 secondary Ur-type Bicloister Magi seed races, the Rama and the Brinoa, collectively carry within their 25 through 30 strand DNA templates the Galactic Signet Key codes, the Signet Master Key codes, and Signet Encryption codes of the galactic and planetary levels of the 12 Universal Stargates. The 3 primary Ur-type Tricloister Magi seed races, the Mu'a, U, and collectively carry, within their 31 through 48 strand DNA templates, the universal signet key codes, the signet master key codes, and signet encryption codes of the universal, galactic, and planetary levels of the 12 universal stargates. The 5 Pleiadia Urtite Cloister Magi Christiac Rishik Holy Grail line races, the Mua, Yu, and Brinoa, and Rama, founded the 12 Pleiadia empires that began 12 tribes angelic human seeding 3 in 798,000 BC. The 12 Pleiadia Empire Magi races are the seed races through which the 5 Urtite Cloister Magi races of the Urtite Cloister empires on surface Earth emerged between 798,000 BC and 500,000 BC. The 5 Urtite Cloister Empire Magi races that emerged on surface Earth through the 5 Pleiadia Urtite Cloister Magi lines carry the same race names as their Pleiadia Urtite Cloister forefathers. The Urtite Cloister Mua, Yu, Brinoa, and Rama. The Urtite Cloister Magi races that founded the surface Earth Urtite empires carry 12 to 24 strand DNA templates containing the 144 planetary master key codes and 1,728 planetary encryption key codes, the planetary signet key codes of the Amenti Templar planetary security team. The 5 Urtite Cloister empires of surface Earth are the seed races through which the 5 Cloister races, 7 to 12 plus 1 strand DNA template, and 7 root races, 2 through 6 plus 7 through 12 strand DNA template potential, of the contemporary 12 tribes angelic human races emerged, see page 15, to form the genetic origins of the contemporary human race. The first 2 angelic human root races, the Polarians and the Hyperborneans, evolved on etheric density 3 Gaia. The remaining 5 Cloister and 5 root races of the seeding 3 12 tribes angelic human Magi King Christiac Rishik Holy Grail line progressively emerged on Earth through the 5 Urtite Cloister Empire Magi races that emerged on surface Earth from the 798,000 BC Pleiadia empires. The Riddle of the Round Table, Location of Race Seedings, and Rites of the Rounds. Pleiadia Empire Geographical Settlements and DNA Template Stargate Correlation. The significance of understanding the nature of Pleiadia Urtite Cloister races from which contemporary humanity emerged is not only in that we can regain the insight into the original majesty and divine nature of the human genome and the hidden purpose of humanity's divine mission that human genome implies. Through understanding the design and purpose through which the Pleiadia races were seeded, also reveals the intrinsic design and hidden purpose behind and within humanity's genetic evolution, and where within the greater evolutionary design our contemporary human culture fits. The 5 Pleiadia races were seated in precise locations on Earth that corresponded directly to the locations of Earth's 12 Templar Q sites. See page 269. Earth's 12 Templar Q sites mark the surface Earth locations of the 12 inner Earth stargates and crystal pylon temples, through which the opening of surface Earth's 12 primary Templar signet site stargates could be manually directed. Not only were the 5 Pleiadia races distributed among Earth's 12 Templar Q sites, they were distributed with precision. The DNA template encoding of each Pleiadia Urtite Cloister race directly correlated to the 12 master key codes and 144 encryption key codes of each signet set that corresponded to the Templar Q site to which they were assigned. The Pleiadia races were settled in geographical areas in which their DNA template encoding corresponded directly to the Stargate affiliated with that location. The 5 races of the Pleiadia Empire collectively carried the 12 Universal Master Key Codes and 144 Universal Encryption Key Codes through which the 12 planetary, Galactic, and Universal Stargates of our time matrix could be brought into remote activation. The Muavaria races, carried the 43 through 48 strand DNA templates corresponding with Universal Stargates 1 through 12, and were thus assigned to Earth's Templar Q-Site 12 as guardians of the 12th gate. In the primal order of dimensionalized frequency fields, the highest frequency fields have the greatest power, and thus the Dimension 12 Stargate 12 naturally possesses overriding directional power over the 11 Stargates below its placement in frequency. The 12th gate in the Universal Templar is the frequency passage that opens to Dimension 12 of the Density 4 Pre-Matter Liquid Light Field, the Universal Christos Divine Blueprint, the Shield of Armentina, see Chapter 12, that corresponds to the coordinates of the Universal Stargate 12 planet Lyra, Armentina. In the Founder's plan of creating the D12 Christos realignment within the 4 densities of the manifestation templates of Earth, Tara, and Gaia, and their surrounding galaxies, Universal Stargate 12 holds the final key to the planetary and galactic Christos realignment. Through Universal Stargate 12, the D12 Christos template frequencies can be run through the planetary bodies in the galaxy to reset their original natural pre-matter template or divine blueprint, upon which the galaxy and its planets first manifested. The Mu'a races of the Palladia empires were designated as 12th Gate Universal Guardians, and so they were settled in geographical locations of Earth that corresponded to Earth's activation and opening sites of the Universal Stargate 12 Lyra Armentina Gate. The Mu'a race lines were incarnate members of the GA's D12 Council of Lyra Armentina. The Mu'a races held the Universal Signet Key and Encryption Key codes to all 12 Universal, Galactic, and Planetary Stargates within their DNA templates. The Mu'a races were thus settled in locations corresponding to Earth's Stargate 12, and also in locations corresponding to other Stargates of Earth's Templar that were in most need of additional security. The U races of the Palladia empires carry the Universal Master Key and Encryption Key codes to Universal, Galactic, and Planetary Stargates 2 through 11 and their 37 through 42 strand DNA templates. Universal Stargate 11 is the Density 4 D11 Pre-Matter Gate corresponding to Avion Lyra, the second most powerful Stargate in the Universal Templar. Members of the U race are incarnates of the GA's D11 Council of Avion, the designated 11th Gate Universal Guardians, and thus U races were settled in geographical locations corresponding to Earth's Stargate 11 activation and opening points. The U races were also settled in other Stargate areas corresponding to Stargates 2 through 11 that were in need of additional security. The Urta races of the Pleiadia empires carried the Universal Master Key and Encryption codes corresponding to Universal Stargates 5 through 8 and their 31 through 36 strand DNA templates, and were thus 8th Gate Universal Guardians. The races are incarnate members of the GA's D8 Council of Mintaka Orion, and were settled in areas of Earth that corresponded to Universal Stargate 8 and in areas corresponding to Stargates 5 through 8 that were in need of additional security. The most powerful Universal Stargates in relation to the operations of planetary, galactic, and universal systems in our time matrix, and thus those most vulnerable to incursion of fallen angelic infiltration, are the D12 Armentina Lyra, D11 Avion Lyra, and D10 Vega Lyra, and D8 Mintaka Orion gates. In addition to these main Universal Stargates, Universal Stargates 1, 2, and 5 are also points of vulnerability. Stargates 1, 2, 5, 8, 11, and 12 are control gates in the Universal Templar. They are the gates of the middle pillar, a reality that will be further explained shortly. Races such as the Mu, Yu, and Brinoa, and Rama races of the Pleiadia empires, who carry Universal Templar security commissions, are always settled in the geographical locations of Earth that correspond to the stargates to which their DNA templates are encoded. They are also assigned to control gate areas that are in need of additional security. The seedings of the angelic human races of Earth were never random occurrences, nor were the hubs of human settlements determined by general environmental factors, such as proximity to water and natural food supply. Though environmental factors affiliated with the hierarchy of needs for human survival are an influence in regard to human settlements on Earth, it is the location of the stargates of Earth's Templar that have always governed every human seeding and resettlement. The significance of understanding the DNA template stargate correlations between the ancient Paladoria races is not only in that through doing so we can identify the core geographical regions from which human civilizations emerged. The greatest importance in understanding the DNA template stargate correlation lies in that through this realization, we can begin to understand the personal and collective roles that contemporary humans play in relation to the Founders' Christos realignment mission. We can also begin to realize why the true history of our evolution on Earth has been saturated with attempts of fallen angelic infiltration and intended dominion. The ancient Urtite tri- and bicloister races that seeded the Pleiadia empires of 798,000 BC represent the genetic heritage from which contemporary humanity emerged. The emergence of contemporary humanity was not an accidental occurrence that randomly emerged from this previously organized Pleiadia empire plan. The evolution of contemporary humanity has always been an intrinsic part of the Pleiadia Empire Emerald Covenant agenda. Humans of the present time are as much a part of the Founders' intended planetary Christos realignment mission as are the Pleiadia races of ancient times. What was not an intended part of the Pleiadia angelic human divine evolution was the degree to which fallen angelic infiltration and resulting DNA template and consciousness mutation has progressively occurred within humanity's evolution on Earth. Humanity's current state of amnesia regarding its angelic heritage and subsequent neglect of its intended divine commission as the force through which planetary Christos realignment would occur was not part of the Founders' plan. This digression of human biology and consciousness was, however, precisely the intention of fallen angelic races, who understood that the angelic humans of Earth were a primary obstacle to fulfillment of their plan to take over the Universal Templar complex in this time matrix. The human evolutionary design of the 12 tribes seeding 3 began with the 5 Urtite cloister Magi races that seeded the first 12 Pleiadia empires in regions corresponding to Earth's 12 primary stargates, but this plan did not stop with the Pleiadia empire races. Cycle of the Rounds, the divine blueprint of human evolution, Christos realignment mission. The evolutionary divine blueprint of human evolution on Earth was designed to accomplish the Founders' planetary Christos realignment through a series of race cycles called rounds. Each round of human race settlement was intended to progressively bring in a cycle of frequencies from the universal Christos template, the Shield of Armentena. The manifestation templates of the Earth Tara Gaia body cannot be fully corrected to the Christos blueprint all at one time. Manifestation templates are scalar standing wave grids of interdimensional light and sound frequencies upon which the planetary molecular base builds up into manifestation. The molecular structure of the planetary body must progressively expand to hold the greater amounts of interdimensional energy that will infuse into the planetary manifestation template through the Christos realignment. If too much frequency is fed into the planetary template too rapidly, the physical structure of atoms, molecules, and subatomic particles will be unable to alter their natural vibration rhythm fast enough to keep up with the template acceleration. If an excessive amount of D12 frequency from the D12 Shield of Aramentena Universal Christos Blueprint was brought into the planetary manifestation templates of the Earth Tara Gaia system at one time, the planetary body would literally explode. The founders designed the human evolutionary plan with full understanding of these basic principles of unified field physics and primal order creation mechanics. The Pleiadia Urtite Cloister Magi races, as bearers of the greatest amount of frequency through their DNA templates, were seeded first. The Pleiadia Urtite Cloister Magi presence served to regulate the progressive flow of D12 frequency into the planetary shields of Earth's manifestation template, and to set the core template or Cathara grid of the D12 Shield of Aramentena within the planetary shields of Earth Tara Gaia. Next, a series of evolutionary rounds would take place, by which angelic human races with less sophisticated DNA templates, and thus less frequency transmission capacity, would sequentially cycle on Earth, to slowly and progressively increase the amount of frequency brought into Earth's planetary shields from the D12 Shield of Aramentena. The cycle of the rounds was intended to work in the following manner. The seed races with the highest DNA template frequency transmission capacity were brought in first to anchor the Cathara grid template of the Shield of Aramentena into Earth's planetary shields. The energy naturally transduced through their accelerated DNA templates was progressively received, stored, and released in increments into Earth's planetary shields through the 12 selenite rods in the crystal pylon temples of inner Earth. When Earth entered a natural planetary stellar activation cycle, an SAC, the Magi races would hold their natural configuration of the D12 Shield of Aramentena on the planet, serving as a temporary D12 Christos grid within the planetary shields. Through the temporary D12 Christos grid, formed on Earth by the presence of the Magi races, a quantity of D12 frequency could be reintroduced into Earth's planetary shields during every natural SAC. Through this progressive reintroduction of D12 frequency into Earth's planetary shields, the portions of Earth's axiotonal line and ley line systems that had been damaged in the 549,998,000 BC Cataclysm of Tara, see page 2, could be progressively realigned with the Shield of Aramentena Christos Blueprint. The physical bodies of the Magi races served as literal conduits of electromagnetic energy, through which the D12 Shield of Aramentena frequencies could be held on the planet for progressive planetary grid repair, until Earth's grids were repaired sufficiently to hold the natural, permanent D12 Christos realignment. Originally, all species on Earth were seeded to serve as conduits of frequency through which the Founders' D12 Christos realignment could be progressively fulfilled in the Earth Tara Gaia system. The damage Earth's grids incurred through the Taran Cataclysm made Earth's Templar complex unable to naturally withstand participation in a SAC. The Earth Tara Gaia system would have been a phantom planet system, see page 166, if it had not been for the Founders' implementation of the angelic human mission. Humanity, and other species, were seeded on Earth to form a sustaining energetic template through which progressive D12 Christos realignment and repair of the Earth's planetary shields could be rendered over several cycles of the planet's evolution within the Density 1 time cycle. The design of the cycle of the rounds began with seeding of the Pleiadia Urtite Cloister Magi races, and was then to continue with progressive emergence of races that carried smaller portions of the Magi's DNA template. Each race with less sophisticated DNA templates served to bridge and hold in Earth's planetary shields specific cycles of subfrequency from the Shield of Aramentina during points in the planetary time cycle when those specific subfrequencies were needed to amplify and fill out the frequencies in Earth's manifestation template. In the cycle of the rounds design, races with greater genetic sophistication serve to hold in Earth's planetary shields, the 12 primary dimensional templates of the Shield of Aramentina Christos Divine Blueprint. Races with less genetic sophistication serve to hold additional subharmonics of the 144 secondary dimensional subfrequency templates of the Christos Blueprint. Once they were fully seated and in position within various interrelated time cycles of Earth, Tara and Gaia, the angelic human races, were intended to hold and direct, within the Earth-Tara-Gaia template, the greatest portions of the D12 Shield of Aramentina Christos Blueprint frequency spectra. The animal, plant, insect, and mineral kingdoms of Earth-Tara-Gaia were intended to hold the subharmonics of the Christos Blueprint. Together, the angelic human races and the natural kingdoms of Earth Tara Gaia would bring in and sustain the D12 Christos Blueprint, progressively healing distortions in Earth Tara Gaia planetary shields to fulfill the natural Christos realignment of the Earth Tara Gaia systems. As each cycle of human race evolution entered manifestation on Earth, more of the Christos template would be progressively anchored and integrated into Earth's manifestation template. When the cycle of the rounds was completed, and all portions of the 12 tribes' angelic human races were in position on planet, a final stellar activation cycle would allow the angelic human races to fully anchor the D12 planetary Christos Blueprint in Earth's template. In completion of the angelic human mission, the D12 Maharic Shield of Aramentina Planetary Christos Blueprint would be simultaneously anchored in various interrelated time vectors and time cycles of Earth Tara Gaia. At this time, the planetary shields would fully realign to their natural D12 order, allowing the planet to self-sustain a permanent, natural D12 Christos alignment. When the full frequency spectrum of the D12 Shield of Aramentina template Christos Blueprint is anchored in Earth's template at one time, during a stellar activation cycle when the natural planetary, galactic, and universal stargates open, the Earth Tara Gaia planetary shields can hold the full D12 Maharata creation current. Anchoring of the full D12 spectrum of the universal Maharata current, or pre-matter Christos current, also sometimes referred to as the photon belt or holographic beam, would place the planet within its naturally intended planetary Maharic seal. Manual stimulation of the natural planetary Maharic seal in numerous concurrent time cycles will allow the planet to regenerate its natural ability to self-sustain a permanent D12 planetary Christos alignment. Restoration of the planet's natural Christos alignment will re-establish the divine right order of the planet's original galactic position and universal time cycle alignment. Under a planetary D12 Maharic seal, the four densities of the Earth Tara Gaia system can fully reconnect to the universal manifestation template of our time matrix. Rehabilitation of the Earth Tara Gaia planetary shields through the Christos realignment will allow the four densities of the planetary system to reconnect to the Density 5 Kira-She primal light fields and the Kunda-Ray primal sound fields beyond the time matrix. Through this divine connection, the planetary shields of Earth Tara Gaia can receive perpetual circulation of the Rainbow Ray primal creation currents from Source. Once the natural Density 4 D12 planetary Maharic shield is restored on Earth, Density 3 Gaia, Density 2 Tara, and Density 1 Earth will be restored to the status of ascension planets. See page 167. Their inherent life fields capable of attaining full ascension out of the time matrix. Until the Christos realignment of Earth is completed, most of Earth's life field is trapped in time within the finite experience of density manifestation, unable to enjoy the divinely given gift of self-motivated ascension and its inherent perpetual renewal of eternal life and co-creative life experience. The angelic human lineage of Earth was seeded as an intrinsic part of a divinely intended mission of planetary, galactic, and universal rehabilitation. This mission was highly organized, beautifully choreographed, and intrinsically synchronized through the natural cycles of time in our time matrix. Time cycles are repeating cycles of vibrational variance inherent to the primal order of the unified field of consciousness and energy that is our time matrix. Time cycles govern the primal creation mechanics, or the organic physics of manifestation, by which consciousness experiences the worlds of space-time matter. The design of the cycle of the rounds, by which humanity's evolution on Earth serves the higher purpose of universal rehabilitation, is built upon the natural contours of cycles of universal time. Each phase of humanity's evolution on Earth, including contemporary human civilization, is an intrinsic and necessary part of this greater universal rehabilitation and restoration plan. Four evolutionary rounds, co-resonant continuum alignment, trans-time connection, and the Christos realignment mission. The 5 Urtite Cloister Magi races that first seeded the Pleiadia empires of 798,000 BC began the current cycle of the rounds on Earth. The Urtite Cloister Mu'a, Yu, Brinoa, and Rama races, each with their respective DNA template Stargate correlations, are the seed races from which contemporary humanity emerged. Through this ancestral genetic affiliation, the humans of contemporary Earth also hold the DNA template Stargate correlations inherited through the particular Pleiadia Empire race from which their original genetic ancestry emerged. Though we presently lost memory of our greater purpose within the planetary Christos realignment mission, our current human races are as important as the Pleiadia Empire races in fulfillment of the Founder's planetary, galactic, and universal rehabilitation plan. The cycle of the rounds, through which human evolution was intended to bring about the Christos realignment on Earth within a specific quadrant of time, is designed to occur in 4 phases, or 4 rounds. The first round of seeding 3 human evolution took place with seeding of the 5 25 through 48 strand DNA template Pleiadia Urtite Cloister Magi races of the subterranean Pleiadia empires in 798,000 BC, and their subsequent emergence onto Earth's surface between 750,000 BC and 500,000 BC. The second round took place as the 5 12 through 24 strand DNA template Urtite Cloister races emerged in 206,000 BC from the 5 Pleiadia Urtite Cloister Magi races into the 12 Urtite Cloister Pleiadia empires, and spread across Earth's surface into areas to which their DNA template corresponded. The races of human evolution rounds 1 and 2 carried the 12 universal master key codes and 144 universal encryption key codes of the 12 universal stargates within their DNA templates. They anchored the 12 primary dimensional templates of the D12 shield of Aramintina within Earth's planetary shields. The second round was delayed from its originally intended schedule due to warring with fallen angelic races and a resulting planetary cataclysm in 208,216 BC. The third round of angelic human evolution took place in 73,000 BC, as the 5, 7 through 12 plus 1 strand DNA template cloister races emerged through the 5 Earth-type cloister races, carrying subharmonics of the specific DNA template, Stargate correlations characteristics to the specific Earth-type cloister race from which they emerged. The fourth round of angelic human evolution began shortly thereafter, as the 5 root races within the 2 through 6 strand plus dormant 12 strand DNA templates began their progressive emergence into human incarnation in 71,000 BC through their corresponding cloister race of the 5 cloister races. See page 15. Each of the 4 rounds of the human evolutionary blueprint is designed to bring into Earth's planetary shields during specific time vectors a designated portion of the D12 Shield of Amentina Christos template. If the cycle of the rounds had proceeded without progressive fallen angelic interference, the 4 rounds of the angelic human lineage would have fully anchored the D12 Shield of Amentina and completed the Christos realignment mission on Earth long ago. The 4th round of angelic human evolution is still in progress from a present-day earthly standpoint, as 2 of the 5 root races and 1 of the 5 cloister races have not yet entered their birthing cycles on contemporary Earth. In truth, these not yet manifested 4th round angelic human race strains already exist and are evolving within higher frequency density 2 time vectors of Earth that represent a future time cycle of density 2 Tara in relation to the position of races in contemporary 21st century density 1 Earth. In the same fashion, the evolutionary rounds of the Pleiadia Earth-type cloister, cloister, and earlier root races are also occurring concurrently with contemporary human evolution in both higher and lower frequency density 1 time vectors of Earth. The design of the cycle of the rounds angelic human evolutionary blueprint reflects the reality of physics upon which space-time matter manifestation is built. Time is simultaneous. Time cycles represent repeating cycles of vibrational variance, ensconced within the energetic platform of the unified field of consciousness and energy that is the medium within which all manifest creation takes place. The repeating cycles of vibrational variance that form time cycles and their inherent smaller time vector cycles provide coherent sequences of linear vibrational rhythms for consciousness to follow in order to engage the manifest experience of linear passage and evolution through time. The cycle of the rounds human evolution Christos realignment mission is being fulfilled through the 4 rounds of angelic human races, the collective carriers of the D12 Shield of Amentina Christos divine blueprint, being simultaneously seated in various time vectors of the Earth Tara Gaia universal time cycle. Through this concurrent, simultaneous seeding of the 4 rounds, portions of the Christos blueprint are simultaneously entered by their designated races into the 4 densities of the planetary shields in their appropriate time cycle and energetic coordinate of corresponding vibrational co-resonance. The seemingly complex interdimensional intertime reality of human evolutionary design can simply be understood by viewing each of the 4 rounds of angelic human seeding 3 as taking place right now in space-time vectors connected to, but different from, our Earth's contemporary time vector. In our time vector, Earth has begun the 2000 through 2017 Stellar Activation Cycle, SAC, through which the Earth's Templar and Stargates will activate. Activation of Earth's Templar in the present SAC is progressively creating a temporary blending of time vectors between the past, present, and future time vectors in which the other rounds of the Christos realignment are concurrently taking place. If contemporary humanity fulfills its intended role as part of the Christos realignment mission team, by consciously anchoring our portion of the D12 Shield of Amentina Christos field in our time vector, the success of the Christos realignment can be finally achieved. If we do our part, we will create a link through time, energetically connecting our present time vector to the past and future time vectors in which the other evolutionary rounds are being successfully orchestrated. Through this trans-time connection, our present time vector will phase lock, or lock into alignment with, the probable future time vector and its corresponding past time vectors, in which the Christos realignment, the Emerald Covenant Lyran-Syrian cultural model, and humanity's successful evolution into 12-strand angelic human freedom are already manifest. Through doing our part now, we will choose from the present the desired probable future from our present standpoint our race will manifest. In choosing from the present, the path of an enlightened future and destiny of joy, we will simultaneously realign our present time vector with a more desirable set of past time vectors, in which undesirable past events will lose their power and influence within our experiential manifest present and future. In the realities of the mechanics of manifestation, the point of power is always in the present. Past and future time vectors extend out from every present moment point as a series of electromagnetic rays, or interconnected, cyclic patterns of linear progression with varying rhythms of vibrational oscillation. A time cycle and its inherent time continua and smaller time vectors are all fixed, repeating cycles of frequency characterized by vibrational variants that cross through each other at fixed points when the frequency rhythms that define each cycle reach a temporary state of vibrational co-resonance, which means holds the same vibration. Our present moment point emerges as one small point of vibration oscillation rhythm within the greater rhythm of the time vector, continuum, and cycle within which it is placed. When our planet enters a point in its fixed linear time vector at which other time vectors cross through our time vector by temporary vibrational co-resonance, we have the power to literally shift our present time vector alignment into an alternate linear time vector with a different future event horizon. If our present moment point exists as part of a linear time vector cycle in which undesirable past events, serving as decals, have their reciprocal effect manifestation in an undesirable future event horizon, we can change our direction from the present by changing our present vibrational rhythm. The present moment is decals, the past, lower frequency projection, and future, higher frequency projection are the effects that extend backwards and forward in time, simultaneously emerge into lower and higher frequency projection from the frequency pattern and vibrational rhythm that defines the present moment point. From the present moment, we can change the influence of the past, as well as redefine the future. The past is not changed by negating memory of its reality or by invalidating its apparent manifest existence. The past, projected from one present frequency pattern, must be acknowledged and incorporated as part of the present frequency pattern, past brought into the present moment of power. Once the remembered and evidential past is incorporated into the present moment, the entire frequency pattern in the present needs to be altered into vibrational co-resonance with the frequency pattern of the desired future manifestation. There are many complex elements to mastering the skill of projecting desired outcomes into our personal experiential future. Though each individual does possess the inherent power to create desired manifest experience, this personal power is always tempered and directly influenced by the larger frequency field of the collective consciousness. In like fashion, the manifestation power of both the personal and collective consciousness are directly regulated and influenced by the frequency field of the planetary time continuum within which the personal and collective reality takes place. The frequency field that constitutes the planetary time continuum is created by numerous concurrent time vectors and the collective consciousness of all manifest kingdoms, from the elemental, plant, and animal kingdoms to the human evolutionary collectives that exist within each time vector. It is due to these greater hidden influences of the planetary time continuum, which operate through the collective subconscious and DNA templates of incarnate species, that our individual efforts to achieve precise results and direct manifestation of desired events often fall short of our conscious expectations. Shifting a present moment time vector into a different time continuum that has a more desirable future outcome than that of the time continuum of which our present time vector is a part can be achieved from the present. But such a time continuum shift can be accomplished only within the natural mechanics of physics that govern the interdependent dynamics of race, planetary, galactic, and universal time cycles. One cannot simply choose to shift to a different time continuum at any point in time. Time continuum shifts can be made only in present moment points within which other time continua interface with the present moment time vector through vibrational co-resonance. This principle of co-resonant continuum alignment applies to the smaller time cycles that govern evolution of an individual through one lifetime, and also to the larger planetary time cycles that govern a planet's evolution through the density levels of our 15-dimensional time matrix. Stellar activation cycles, SACs, are points of planetary, galactic, and universal co-resonant continuum alignment, during which the divergent frequency rhythms characteristic to various planetary, galactic, and universal time continua temporarily come into a state of vibrational co-resonance, simultaneously reach the same vibration oscillation rhythm. Points of temporary vibrational co-resonance that naturally occur between various time continua allow the usual separated time continua of various systems to cross through and open into each other. Stargates represent the geographical and spatial coordinates at which the vibrational co-resonance of multiple time continua regularly occurs in fixed, repeating cycles of co-resonant continuum alignment. At points in a time continuum where co-resonant vibrational alignments occur, natural stargates open in the spatial coordinates that mark the points of vibrational co-resonance or continuum cross-through. Stargates remain open until the vibrational rhythms of the various interfacing time continua at the stargate points begin to cycle out of vibrational co-resonance, shifting the various time continua out of co-resonance continuum alignment. Stargates close as the various time continua move past their vibrational co-resonant crossover points and return to their respective fixed, repeating cycles of vibrational variance. SACs are the periods in linear time when planetary, galactic, and universal time continua enter temporary co-resonant continuum alignment. Only during SACs can a planetary body be shifted from its present time vector into a time continuum that holds a more desirable future outcome. If contemporary humanity can fulfill its intended fourth round role within the Christos realignment mission during the 2000 through 2017 SAC, we will be able to establish a literal, interdimensional electromagnetic trans-time connection from our present period to the SACs taking place in other periods of past and future. In fulfilling our divinely intended mission in the present, we will link Earth's present time vector to those SACs past and future during which the angelic human races of the other three evolutionary rounds are also fulfilling their divine mission of anchoring the D12 Shield of Armentina Christos blueprint. In this way, we will put Earth's present time vector online with the probable, to us, future, in which the Christos realignment has successfully occurred. Through aligning Earth's present time vector with future time continuum cycles in which the Christos realignment is successful, we can shift our present planetary time vector out of its current probable future of fallen angelic, Illuminati human dominion. We can literally realign the event horizon upon which our present is moving into the future with the time continuum event horizon in which our probable future of freedom and joy is manifest. The concept of time shift is simple, but the dynamics of interdimensional physics by which a planetary time continuum shift can tangibly occur are extremely complex, far beyond the sophistication of present earthly science. Though the physics of planetary time shift are complex, the methods by which humanity can fulfill its intended fourth-round role in anchoring the frequencies of the D12 Shield of Aramentina Christos Divine Blueprint are, thankfully, relatively simple. The method by which humanity can fulfill its intended sacred mission can be found within the secrets of the Tribal Shield Rainbow Round Tables. Key to following the diagram. The angelic human race was created as the security team for the Templar complex Stargate system in our time matrix. The DNA templates of each race line carry portions of the DNA signet codes, or fire letter sequences, that correspond to the 12 primary Stargates on the regional, planetary, galactic, and universal levels. The DNA signet codes are flame codes, denoting the specific primary frequency spectra of the 3 primal creation currents, the blue acadic, gold polaric, and violet triadic, carried in the DNA template. The cycle of the rounds, seeding 3. The 4 evolutionary rounds of the angelic human Christos Divine Blueprint. Round 1, 5 Pleiadia Ur-type cloisters, 798,000 BC to 208,216 BC. Indigos type 1 and 2. Indigos type 1 are Blue Flame Mu'a, Gold Flame U, Violet Flame Indigos type 2 are the Blue Gold Brinoa and Gold Violet Rama. Round 1 was the Amenti Universal Security Team Universal Stargate Codes 12. Universal Stargates equals Universal Templar. Round 2 plus Round 1. 5 Ur-type cloisters, 208,100 BC to 75,000 BC. Consists of the Uniceti Ur-type cloister, Melchizedek Ur-type cloister, Hibaru Ur-type cloister, then the Brinoa Ur-type cloister, and the Ur-Antrian Ur-type cloister. Amenti Galactic Security Team, Galactic Stargate Codes 12. Galactic Stargates equals 1 Universal Gate. Round 3 plus Rounds 1 and 2. 5 Cloisters, 73,000 BC through the future. Uniceti Cloister, Melchizedek Cloister, Hibaru Cloister, Brinoa Cloister, Ur-Antrian Cloister. This is the Amenti Planetary Security Team, Planetary Stargate Codes 12, Planetary Gates equals 1 Galactic Gate. Round 4, plus Rounds 1, 2, and 3. 5 Root Races, 71,000 BC to the future. Uinjeshi Root Race, Muvarian Root Race, Aryan Root Race, Atlantean Root Race, Lumerian Root Race. Amenti Regional Security Team, RSG Codes 12 Regional Gates equals 1 Planetary Gate. The cycle of the rounds. The 4 interrelated evolutionary cycles of 12 tribes seeding 3. Evolutionary rounds. The seeding 3 12 tribes angelic human races were seeded on Earth in 4 different interconnected time cycles. Each of the 4 time cycles in which the angelic human races were seeded represents an evolutionary race cycle or an evolutionary round. In the cycle of the rounds, angelic human, evolutionary blueprint. Each of the 4 rounds in the angelic human cycle of the rounds is commissioned to anchor a specific set of interdimensional frequencies into Earth's scalar standing wave manifestation template, Earth's planetary shields within each of the specific time cycles in which the angelic human evolutionary round cycles are placed. Each evolutionary round is intended to serve a part in fulfilling humanity's divine commission, the sacred mission of planetary guardianship for which angelic humans were seeded. Fire letter sequences. The angelic human and magi cloister races of each evolutionary round anchor frequency into Earth's planetary shields through the scalar standing wave structures that are an inherent part of the personal DNA template core. The DNA template of the angelic human races within each evolutionary round cycle are built upon specific scalar standing wave light sound patterns called fire letter sequences. The manifestation templates of all things and systems are built upon specific, fixed organizations of dimensionalized frequency bands. Each dimensional band has 12 fire letters, or fixed points of consolidated frequency. Each dimensional band represents one fire letter sequence, or 12 fire letters. 12 fire letters per dimension times one dimension of manifestation equals 12 fire letters. When fire letter sequences in a manifestation template are in natural order, the frequencies in different dimensional bands can merge with each other. The 12 fire letter sequences, 144 fire letters, inherent to the 12-strand DNA template of each angelic human race in each evolutionary round, corresponds to the 12 fire letter sequences that compose Earth's planetary shields. The DNA template of each race in each evolutionary round holds a specific portion of the fire letter sequences corresponding to Earth's planetary shields. As an angelic human race round evolves on Earth, the correct fire letter sequences of the universal Christos divine blueprint, the D12 shield of Aramentina, Earth's D12 pre-matter liquid light template, transfer from the angelic human DNA template into Earth's planetary shields. This transfer of fire letter sequences, or scalar standing wave frequencies, takes place through the universal Kundalini Maharada Kirashe and Kundalini life force currents that run through the human body and planetary shields. The process of fire letter sequence transfer from angelic human DNA to Earth's planetary shields functions properly only if the DNA template core carries the correct fire letter sequences corresponding to the universal Christos divine blueprint natural order of the 12 dimensions of manifestation within the universal 15-dimensional scale. Angelic humanity's original sacred mission. The divine commission of the angelic human race, the sacred mission for which we were originally seated on Earth, is to correct the fire letter sequences within Earth's planetary shields, which were damaged during the fall from Tara 550 million years ago. The divine commission is called the Christos Realignment Mission. The 4 evolutionary rounds of the angelic human cycle of the rounds were seeded simultaneously, each within their own time cycle that is synchronized with the others. The angelic humans and all other life forms on Earth during each evolutionary round all serve a role in anchoring a specific portion of the fire letter sequences of Earth's D12 Shield of Aramentina divine blueprint. The angelic human race was commissioned as the guardians of the planetary Christos realignment mission. The angelic human DNA template is designed to carry the correct arrangements of fire letter sequences that correspond to the core program of Earth's planetary shields. If angelic humans are not present on the planet and do not successfully complete their intended role during SACs, Earth's damaged planetary shields cannot synthesize the infusion of interdimensional frequencies from Earth's opening stargates. In this event, Earth's electromagnetic fields reverse polarity and the planet enters pole shift during the SAC. The angelic human races of Earth were commissioned to serve as the frequency transducers for Stargate frequency during SACs, a collective buffer blanket to prevent pole shift on Earth during SACs, while progressively resetting the planetary Christos divine blueprint and Earth's planetary shields. As the Stargate frequencies of the universal life force currents run through the human body and DNA template, the DNA template progressively sends the corrected fire letter sequences back into Earth's planetary shields. With a critical mass of angelic humans transmitting the corrected fire letter sequences into Earth's planetary shields during an SAC, Earth's grids will progressively receive the fire letter sequences needed for the planetary shields to synthesize the Stargate frequencies normally. Infusion of the corrected fire letter sequences enables the planet to retain its natural electromagnetic balances and axis alignment during SACs. If the angelic human races in each of the 4 evolutionary rounds can simultaneously fulfill their part in running the correct fire letter sequences into Earth's planetary shields during an SAC, the planetary Christos realignment mission will be successfully completed. Completion of the planetary Christos realignment will create a natural D12 planetary Maharic seal in Earth's Templar complex stargates, ley lines, and vortices. A natural planetary Maharic seal will return the potentials of immortal life, Stargate travel, and self-directed ascension to the angelic human races of Earth, while protecting Earth and humanity from any further fallen angelic infiltration. The last SAC occurred on Earth in 208,216 BC during the first evolutionary round of the Pleiadia Urtite Cloister Race 12 tribes. In our present time continuum, the Pleiadia races were invaded by fallen angelic draconian races from Orion and were unable to successfully complete their intended divine commission. Earth entered pole shift in 208,216 BC, the Pleiadia empires were destroyed, and survivors were resettled to begin the second evolutionary round of the cycle of the rounds. Earth's planetary shields have encountered progressively more misalignment and corruption since the failed 208,216 BC SAC. The pattern of fallen angelic invasion culminating in pole shift that was set during the last consummated SAC has repeated in each evolutionary round since the pattern was set in 208,216 BC in our time continuum. This planetary karma pattern is presently set in Earth's grids as a misaligned series of fire letter sequences, which will cause the pattern to repeat again during the 2000 through 2017 SAC. Pole shift in our present time vector can be averted by realigning the corrected fire letter sequences in Earth's planetary shields between 2001 and 2012. This will enable Earth to shift into trans-time alignment with the time continuum in which the other 3 rounds of the Christos realignment mission are occurring successfully. The Christos realignment mission will thus finally reach completion. The planetary shields and 12 signet stargates of the Universal Templar Complex. See diagram. Planetary shields are the scalar standing wave grids that hold the electromagnetic blueprint for manifestation of the 4 density levels and 12 dimensions of the planetary body. Signets are the core points of consolidated frequency that hold the programs for the scalar grid shields. 12 signet stargates of the Universal Cathara Grid manifestation template. Planetary shields in 4 matter density levels. The first 4 shields, each with 3 signets in correspondence to the Cathara centers of the level 1 12-tree Cathara grid. Horizontal shields. A. Telluric shield, Nada Hova body. B. Duratic shield, Alpha Hova body. C. Turic shield, Betcha Hova body. D. Maharic shield, Mahara Hova body. E. Rishik shield, the Raha Hova body, vertical not shown. Signet stargates link to planetary shields and to the planet's physical matter body in areas of planetary geography that correspond to the signet locations and the planetary shields. Signets, or Stargate opening points, are control points for planetary shields. Grual points, the center signet point in each shield, is the primary central control point for the shield. Density 1 Earth Shield, Signets 1, 2, and 3, the Telluric Shield. Density 2 Tara Shield, Shields 4, 5, and 6, the Duratic Shield. Density 3 Gaia Shield, Signets 7, 8, and 9, the Turic Shield. Density 4 Ermentina Shield, Signets 10, 11, and 12, the Maharic Shield. The 12 tribes in the Round Tables. The 12 tribes of the 4 rounds of the angelic human cycle of the rounds evolutionary divine blueprint were seated on Earth specifically for the purpose of serving the sacred commission of fulfilling the planetary Christos realignment mission. Each of the 12 tribes in any one evolutionary round was composed of various combinations of the 5 primary races manifest within the evolutionary round. The DNA templates of each of the 12 tribes were encoded with the DNA signet codes encrypted into the DNA template, and each tribe was seated on the 2 primary locations affiliated with this Stargate number to which the DNA signet codes corresponded. Though numerous periods of Earth changes have occurred since the Round 1 Pleiadia Urtite Cloister empires were seated in 798,000 BC, the 12 tribes of each evolutionary round were repeatedly resettled in the same geographical regions of Earth that corresponded to the 12 stargates of Earth to which the DNA templates of the tribes were frequency keyed. The significance in understanding the angelic human cycle of the rounds evolutionary blueprint is in that through this understanding we can learn much about ourselves and our contemporary drama today. Contemporary humanity is part of the 4th round of the cycle of the rounds. Our contribution during the 2000 through 2017 SAC is just as important for the success of the planetary Christos realignment mission as is that of the angelic human nations in the other evolutionary rounds. The other evolutionary rounds are not a bygone reality of the ancient past. They are reality now. Time is simultaneous. The other planetary cycles within which the other evolutionary rounds are taking place exist concurrently with our contemporary planetary time cycle within their respective space-time vectors. The time cycles of the past and future evolutionary rounds are intimately interconnected with our present time cycle. Each round directly affects the other. 12 cycles, simultaneous incarnation, and DNA. The reality of the cycle of the rounds holds great personal significance as well as an unprecedented collective importance. The individuals incarnated within the other evolutionary rounds are simultaneous incarnations of ourselves. The fact that we exist here today implies that we also have a personal expression of self within each of the other evolutionary rounds. In the Cycle of the Rounds blueprint, there are 4 rounds, each containing 3 planetary time cycles, for a total of 12 planetary time cycles in the particle universe. This interwoven set of 12 planetary time cycles is called a planetary 12 cycle. There is a corresponding evolutionary 12th cycle concurrently taking place within the antiparticle universe of parallel Earth. The Cycle of the Rounds divine blueprint includes both the particle and antiparticle cycles, for a total of 2 planetary 12 cycles within the Cycle of the Rounds. The pattern of 2 planetary 12 cycles is the core manifestation template of the angelic human evolutionary blueprint. To incarnate in human form, a consciousness must adopt this primal order of the angelic human evolutionary blueprint. Every human incarnate is part of a larger family of incarnated selves called the personal Christos. The personal Christos is the eternal personal identity that includes 1,728 simultaneous incarnations, each placed within various space-time locations or time vectors within the 4 rounds of the Cycle of the Rounds. In each of the 4 evolutionary rounds, there are 216 simultaneous incarnate selves and their antiparticle counterparts within the parallel Earth system, for a total of 1,728 incarnates. The 1,728 simultaneous incarnations of the eternal personal identity are incarnated into the angelic human race forms characteristic to the respective evolutionary rounds. Round 2, Pleiadia Urtite Cloister Race. Round 3, Urtite Cloister Race. Round 4, Cloister Race. Round 1, Root Races. Each of us have 216 selves incarnate within the angelic human race lines characteristic to each of the 4 evolutionary rounds. Each of the 3 planetary time cycles in each of the 4 evolutionary rounds contains 72 time vectors. In one planetary 12 cycle, there are 864 time vectors. We each have 1 incarnate self in each of the 864 time vectors of one planetary 12 cycle, and 864 corresponding selves in the parallel Earth planetary 12 cycle. An angelic human with a 12-strand DNA template has 1,728 simultaneous selves manifest within the 1,728 time vectors of 2 planetary 12 cycles. Footnote at the bottom of page 296. 216 selves times 4 rounds equals 864 selves, plus 86 antiparticle counterpart selves within the parallel Earth system equals 1,728 selves. 2. 72 time vectors per planetary time cycle times 3 planetary time cycles equals 216 times 4 rounds equals 864 time vectors. Indigo Children Magi Grail Line angelic humans with 24-strand DNA templates have 1,728 simultaneous selves incarnate in 1,728 time vectors in one planetary 12 cycle, and 3,456 simultaneous selves in the 2 planetary 12 cycles of the Cycle of the Rounds. Magi with 36-strand DNA templates have 2,592 selves in the 2,592 time vectors in one planetary 12 cycle, and 5,184 selves in the 2 planetary 12 cycles. 48-strand DNA template Magi have 3,456 selves in one 12 cycle and 6,912 selves in the 2 12 cycles. Each of our 1,728 angelic human selves and the respective time vectors is interconnected with each other across time through a shared DNA template. When activated, the 12 strands of the 12-strand DNA template serve as electromagnetic windows or internal stargates through time. Through the activated 12-strand DNA template, the frequencies of energy and consciousness of each of the 1,728 selves merge into an embodied, unified conscious awareness. Each individual incarnate self comes to know itself as an internal Christos avatar identity that is simultaneously manifesting in 1,728 different time vectors, wearing the costume of 1,728 different bodies and personality characterizations. The 1,728 simultaneous incarnations of the personal Christos eternal identity represent the reincarnational heritage of every 12-strand angelic human being. Every human being possesses the dormant imprint of a minimum of the 12-strand angelic human design. The tangible reality of the personal Christos is held into manifestation within the personal Christos divine blueprint, the D12 pre-matter liquid light hydroplasm Maharic shield. The personal D12 Christos divine blueprint Maharic shield connects each individual Christos self to the larger D12 Christos divine blueprint of the species. The D12 Christos divine blueprint is called the tribal shield. To understand the realities of personal spiritual integration and actualization in order to fulfill our personal life purpose, it is important to comprehend the basic primal order structures of energy, the personal D12 Maharic shield and the D12 species tribal shields, through which our consciousness manifests in time. The secrets to reclaiming the divine birthrights and responsibilities of angelic human heritage are hidden within the realities of the tribal shield and the specific fire-letter sequence of the tribal shield that manifests within and govern the function of the angelic human DNA template. The reality of spiritual integration. Spiritual actualization is as much a function of divine physics as it is a product of divine consciousness. The natural prime order of universal structure sets the templates of manifestation to which consciousness must conform to enter the experience of manifest expression within a space-time matter system. The personal Christos Maharic shield manifestation template and the Christos tribal shield species manifestation template are microcosmic replicas of the macrocosmic primal order upon which universal and cosmic structure are built. The tangible realities of human spiritual actualization takes place through the primal order of the angelic human 12-strand DNA template. Each DNA strand holds a specific set of internal stargates that allows for the progressive merging of the consciousness and energy frequencies of the 1,728 selves incarnate within the 2 planetary 12 cycles of the cycle of the rounds. Spiritual actualization as a reality, rather than a theoretical concept, takes place through progressive activation of the dormant 12-strand DNA template. Each DNA strand template corresponds to one dimensional frequency band, to corresponding levels or dimensions of conscious awareness into a specific set of incarnations within the cycle of the rounds. Spiritual actualization is accomplished when the 12-strand DNA template internal stargates have fully opened, allowing Christos identity to merge and unify within a singular embodiment across the fields of time. The key to spiritual actualization is activation of the dormant personal 12-strand DNA template. The most rapid means of activating the dormant angelic human 12-strand DNA template is through activation of the tribal shield, the species D12 Christos Divine Blueprint, which represents the core programming of the personal D12 Maharic Shield. Activating the Tribal Shield. The 12th dimensional Tribal Shield is the dormant species divine blueprint within the DNA template core of the angelic human races of the 4 evolutionary rounds. The frequencies of energy and dimensions of consciousness of the 1,728 simultaneous selves of the personal eternal Christos identity can be activated in one incarnation through sequential activation of the fire letter sequences or flame codes of the Tribal Shield. The flame code fire letters within the DNA template are the DNA signet codes that correspond to Earth's 12 primary stargates in the planetary shields through which the planetary body manifests. The flame codes serve as the core foundation of the personal 12-strand DNA template. The DNA template flame codes of the Tribal Shield allow for the primal life force currents of the Density 5, which are dimensions 13, 14, and 15, Ki-Ra-She primal light fields, and the Kunda-Ray primal sound fields from the energy matrix beyond the 15-dimensional time matrix to embody more fully within the angelic human form. A fire letter is a fixed point of consolidated frequency that holds specific frequencies of consciousness into manifest form. The manifestation templates, or divine blueprints of all things manifest, are built upon intricate patterns of interwoven fire letters called fire letter sequences. The flame codes of the angelic human personal DNA template and species Tribal Shield are composed of the same fire letter sequences that make up the divine blueprint of Earth's planetary shields. Activation of the Tribal Shield sets in motion simultaneous firing or activation of the 144 fire letters, 12 fire letter sequences of the 12-strand DNA template, expediting the natural evolutionary process of soul, oversoul, and Christos avatar identity integration through progressively opening the trans-time DNA template stargates. Activating the 12-strand DNA template allows the D12 frequency of the universal Christos Maharata current to activate within and run through the angelic human DNA template and into Earth's planetary shields. Activation of the Maharata current within groups of angelic humans on Earth allows for collective anchoring of the D12 planetary Christos divine blueprint, the Shield of Armentena, to achieve fulfillment of angelic humanity's sacred commission of the planetary Christos realignment mission. The Silicate Matrix 12-strand DNA template with Hova body scalar shield and identity level correspondences. Figure 1. The morphogenetic field scalar wave template for the original human genome. Starting with the telluric shield and working clockwise around the diagram. Telluric shield, Nada Hova body, incarnate identity, chakras 1 through 3. 6 particle and 6 antiparticle fire letters per strand. 1 strand equals 12 fire letters of 1 fire letter sequence, or 144 vector codes, selves. Doratic shield, Alpha Hova body, soul identity, chakras 4 through 6. Hala phase Merkaba, 6-dimensional Merkaba. 12 cycle number 2 antiparticle universe. 12 acceleration codes per strand equals the white circle. 12 fire codes between strands equals the black and white star tetrahedron. 12 cycle number 1 particle universe, 12 base codes per strand equals the black circle. Turic shield, Bet Jehovah body, Oversoul identity, chakras 7 through 9, Quatra phase Merkaba, 9th dimensional Merkaba. Maharic shield, Maharahova body, Avatar Christed identity, chakras 10 through 12, Mahunta phase Merkaba, 12th dimensional Merkaba. E. Emerald Kundalini Awakening releases fire codes 1 and 4. A. Amethyst Kundalini Awakening releases fire codes 7, 10, and 12. Diagram presents simple conceptualization of DNA strand template orientation, not actual geometrical arrangement of waveform structure and observable strand interrelationship. The fastest means of naturally activating the personal 12-strand DNA template. 1. Tribal shield activation. Activating the 144 fire letters of the tribal shield. 2. Emerald and Amethyst Awakening, 2 Masters Kundalini activations. Releasing key fire codes between the DNA strand templates to allow for expedited DNA strand braiding. 3. DNA template bioregenesis. Progressive use of internally directed DNA template bioregenesis technologies for progressive purging of strand template mutations. Restoration of the natural D12 Christos divine blueprint of the 12-strand DNA template, and expedited accelerated activation of the DNA strand template, base codes and acceleration codes. 4. Master key codes. Use of the personal scalar wave guide symbol code programs that correspond directly to the core programming of the personal D12 Maharic shield for further sequential expedition of strand template activation. 5. Melchizedek Cloister Level 3 Regent Ordination. Transmission of the Ki Rache Primal Light and Kunda Ray Primal Sound Field, Rainbow Ray Current, directly into the personal DNA template via direct chakra induction. Sufficient Rainbow Ray frequencies to provide a Level 3 Regent Ordination can be transmitted by a Melchizedek Cloister Level 5 Elder Consummate, or Level 6 Ekar Indigo Child Type 1 Magi Grail Line Angelic Humans, who have the frequencies of the primal creation currents integrated into their DNA template from birth. Expedites all of the above while providing additional bioenergetic field support for more stable cycles of DNA template activation. Christos Identity Integration. Through progressive activation of the 12-strand DNA template, the DNA internal stargate between the 1,728 simultaneously incarnate selves of the personal eternal Christos identity progressively open. Opening of the internal stargates of the DNA template allows the 12-dimensional frequency spectra of the soul, oversoul, and Christos avatar identity levels to sequentially and consciously embody within the angelic human form. Soul integration. Activation of DNA strand templates 4 through 6 opens DNA stargates between incarnates and planetary time cycles 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, and 6. The 6th-strand activated being possesses a 6th-dimensional consciousness, is a fully embodied soul, can pass through universal stargates 1 through 6 of density 1 and 2 by formation of the 6th Hala phase Merkaba vehicle and building of dimensions 1 through 6 of the Antakarana primal life force current. Oversoul integration. Activation of DNA strand templates 7 through 9 opens DNA gates between incarnates and planetary time cycles 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, and 9. The 9th strand activated being possesses 9th dimensional consciousness, is a fully embodied oversoul, can pass through universal stargates 1 through 9 of densities 1, 2, and 3 by formation of the 9th dimensional quadra-phase Merkaba vehicle, and building of dimensions 1 through 9 of completion of the Antakarana primal life force current. Christos Avatar integration. Activation of DNA strand templates 10 through 12 opens DNA stargates between incarnates and planetary time cycles 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, 11, and 12. The 12th strand activated being possesses 12th dimensional consciousness, is a fully embodied Christos avatar, can pass through universal stargates 1 through 12 of densities 1, 2, 3, and 4 by formation of the 12th dimensional Mahanta phase Merkaba vehicle and building of dimensions 10 through 12 of the Christos Maharata primal life force current, capable of full ascension out of the manifest matter density. Reality of the Round Tables. The Planetary Christos Realignment Mission was designed to take place as the members of the angelic human races in each of the 4 evolutionary rounds joined together during stellar activation cycles, SACs, in their respective time cycles, to run their DNA template signet code fire letters from their tribal shield into the Earth's planetary shields. The groups of angelic humans who gather during SACs to run the Rainbow Ray Primal Life Force currents and Stargate Signet Code fire letters into the Earth's planetary shields to prevent pole shift are called Signet Councils. The angelic human Signet Councils are incarnate members of the Azurite Universal Templar security team. The D12 Shield of Armentena Planetary Christos Divine Blueprint is referred to as the Rainbow Round Table. Members of the angelic human Signet Councils are called Rainbow Wearer and Regents of the Rainbow Round Table. These titles indicate the capacity to hold at least temporary 12-strand DNA template activation, which permits the Regents to run sufficient amounts of the Rainbow Ray Primal Currents to reset the Planetary Christos Divine Blueprint within the Earth's planetary shields. Running of the Planetary Signet Rainbow Roundtables to prevent pole shift during SACs is done in the following manner. 1. Activation of the personal D12 Maharata Current and Tribal Shield to run the Rainbow Ray Primal Currents by the temporary activation of 12-strand DNA template. 2. Assembling of Signet Council regions at various geographical locations to conduct roundtables, using specific Signet stand to collectively run the Tribal Shield fire letters into Earth's planetary shields at Earth's 12 Stargate opening points and 12 gate activation sites. If an individual regent can determine which of the 12 angelic human tribes represents their genetic lineage, they can direct their Rainbow Ray Current and Tribal Shield fire letters directly to the Stargate and activation site to which their DNA template corresponds. If the specific 12-tribe lineage cannot be determined, individuals can use the sound symbol program of Tribe 13, the universal tribe containing all 12 tribes, running their Rainbow Ray Current and Tribal Fire letters into the Gruul Point, central control point for Earth's planetary shields. The Tribal Shield is brought into activation through sounding of the compound tonal programs that represents the audible sound translation of the specific frequencies carried in the Tribal Shield DNA template fire letter sequences. 12 tribe names, and sacred songs. The original names of the angelic human 12 tribes were spoken in the first 5 Christos languages, the Mua and Ohasi language of the Pleiadia Urtite Cloister Mua race. Anuhasi Mua is the original first externally spoken language in our time matrix, the native tongue of the Emerald Order Brunau and Lyran Syrian Elohai Elohim Christos founder races from Density 5, Dimensions 13, 14, and 15. The 12 tribes' names were the audible tone translations of the specific fire letter sequences contained within the tribal shield DNA templates of each tribe. The tones of the tribal names were used to activate the 144 fire letters of the tribal shield in the personal DNA template, providing the angelic human races with the ability to consciously regulate the activation level of their DNA templates and primal life force currents. The sound tone programs that are used to activate the DNA template and primal life force currents are called the sacred Sans. The tribal name was the Master San. In running the Rainbow Roundtables, the Signet Council regents bring their tribal shield, flame codes, into activation by singing rounds of the sacred Master Sans. The true angelic human 12 tribes names were intentionally changed in the knowledge of the Mua and Ohasi language strategically concealed on Earth by fallen angelic legions and their Illuminati human hybrid races. The tactic of deception was used to ensure that the angelic humans of Earth would be unable to activate their tribal shield DNA template flame codes to run the Rainbow Roundtables during the 2017 AD stellar activation cycle, so pole shift and destruction of the angelic human race would take place during the 2000 through 2017 SAC. This ill-intended agenda can be stopped if angelic humans are willing to assist Guardian nations in running the Rainbow Roundtables between 2002 and 2012. The 3 key elements of the Cycle of the Rounds. Key Element 1. The 12 Signet Tribes and Races List. The method by which we can fulfill our intended part of the planetary Christos realignment becomes apparent through understanding 3 key elements of the Cycle of the Rounds angelic human evolutionary design. Element 1. The 12 Signet Tribes and Races List. The list of Signet ancestral ascendancy, which reveals the 12 Signet tribes appointed as guardians and keepers of the keys for each of the 12 universal stargates and their earthly correspondences. The 12 Signet tribes and races list traces the genetic lineage of the 5 Pleiadia Urtite Cloister angelic human seed races that founded the 12 Signet tribes of Seeding 3 up to their contemporary race lines. Through revelation of the Signet ancestral ascendancy, we can identify the original Signet tribe from which our current genetic code originally emerged, and thus we can reclaim the knowledge of the Signet Council to which we presently belong. This information, recorded on CDT Signet Plate 12, allows us to identify core Signet key codes upon which our personal DNA templates are built, so we know to which the 12 stargates our DNA template is keyed. Identifying which of the 12 tribes represents our predominant genetic lineage enables us to discover the core master symbol colorton keys we need to rapidly initiate accelerated fire letter activation sequences in our dormant 12 DNA templates to expedite embodiment of our personal D12 Inner Christos Maharic Shield template. Progressive embodiment of our personal divine blueprint, the D12 Pre-Matter Maharic Shield allows us to progressively attain real 12th dimensional Christ consciousness, rather than false Christ consciousness. False Christ consciousness teaches us to give spiritual lip service and wishful thinking to the concept of being Christed through worship of false externalized gods, but teaches nothing of the realities of sacred science, 15-dimensional human anatomy, and ascension physics. The Founder's sacred science knowledge represents the keys to the kingdoms of heaven, without which one cannot attain genuine Christ consciousness, spiritual mastery, or ascension through full translation of the 12 signet tribes and races list for Seeding 3 would literally fill thousands of books. A basic analysis of the ancestral ascendancy contained in the list herein will provide sufficient data for many of us to trace our primary DNA template signet coding. Through the rudimentary but accurate listings provided in this book, many of us will be able to identify our original tribe and primary DNA template signet coding, and thus the Stargate, signet set, and master symbol color tones to which our DNA templates are frequency keyed. In global healing efforts, planetary Templar grid work, and actualizing Earth's Christos realignment, it is essential for us to understand the 3 key elements of the Cycle of the Rounds angelic human evolutionary design. Understanding the basic realities of the Cycle of the Rounds will determine whether we will be lovingly and tangibly effective, or well-meaning but unable to fulfill our good intentions in our planetary healing endeavors. The first key element of the Cycle of the Rounds is the 12 signet tribes and races list, through which we can discern which Stargate is waiting to receive our personal piece of the Christos, to fill in the frequencies of its own divine Christos blueprint. Key Element 2. The Signet Maps and Keys. The Cycle of the Rounds Key Element 1, the 12 Signet Tribes and Races list, provides us with the first necessary tool to discovering the master symbol color tone sequences and Stargate Signet Council to which our personal DNA templates and soul contracts are keyed. Our original tribe. Once we have a basic idea of what Pleiadia Empire Seed Tribe, our genetic lineage, and our reincarnational lineage as well, emerged from, we can then utilize the information contained in Key Element 2 of the Cycle of the Rounds. Key Element 2 is the Signet Maps and Key Charts, which reveals the tonal encoding of each 12 tribe name, the Stargate Signet Set assignment of each tribe, the specific geographical locations of the 12 Templar Signet Site Stargate opening points, and their corresponding Templar Q Site activation points. The Signet Map and Key Chart also reveals the Master Symbol, Frequency Director, and Initiating Master Tone Suffix, Frequency Activator, the San, Primary Tonal Activation Sequence, Flame Code, Frequency Selector, Signet Master Key Code, and Master Color, Frequency Selector, Signet Encryption Key Code, for each of the 12 tribes. This data represents the fire letter frequency programs to expedite activation of the personal DNA template and the frequency keys by which each of the 12 Stargates and Signet Sets are activated. Like Key Element 1, the 12 Signet Tribes and Races lists, full translation of Key Element 2, the Signet Maps and Keys chart, would fill many volumes. The Signet Maps and Key chart is drawn from the Book of Maps and Keys, stored on CDT Signet Plate 11. Advanced study of Master's Sacred Physics Mechanics is required before the full body of knowledge contained within the Books of Maps and Keys can be sufficiently understood and functionally utilized. Due to the progressive difficulties emerging in Earth's 2000 through 2017 Stellar Activation Cycle, SAC, there is presently no time available to methodically initiate advanced study of Master's Sacred Physics Mechanics. Such study will be made available to the public if Earth's 2000 through 2017 planetary Christos alignment is successful, If the 2000 through 2017 Bridge Zone project, see page 142, and its inherent planetary Christos realignment mission, see chapter 12, are not successful, pole shift before 2017 will be unavoidable. In this event, the founder's first priority will be evacuation, followed by education. The Signet Maps and Keys chart is a translation of entry-level study of the books of Maps and Keys. It provides sufficient information by which individuals can reclaim the basic tools through which the planetary Christos realignment can be achieved during the 2000 through 2017 SAC. Once the personal tribe is identified through the 12 Signet tribes and races list, and the Signet Maps and Keys corresponding to the tribes are revealed, the final element of the cycle of the rounds will allow this knowledge to be used directly for personal and planetary empowerment. The knowledge offered through the three key elements of the cycle of the rounds represents the divine right, empowered wisdom through which the Bridge Zone project time continuum shift, the planetary Christos realignment, and the Founder's Emerald Covenant vision of angelic human freedom can be actualized. Key Element 3 is called the Rights of the Rainbow Roundtable. Key Element 3, Right of the Rainbow Roundtable. Key Element 3 in the Cycle of the Rounds is called the Right of the Rainbow Roundtable, RRT, which is composed of two primary components. One component of the RRT is referred to as a Tribal Shield activation. The second component is called the Signet Stance. Component 1 of the Right of the RRT Tribal Shield activation is the ancient process of internal energy direction by which the Pleiadia Urtite Cloister races consciously brought the core coding of their DNA templates into activation. Through activation of the Tribal Shield in the DNA template, the angelic human body can run the Rainbow Ray Primal Kirashe Light and Kundalini sound currents and the D12 Maharata Christos current pre-matter hydroplasmic carrier wave that is necessary for embodiment of the 15-dimensional plus Rainbow Ray antimatter currents. Through activation of the Tribal Shield, one learns to direct personal Kundalini life force energies into their original designated coordinates within the 4 density levels of Earth's planetary shields, to effectively create a trans-geographical and trans-time connection with the other members of the Rainbow Wearers Signet Council soul group, to which the frequencies carried in your DNA template are inherently keyed. Activation of the Tribal Shield begins rapid restoration of the natural 12-strand or higher angelic human DNA template, reordering genetic mutations and blockages that have historically plagued our race due to the fallen angelic manipulation. Once the Tribal Shield is activated, the DNA template goes on autopilot, progressively running the appropriate sequences of strand activation and synchronization with the progressive activation of Earth's planetary shields as they come out of dormancy during the SAC. In activation of the personal Tribal Shield, one becomes a walking rainbow wearer, a biological electromagnetic anchoring rod for the D12 Maharata Christos and Rainbow Ray Kirashe and Kunda Ray currents. You will draw in and transmit only the amount of frequencies your DNA template is keyed to carry, and your natural spiritual integration and actualization process will naturally unfold under the guidance of your own D12 Inner Christos avatar level of consciousness. As a Signet Council Rainbow Wearer, your biological presence progressively becomes an agent of natural healing, not only for yourself, but also within any environment into which you may travel. Right of the RRT Component 2, Signet Stands, reveals the 3 primary positions or stands for arranging members of a group when orchestrating intensive site work, RRTs in a planetary shields clinic setting. Groups of rainbow wearers can amplify and direct the rainbow ray current in the most effective manner by utilizing the geometrical relationships between the electromagnetic fields generated by the DNA template activated bodies. Key Element 3, the rights of the RRT, is drawn from one of the books of processes stored on CDT Signet Plate 12. Tribal Shield Dynamics. Tribal Shield Activation, Fire Letters, and the DNA Template. The Tribal Shield refers to the core programming of the fire letters held within the personal DNA template. The personal 12-strand DNA template is composed of specific groupings of scalar standing waves, fixed points of light and sound wave frequencies, that represent the blueprint upon which the personal DNA, the body's molecular structure, and the embodied consciousness manifest. All humans have a common, base 12-strand DNA template. Magi races, such as the contemporary Indigo Children, have the base 12 template and can have up to 48 full DNA strand templates, which activate in synchronization with the base 12 template. Each strand of the DNA template is composed of 12 fire letters. A fire letter is a fixed point of consolidated scalar frequency that is composed of 12 smaller units of frequency, called vector codes. Each DNA strand template, with its inherent base codes, acceleration codes, and activation fire codes, see DNA 101 on page 478, represents one fire letter sequence. A 12-strand DNA template thus carries 12 fire letter sequences, strands, 144 fire letters, and 1,728 vector codes. The Magi 48-strand DNA template carries 48 fire letter sequences, strands, 576 fire letters, and 6,912 vector codes. The 48-strand Magi DNA template is sophisticated enough to carry the 144 Universal Signet Master Key codes and 1,728 Universal Signet Encryption Key codes, corresponding to the 12 Universal Stargates of the Universal Templar Complex in our time matrix. Each of the 12 angelic human tribes carries the same core 12-strand DNA template, plus whatever additional strand coding characteristic to the race cycle or round within which it is manifest. The base 12 DNA template, with its 12 fire letter sequences, 144 fire letters, and 1,728 vector codes, is the personal Divine Christiac blueprint, the D12 Maharic Shield pre-matter template through which the full 12 dimensions of genuine Christ consciousness can embody when the 12-strand template is fully activated. All angelic human tribes emerge from the same D12 Christos blueprint, but each tribe has the fire letters in each strand template arranged in a different order or sequence. The DNA template is the electromagnetic blueprint through which specific frequencies and corresponding dimensions of consciousness are drawn into manifest embodiment from the universal unified field of energy consciousness in our time matrix. Variation of DNA template fire letter sequencing between the 12 tribes seed races allows each tribe to draw and transmit a specific arrangement of frequencies in specific dimensions of consciousness into Earth's planetary shields. Each of the 12 angelic human tribes is designed to enter a specific part of the D12 shield of Aramentena Universal Christos Divine Blueprint into Earth's manifestation template in fulfillment of the Planetary Christos Realignment Mission. See Chapter 12. The specific DNA template fire letter sequence program unique to each of the 12 tribe seed races is referred to as the Tribal Shield. The DNA templates of all contemporary humans originally emerged from one of the 12 tribes, which was composed of various combinations of the 5 Pleiadia Erdtite cloister seed races. When we activate the tribal shield via the innate inner Christos divine blueprint, through using the master symbol color tones that correspond to our tribal shield imprint, we progressively realign the fire letter sequences in our DNA templates to their original, organic Christiac order. Realignment of the DNA template with the innate personal D12 Christos blueprint allows the 12-strand DNA template to realign distortions so the strand templates can activate in the specific sequence for which they were designed. Activating our tribal shield allows the internal stargate within our DNA templates to open, creating a direct energetic conduit of frequency and bridge of conscious awareness between our present incarnation and our other simultaneous incarnations that exist now in other space-time vectors of the cycle of the rounds. To create the trans-time connection through which the planetary Christos realignment can be fulfilled, our personal DNA templates must progressively open to allow the frequencies from the other related time vectors to enter Earth's present time vector. The human DNA template was designed to allow for this trans-time connection frequency bridge. Through activating the proper sequences within our DNA template tribal shield, we progressively allow the proper sequences of the Universal D12 Maharata and Rainbow Ray Current to enter our bodies. From our sequentially activated DNA templates, we then pass the proper sequences of frequencies from the Universal Christos blueprint into Earth's planetary shields, resetting the part of the D12 shield of Aramintina to which our race cycle is assigned within Earth's manifestation template. The angelic human race was designed to fulfill this divine commission. As we assist the planet to become Christed, embody its full D12 Christos blueprint, we in turn progressively return to our original Christed state, as our personal Christos blueprint embodies. Through embodiment of our personal inner Christos divine blueprint, we achieve genuine spiritual actualization and reclaim our dormant ability to pass through the 12 Universal Stargate Ascension Passage at will, in fulfillment of our intended angelic human mastery of the space-time matter experience. When we use the knowledge gained from Element 1, the 12 tribes and races list, Element 2, the signet maps and keys, with Element 3, Rite of the RRT tribal shield activation, we become empowered angelic humans capable of fulfilling the planetary Christos realignment mission. As empowered angelic humans, we reclaim our heritage, our innate divinity, our ability to love unconditionally and wisely, and we reclaim our personal and collective freedom to have a direct, immediate, and personal co-creative relationship with Source God. The Tribal Shield activation teachings show how to activate the appropriate frequencies in our DNA templates, and where to direct those frequencies into the planetary shields to anchor the part of the Universal Christos blueprint that we were personally commissioned to deliver when we entered the angelic human incarnational cycle. Activation of the tribal shield allows us to work alone or in groups to achieve accelerated personal spiritual development and to orchestrate effective, remote planetary restoration without having to physically visit the location of Earth stargates and Templar Q sites. Through tribal shield activation, we reclaim the ability to remotely activate the 12 signet shields and signet plates, Earth stargates, and the planetary Christos blueprint.